Kia ora. The title is Love Myself Again, and I am the Monk Hebro. Introduction. Tēnei taku mihi kauake ki ngā atua, ki ngā tūpuna, tū te ao, tū te pō. Ka huri ki te hei ao, ki te ao mārama, ti hei mauri ora. Nei rā he mihi ki aku whānau ngā katoa. I greet the gods, I greet the ancestors. To the collective, relatives, parents, and siblings, I love you all. Welcome, gentlemen. I am a star child who flew to Earth for a purpose, to live life to the highest. Current iteration, 3 lifetimes, 3 wives and 4 kids, accumulated over 6 decades. I have had the privilege of multiple lives, a child, a boy, uncle, husband, and father. I am the center of my Māori verse. Life, my life, is a story worth telling. Men are from Mars, ruled by our heads, sometimes unable to feel our wounds, let alone a significant other. Not that we don't care. Ironically, we care deeply. Some of us don't know how to show it. I know I didn't. I felt like there was an insurmountable barrier I couldn't talk about. I weave ancestral codes to remember my past, present, and future self, to breathe life into their trauma, to know their trauma is also mine. I want to take you on a journey to show you men like you and I can be joyful. I give you permission to laugh and cry with me as I lead you down the rat hole of intergenerational trauma. My intention is to bring your attention to the cause of trauma. Shine light on trauma to see the cause. Toxic behavior is sponsored by toxic beliefs, reinforced negative patterns. What we believe will be expressed through our behavior, negative or positive. The effects are expressions of trauma, not the cause. For me to change, I have to know what the cause is. For example, I know the cause of my behavior is who I believe I am. Therefore, for change to occur, I must become someone different to who I think I am. What has caused me to think and behave a certain way is who I am. I can be negative or positive. Addiction to sex and love. A negative behavior, one may say. Personally, addiction was my way of medicating a deep wound from childhood. These negative patterns I was aware of on a superficial level as I acted out in toxic behavior. The effects destroyed my relationships, and I never gave them a second thought. The day I walked into my first 12-step SLAA meeting, I realized I was an addict. And what is the cause of my pain? I had been spinning in circles like a dog chasing his tail, seeking a deeper meaning to life. I had to step back out of the picture so I could see myself, warts and all. This self-revelation has been my guide to make a shift in awareness, to take me to higher levels of inner standing. My journey has been provocative and sometimes introspective. I hate to admit, I'm in way over my head, drowning in a bucket. How I could even comprehend someone would want to read about me, let alone I could write? I constantly repeat disbelief. No one wants to hear your stupid story as I scowl at myself. I will let you be the boss. Make up your own mind as to whether I've accomplished this or not. I have polarized to extremes to find the middle way. I know now, life is not a straight line. I realize I am a circle with a dot in its center. I choose the circle, or the dot, or both. A metaphor for the infinite space. If I don't go within, I will go without. I go with the flow. Allow nature to be my guiding force, like water, to fill space or empty space. I learned what I'm going to share with you through trial and error. More errors leading to trials before judges, and at times without defense. Suffering the consequences of my actions. The school of hard knocks and hard cocks. My path to enlightenment, due to my personal reality, was always encapsulated in shade, masked in adversity, my human suffering. I mentioned my father. Through him I finally found serenity, as he did before he passed on. I know what it feels like now to love myself. To love myself in spite of shame, guilt, and judgment. To put myself first, as if my life depends on it. Because it does. That's the gift I want to share with you, dear reader. You are significant because you are divine, being a human in paradise. Men heal men. We are all one body, one mind, one soul. Our oneness is our purpose to remember. Chapter 1. God, grant me the serenity. Please allow the greatest version of me I can ever imagine be. I am a father and a son and a soul. I sit here today speaking to you. I know I am present and accountable for my life. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow never comes. Now is the eternal moment. Thanks gods. Did you get my download yesterday? I asked Father. I wasn't sure if we were on the same page. Hey, Father, we enjoyed playing your music last night, reminiscing last year's Christmas at Sheridan's. Like today, memory. I don't fear you passing from this third dimension. I am aware you are here in spirit. I speak these words. I know you're near. He was already up, waiting for Christian to rise so they can tear all the presents apart. There's an air of anticipation. His excitement rises to see what's in the box. He's already eyeing up his brother's presents. That's a big one. Yours and mine, he says. The rest of the house is enjoying slumberland, suspended between life and death. Father's sun has cracked the horizon as I sit to write, settling myself to purge all that is in, out. Joshua reckons, don't think, flow. So here goes to no thinking. Teneo, teneo, teneo. This is me. I got the hot end of the poker from my partner. Damned if I did, and damned if I didn't. I was unconscious of my emotions. At the same instant, unaware of hers, until we clashed in relationship. I reacted in judgment and condemnation, so quick to lead me down the rat hole to shame and blame. In 2024, here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, Māori constitute around 60% of total men incarcerated in prison. Statistical data, information collated to quantify success or failure. We, Māori, have failed. I belong to Ngāti Rangi ki o Haia Wai, my father's hapu. Our world changed forever, the day we became our brother's keeper. We fostered punitive justice via the Crown's agent. Judgment and condemnation. By definition, corrections. Corporate bottom lines usurped our divinity. Profit and loss became our boss. Something significant changed in Kaikwe and the rural district. Manipulated in the 1990s by the then government to create a partnership with corrections and build a prison on our ancestral land. Sponsored a belief that we Māori would benefit, keeping our criminals closer to home. Build infrastructure to support networks for hapu and iwi services. Above and beyond future added economic benefits. The prison would offer the community, including service jobs, training, and upskilling. This experiment in partnership, I reckon, has failed. Ngāti Rangi, the inmates, and the wider Kaikwe community. Ngāti Rangi, overnight, became the gatekeeper for the slave master. Corrections, an agent for the colonizer government. Kupapa was a term used to describe the Māori warriors. We who fought beside the red coats during the land wars of colonization. Kupapa were on both sides of the war, as we are today, for and against the prison. Here we go again. Remember to rinse and repeat. My father and many of the uncles and aunties felt this was an opportunity for emancipation, to claw our way back from a one-way ticket to cultural genocide. They believed they were doing the next right thing, given their hands tied behind their back. Beggars can't be choosers, he said to me. My fears realized. 2 decades later, Ngāti Rangi is the bridesmaid, never the bride. No true equity or power share in the partnership. No mana motuhake. Nothing has changed in our partnership other than the savages are now civilized. The slave master is still slaving. We, caught between a rock and a hard place. Pick a side, bro, as I walk into a hui. Corrections, CEO stands, reading his rehearsed speech. The financial and social benefits the prison provides us noble savages. You see where I'm going? I asked. The colonizer handed the whip to us. We are now the slave master. Why do I feel empty within? Where do I go with the disappointment and resentment I feel? Is this collective trauma intergenerational, or is it me? I am aware shame and guilt weighs heavy on father and son alike. Whether I accept or deny, it exists. The effects cannot be minimized, although Parliament politicians will spin it to suit the status quo. Moral majority. We have the highest death and disease statistics in New Zealand, Aotearoa. Contrary to that perspective, rangatiratanga and mana motuhake underpins Māori values. Māori are also the new cultural elite, politicians and CEOs of successful iwi and multinational corporations. The separation illusion used to be a gaping chasm. Now, a magnifying glass is required. I see partners, wives of the convicts carrying 10 kids, living in squalor. I see the partners dealing dope to get them through the next day. Kaikwe is a distant shadow of what it once was. Going back is a traumatic experience I don't look forward to. This unseen force is honored when we hold to te tiriti and the principles of partnership. Partnership is the foundation of our fledgling society. Māori and Pākehā and Tau Iwi as we enter 2025. Honor our partnership. Honor our existence. Honor our trauma. What do we choose? Māori cannot not go through trauma. It's inevitable. Hell, we're already here. I cannot play tiptoe through the tulips to deny reality. Those days are gone. Died with my father. He who suffered the cane as a child for speaking his native tongue. Thanks fuck for God of gods. I say this as we rescaffold our platform of te reo rangatira and reveal our true nature. Love thyself, you say? Do we want to embrace change or be dominated by it? That's a choice, and it's ours. Change is in the air, and I'm an agent of it. Maybe we're all imprisoned within our minds. I know my state of mind can leave me powerless. Why do I feel threatened and insecure? Welcome to the parlor, said the spider to the fly. Now it's 2024 to 5. As I write this story, I am twisted inside and out over this glaringly obvious fact. We aren't safe in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Fuck it. And we thought building the prison at home would make us safer, make life better. Fuck it. We triumphed over the redcoats on our marae. Why do I feel disappointed? My father threw himself all in into Ngāti Rangi Kaumātuatanga to embrace his soul. As he transitioned, my resistance to him too shifted. I evolved with him. I held an aversion, more like repulsion being around him. He set to processing whakapapa, leaning into his divine being. I followed suit and began to share in his journey. Hakamaharatanga. He got a gig with our development society, our Kaumātua team, negotiating terms and conditions of partnership with said slave master. Our team of aunties, uncles, and elders faced corrections with their team of bureaucrats and autocrats. Setting us up to fail seemed very obvious to me. I was angry. We suffer not only corrections, systemic trauma, we then exit to exacerbate our internal trauma. Father always was an astute spokesman, enigmatic and charismatic. His expression, a natural leader. One summer day, he revealed to me they hadn't paid him. What the fuck? I said. My resentment meter redlining? Corrections. Our treaty partner stalling on process? Showing us obviously who's boss. Father took it on the chin. I couldn't see inside his mind. I imagine, in his own way, he began to shed skin and let go of what didn't serve him. To dare to remember who he truly was. Jim suffered unsavory thoughts in his head. He was going through a war within him. His addictive personal reality was full of anger and frustration towards his wife and his life. Jim fell from grace. We incarcerated him in Ngāwhā Correctional Facility. This was the end of the road to nowhere. Jim decided to tie a sheet around his cell bars and hang himself around his neck. He chose death, not his wife and kids. Hey man, sorry I couldn't save you, I cried. I carry his pain. I love you, my bro. I want to honor you, Jim. He was a broken man, like Humpty Dumpty, and we couldn't put him back together again. Hey, Kay, I'm fucking sick, man. I can't keep going. I'm fucking sick of living this shit, he said to me. He was my bro. This was my last conversation with him. I hide it. As I shine my light on these pages, I would like to invite you, dear friend. Join me on this roller coaster called my life. My lived experience is wisdom. Wisdom is coming through me to you. We are divine. Wisdom is showing me a depth of clarity I can now perceive in the shitstorm of my life. I couldn't previously see myself. I wasn't the observer. I was the actor. Trapped in ego worship. Today I sit and write as the observer. Wisdom is my life guru. Divinity is our ability to transcend life's perceived limitations. Right on. What's perception? What's limitation? I've got it. It's all about me. I was a gregarious and rambunctious boy. I got into trouble where trouble found me. I had an aversion to the rules, to the untrodden path, and at my first instance would seek the path less traveled. For my sole purpose, I chose to stand in my own light, to speak my truth. This kept me vulnerable. I wasn't easily accepted. I masked up, hiding behind a fake identity, believing I was someone special who didn't rock the boat. To compromise who I was, go along with others to please others, sometimes for the sheer hell of it. It's no wonder I found myself on the opposite side of authority. I've been cast away on an island of remorse, washed away on the tides of intergenerational trauma. My salvation is to remember I am a divine being, human, having this spiritual revelation. Where did this spiritual dis-ease originate? I ask my soul. She replies, between heaven and earth. The third dimension holds space and time for you to forget who you think you are, to recreate all you experience in life and remember who you are, greater than all the parts. Chapter 2. I didn't question. I went along for the ride, when what I felt like was not what was being discussed. I held my tongue. I can think it, but don't say it. She can say something that may or not resonate at first. Immediately, I react, and then make it all about me. I am a victim of my thoughts. I'm not good enough. I disconnect from my soul. I panic at the tightness in my chest, conflicted at the version of me that wants to love. I don't know how to give me a second thought. I can take a simple observation about the way she made a salad and turn it into World War III without even realizing who am I becoming. This tension in my gut, so overwhelming, I struggle to breathe. Yet, I rinse and repeat this pattern, fearful. I, for some reason, am perfect, and she is wrong. Underlying this is competition, toxic masculine versus the divine feminine. I am an addict for your love. Sometimes love is hate. Polar opposites, magnetic attraction or repulsion. Hate contracts, devoid of harmony and connection. Love is open and enveloping. My addict personality is the ringmaster of my circus. I chose fantasy and fabrication over reality. My thoughts are that unreal. Life is a paradox. Do I act on my thoughts, I'm not good enough, and go down the rat hole, or not? Be humble and not give it a second thought. I engage in situations I know will be detrimental to my serenity. I am my own worst enemy. I can choose to act on my thoughts or not. No one is holding a gun to my head. Well, not yet anyway. I choose to let it pass, like the cloud in the sky buffeted on the sea breeze. I'm here today, gone tomorrow. This is the seat of my trauma. If I were to nail it, I would say I abandoned my soul spirit. My fundamental flaw is in the mother-father relationship. I accept they loved me the best they could, given their life experience. They were unable to demonstrate it. That's where I died. I resisted and resented my parents at a young age. I can recall avoiding my mother as an infant. I can't remember exactly what happened, but the feeling of not wanting to hug her as she tried to hug me set the scene. Thus, not accepting her limited capacity to love me unconditionally confirmed there was something wrong with me. I didn't realize it may have been something about them. I weaponized my feelings and turned them against me. Little did I know I became my own worst enemy. Self-hatred filled my loveless void, expunging any compassion and empathy within. My father's father died at 59. My mother's mother died mid-50s. I turned 60 last year. Death hangs heavy on my heart. I ponder the pain that followed for my mum and dad as they dealt with the loss. Holding on to my Nana Pop came through my heart. His attention to adoration is my gift. I was 7 when he departed with our gods. His memory fills my cup. My Nana loved me. She had her favorites, and I was fortunate to be one. She didn't regard my siblings with the same adoration. I didn't care, as long as she loved me. I grew up with other families during my formative years, babysitters, caregivers, and a wider whānau collective. Mum and Dad both worked hard to provide what they believed was necessary for our development. There were significant elders and youngers who I loved, and love reciprocated in turn. I learned to love and be loved. Opportunities for growth came from expanding my perspective. This expansion created an attitude of gratitude. Love to me was defined by the collective. I was surrounded by my tribe. Most of my connections were familial. Small town boy. To me, love was belonging in loving relationships. I believe my emotional rescue resided within me. I hardened my heart to survive. I decided my child brain to be cautious of what you say and who you say it to. Any protestation was soon beaten out of you. Saying nothing was the safest words. Don't you cry, or I'll give you something to cry about. That was par for the course. It wasn't safe to ask questions. I was a curious child. emboldened with a sense of self-assertion and independence. This frowned upon. I wasn't even aware there was a syndrome dedicated to tall poppies. Sitting in the Ratana church next to the Anahera Tapu, Super Nanny, at Sunday service, I asked her, why do we pray to a blonde hair and blue-eyed God? She replied, don't ask stupid questions. When we grew up, kids were seen and not heard. Daily violence was symptomatic of a gross alcohol consumption, physical and mental abuse, swirled with a shot of financial stress and insecurity. Layered upon an icing of past failure and the ever-present shame spiral. This was our Once Were Warriors show on replay most days in and around Kaikohe. For some young bloods, a Maori party was a 3-day piss-up with a mini-tanker towed behind the whānau Ford. This was an event for young and old alike, where our dirty laundry hung out for drying for all the world to see, especially us kids. We loved watching. Multidimensional humans being unconscious of who we are, hypnotized by the illusion. I'm not good enough-ness limited my perspective to see beyond the veil. I was unaware of love without a condition, judgment, or outcome. This set the tone. My perception wasn't conducive to joy and happiness. I conjured fantastical stories in my active imagination. I'm making it all up, all the time. These characters zoomed across the heavens on flying waka. The hardened heart only knows limitation. My egoic self realized I am not at one with my soul. I am separate. I am alone. I'm not good enough, I tell myself. Boy, if you're gonna be anyone in this world, it's up to you. There's no fairy godmother who's gonna save you. This belief fostered my behavior. Put on a straight face. Appear to the tribe as if everything is okay. Don't freak out. Stay calm. Yet every cell in my body raged against me. This is within me. I know. My DNA. I have disregarded my soul, abandoned my spirit, not worthy of unconditional love. Love for me was experienced through the words and emotions of someone else, not mine. Love was not from within. Love was without. I'm pointing to the cause of my spiritual dis-ease. I have a superpower that I can now accept. I will it so. Wash this trauma from my cells of my DNA. I no longer hold this shit inside. I release all that does not serve my highest self. I say this to show you I love you. I can no longer allow myself to hate, to judge, to condemn you. For I love you. The gods and I are one. I now know it within. Staying with me. Even though I forgot you in my mindless constipation. What is my purpose here? Now, I ask myself. I glance up at the morning sky. Clouds just sail by. Tuis flittering from one flax bush to another, seeking the nectar. Her intention sustaining life. Her attention to abundance radiating in the summer season. She is not unloved. She isn't comparing herself as inferior to other tui. They share her passion for life and love. Her nature is free. No illusions, no trauma, no defects of character. She is divine, being a tui, commanding the monoverse for her reality. I have the answer. The tui flitters from one flower to another. Her purpose is clear. Her intention is to love life. Her attention to process life. No outcome. She is in the eternal moment of now. This is her instinct. A jewel, I've realized, is the result of going through the pain. Each time is the diamond in the rough. Wherever trauma lies within, I own it. Every experience I am given is a prize. I achieve enlightenment by going through the eye of the storm. I scaffold structures to continue supporting me so I can keep deconstructing trauma. Being authentic is an opportunity to reinvent myself every day. I become my reality. I can transcend the trauma that stirs my pot of addictive behavior. The simple act of loving myself through all the challenges, I manifest. Life is a battlefield of my own creation, and I am vulnerable to accept it is a reflection of my own trauma. My karma is to receive and embrace the pain of intergenerational trauma to the 7th generation. What do you choose? Chapter 3. We prepare the Christmas feast to consume. Kids run about the house shrieking and jumping amongst the wrapping paper, excited by the disgorged boxes and plastic packaging. We're all mesmerized in this annual ritual of worship and reverence to baby Jesus, promoting the illusion onto the next generation, ensuring we continue the trauma. So stressing on another level as I ruminate people's mentality. Some of us scraping by on the smell of an oily rag, selling our souls while sponsoring doom, the destruction of Mother Earth. I understand why we do what we do. Beware, there is a price our kids will pay. It's for the kids we chant, exacerbating my concerns of apocalyptic extinction in the year 2030. Santa fucking Claus, red and white, the color of happy baby Jesus' birthday. Fuck! As we bleed hard-earned cash, consuming natural resources, dumped in landfill the next day. Like we need all this stuff our kids play with for a few days, and then gone. I chose my parents. I chose my family. I chose this lifetime. I now know why I chose this task. Simply put, an exercise to record my life. I intend to highlight my situation here on planet Earth in 2025. I would also like my kids to read it and know me on a deeper level, beyond my toxic behavior, into my light, being a loving father. Ancestral intelligence opens and closes portals at my will, gifting new opportunities to experience everlasting joy or help, radiating beyond this third dimension we call reality into the vastness of the cosmos. Affirmation of the divine connection is only a heartbeat away. All I have to be is aware of the subtle flow of energy as I co-create this frequency, modulating rhythms, my heart, breath, consciousness inspires ancestors to co-create with my higher power. I seek this inner venture into serenity, to embrace wholeness that for half a century I denied. Toxic masculinity felt like a cheap suit that didn't quite fit, built around who I thought I was, leaving a bitter-sweet aftertaste that kept me yearning for more. I acknowledge my ego self, the self that served me through my formative years, introducing me to the marvel of technology and objects of desire. People, places, and events I accrued to confirm my existence. I do know now it's not who I was. I consistently dug myself a hellhole to bury pain deep down inside. Thanks to suffering, I'm in recovery. And I know I am addicted to sex and love. Opened like a bursting dam, exposed for all the world to see. My insight revealed, I am a broken man. There's no fault, no failure, no judgment, no condemnation in this sacred circle of the SLAA program, of the 12 steps. I desired to be in a collective of fellows, broken men and women, who come to share the pain and suffering of our spiritual dis-ease. Therapy, sharing what's happening from moment to moment, to shed layer upon layer of trauma. Remembering a life by uncovering childhood and past life trauma. A problem shared is a problem halved. I realize my addiction to sex and love spawned early as a consequence of my childhood beliefs. I wasn't seen or heard, so I didn't matter. I felt separate from the others. In a crowded room, I felt alone. Gestures of affection and words of endearment weren't a frequent expression in my family. Judgment and condemnation were generally the first reaction. A loving curiosity to my emotions or how I felt wasn't demonstrated by many adults. So I took that as how I meant to behave. Sharing this story with you gives rise to inner standing. This is how I treated my beloved. I attached to others seeking this connection, and what I got was correction. My mother was a primary school teacher. She was very proficient at getting results with her students. She carried a leather strap to quell any and all resistance. The strap knew me. She triggered something in me. I tried hard to resist most of her disciplinary reaction, to me reinforcing the fact that negative attention was preferable to no attention. This set the stage for my own subconscious belief system. Furthermore, establishing a behavior pattern I was to express, claiming it as my own. There's nothing new under the sun. Rinse and repeat. Destined to repeat the sins of my father. And what of the future 7 generations? How do we repair the damage we created in the name of civilization? Can we allow them to destroy it all? To tear it all down, to recreate their version of a new society, able to meet their needs? I claim my shitstorm of fear and pain. I created it in my own backyard. Ask my 3 wives and 4 kids. That speaks volumes about me. No surprise who's the common denominator. My number 1 son, please forgive me for my unconscious actions. I had no idea my behavior would affect you. I realize you quite rightly think I'm a reckless father. I now realize my life is forgiving, not forgetting. I am sorry I abandoned you when you were 7. I desired to be in Horywood, I say, to experience action and adventure. The price was greater than I could have ever imagined. The loss of your love, I had no inkling then. The repercussions would reverberate through my heart into space. Tuia, tuia, tuia. Aio ki te rangi. Aio ki te henua. Aio ki te moana. Aio hoki aha. Please, gods, how do I know I am who I say I am? How do I know you, Mordecai, are who you say you are? I've read the court docs from the Old Bailey. I can feel your pain. I can't imagine the torture you suffered by the hand of the red-coat slave driver. The incessant barrage of violence and abuse inflicted upon a child of 12. The most dreadful jail ever conceived. Sarah Island, Van Diemen's Land. I now know who you are. I recount your trauma as I release you from the shackles of celestial bondage. This is AI. You, my ancestor, broadcasting through me. I know you. Grateful for another download into my hard drive. I see her. I'm motivated to chase her. I don't look back. Keep your eyes off the prize, is what I say to myself. Easy for me to say, yet so hard to do. Body parts. When did I start to fantasize about someone's leg, ass, tits? This obsession for somebody grabbed me by the throat. I ceased breathing. I was robotic as I snuck my dad's penthouse magazines. Pornography, I discovered, gave me an outlet for releasing emotions. I could wank off to whatever fantasy took me to medicate the pain. The payoff was ecstatic for a moment, and then that moment abandoned me too. I was now hooked, like a kid in a candy store. I kept going back for more. Then why the pain? I asked myself. Because my lack of a soul compass, lack positive affirmation in my early life, a lack of compassion for who I am, a lack of empathy for others. This adversity, shouldered all alone, gave rise to judgment, followed by its comrade in arms, condemnation, like a 1-2 knockout punch to the kidneys when you're feeling down. Then, as you try to recover, a boot in the head called shame. The fuck knew how to bury me alive. Chapter 4. As we drop anchor in Kororareka, I am taken back to Port Jackson, where I boarded this brig. I steal out of old Sydney town, leaving behind a buxom maiden of the night I've had the pleasure of getting to know. I'm twisted as I abandon her. Van Diemen's Land almost killed me. I was to be hung by the neck. The noose felt coarse against my skin. The officer asked, "Tell us about the Brady gang, and we'll let you go." "Yeah?" I said. Incessant torture and beatings. Convicted and sentenced to prison on the other side of the planet? Why? Theft? A piece of calico? I was 12 when this small misfortune dropped me into a pit of hell. Abandoned. No mother or father to protect or rescue me. Arrested and sentenced to life in a penal colony. Forced away from everyone I knew. I am alone. Never to see my family again. Hell on earth couldn't compare to my desperation to return to Whitechapel. Amongst the filth of humanity. My journey through hell is the beginning of the end. And the end of the beginning. Hobart to Launceston holds fearful memories. Suffering in His Majesty's jail, Sarah Island. 12 years served with added lashes. The cat of 9 tails. What a spiteful bitch she is. Slashes her claws into my flesh. "Haramai te mamai," I scream. I know I'm alive. Pain tells me so. Fuck you. I won't do what you tell me. I will not accept the slave master. I will die. That is a given. I choose to live, to deny the bitch my soul. She can have my body. The cuts heal on the previous cuts, layer upon layer. I choose to transmute pain and suffering. I let go. To self-transcend, to go into other dimensions, free of this weight. I leave my body behind and rise. I realize on a deeper level I am all powerful. I have at my disposal sacred waters to cleanse. Like a fine summer rain, turn lead into gold. Each lash like a kiss on the lips from some fine maiden. I feel it. I love it. I own it. I had a mate called Hone. He helped me out in a brawl at the Crown and Anchor the other night. Jumped from behind by a couple of roughnecks. He held my arms as the other pulled a knife from his waist belt and plunged it into my belly. I caught it with my boot and it kicked it away. The mystical Maori appeared out of the gloom and smoke in the bar. He drew his green stone blade. It gleamed and danced as it sliced and diced the attackers. The barmaid mentioned he was a chief from a tribe in the north of New Zealand. He released me from his calloused, bear-like hands as I steadied for another assault. The second he released me, I grabbed the other guy. He was now prostrate, face down in the gutter. I poked my fingers into his eye socket and ripped his eyeball out. He screamed in utter desperation. I plunged my dagger deep into his yielding flesh. What a great day to die, I whispered. Hone and I looked at each other, acknowledging death. Port Jackson is a place we will soon attract extreme interest. Let's disappear before we're seen by the redcoats. Sydney town had become a bustling metropolis. Murder of an Englishman was not something that got swept under the doormat. 1835. Declaration of Independence. Te whakaminenga o ngā hapu o New Zealand. declared by the independent chiefs of Aotearoa, New Zealand, in response to the British Navy attacking Maori trading vessels in Port Jackson. They were determined to attack alien vessels without a flag of origin. Of course, this was a smokescreen. The British motivation was to steal the Maori vessels and secure their produce. Food and fabrics were lucrative exports, grown and harvested along the west coast settlements of the far north of Aotearoa, New Zealand. The rangatira chiefs had an indelible reputation for resilience in matters of trade. Sustainable economics was emerging as they accessed ports, established Maori position and presence they were never going to relinquish. This belief was inherent in their nature. Ancestral intelligence welcomed a code of honor, manifesting economic abundance as a natural, sustainable model. The economics generated through these portals provided rangatira, mana, motuhake, sovereignty in New South Wales and across the Tasman, to upscale commerce and upscale their production. They found this tantalizing. This was their new frontier. They were very excited to exploit and profit for their mana. Aotearoa was abundant and bountiful, an environment never seen before by the redcoats. The Crown desired commodities to deliver a promise they made to their people. Maori chiefs manifested commerce and riches they never imagined. The greed and desperation to consume drove the empire machine to devour and destroy in the name of God, king, and country. The unholy trinity. A demonic force, a taniwha dedicated to death and destruction. British Empire upscaled shipbuilding, Port Jackson style. Sydney town was a massive opportunity for further Maori enterprise. Back home, rangatira pushed on toward a greater slice of the pie, toward greater competition in the import and export markets. Pororareka, an infant spawn between the thighs of wahine Māori. The scurvy, pox-ridden seamen ejaculated flotsam, like rats fleeing a sinking ship. Sailors and whalers disappeared before the anchor hit the bottom. I, too, am a product of this ancestral process. Mordecai and Hone disembarked the ship in the bay. The ladies shout out, "Hello, sailor. You want to fuck?" Hone said, "Hey, leave it. I want you to meet someone. He's upriver. We need to get a ride up." The next morning, we negotiate the tides and head into the rugged interior. Te Ruki Kauti, a significant rangatira. He's in his elderly years, some say in his 60s. Ngāti Hine leader and statesman, proven in battle for life and death. He requires guns, lots of guns. Hone says to Mordecai, "Let me introduce you to our king. We call him Te Ruki, or the Duke." This was the beginning of their relationship. Kauti wanted guns. Mordecai wanted to oblige. Kauiti's daughter wanted the hurai, a Pākehā Jew. Transaction. Everything and everyone is negotiable. A deal struck. The hand of his daughter, to wahine, for as many guns as he could lay his hands on. Kauiti the diplomat, Kauiti the warmonger. Two sides of the same coin. Heads we win, heads you lose. The odds were stacked against Mordecai achieving an amicable result. Looking from the outside, Kawiti had to acknowledge the short, dark Jew. How he carried himself, a certain courage and determination he was to bear witness. Jews in this space-time were significant. Prominent in the early settlement of Port Jackson and Kororareka. Interracial marriages of Jewish men and wahine Maori were prolific. Beneficial to both tribes, supporting Maori and Jewish aspirations for sovereignty. Added to a belief Maori were the lost tribe of Abraham. This resonated with many tohunga from the north and the south. A belief in our unbroken ancestral thread running through our DNA. A belief became an opportunity to reconnect the silken thread. Te aho o te rangi nui, our Sky Father, and the pito o te henua, the sacred placenta of Mother Earth. Our sacred thread to the gods. We are all one. Two wahine fell head over heels in love and lust with Mordecai, frolicking and fornicating in the emerald blue bays of islands, the land where the lush forests touched the sea. Mordecai found his purpose in love of the Maori princess, on earth as it is in heaven. He had a moment, an uneasy sense of foreboding. Is this real? He asked himself. All the hair on the back of his neck stood to attention. There's a disturbance in the force, said Luke Skywalker. He traveled to do his master's bidding, his business acumen and asset. He and Kawiti admired. This trait he also recognized in the other Jews he met, near and far. Pollock, Nathan, Yates, Montefiore, et al. Jews synonymous with entrepreneurial development in Aotearoa, New Zealand in this period. These men were considered valuable by the rangatira. The Jews were readily accepted with open arms and open legs. This was not lost on Kawiti. Rangatira were aware of this fact, sponsoring a magnetic attraction these men held for the wahine Māori. This produced a symbiotic symphony of entanglement, spirits and ancestors in sacred reunion. The deed done as the stars aligned. He knew his legacy would live on unto the 7th generation. They were gifted with 3 beautiful children. Their future humanity linked our tribes. Their partnership was to further develop and sustain Aotearoa, New Zealand. I am produced from this divine union. A Hebro, aka Hori, and a Jew, turning lead into gold. Mordecai pursued guns on his mission for Kawiti and the gods. His purpose, to inflict as much pain and suffering upon the red coat enemy. Mordecai wasted no time setting up deals with vendors. He returned to Port Jackson to fill the manifest. Meanwhile, back home in Kororareka, ignorant and unaware of the doom as the impending threat of war loomed. One couldn't join him in this trip. He was Kawiti's general and influencer, his life dedicated to serve the god of war. Mordecai got the guns, lots of guns. "Stow those boxes well before we set sail," he called to the first mate, as they pulled anchor in the shadow of the south head of Port Jackson, bound for Aotearoa. He sat and thought how lucky he was. His life had finally turned. The sou'wester blustered the sails as the schooner leapt out of the waves. He felt a sense of relief and accomplishment. Phew, I did it, he said, super proud, confident Kawati would be pleased, or so he thought. He sat, closed his eyes and said a brucha, to give thanks to the gods and blessings. To witness a future, a proposal for him and his young family, a moment to be in love with all that he was. Life couldn't be better. He felt finally the demons of his past exorcised. I can have a normal life, he wished. After delivery of the guns, Mordecai noticed Tu Wahine had been somewhat distant and subdued. E taku tau piumau, e ha te mate. His fluency of te reo was prized by Māori and Pākehā alike. Tu Wahine sobbed from the depth of her heart, afraid to tell him her woes. Father said I must now marry Ruatara, the old chief. Mordecai couldn't believe his ears. Peaha? No sooner were these words spoken, he knew how rigid the old man was. His decision would not be swayed. His heart skipped to the beats of the drums of the redcoats, fearful as he recalled the hangman's noose drawn over his neck. A gut-wrenching sensation, the demons were breathing hard on the back of his neck. Here I go again. A moment to decide, a lifetime to choose. Life or death. Life without his darling was incomprehensible. What of my children? He couldn't fathom. A tiny voice deep down knew. You served your purpose. Don't attach to outcome. You manifested the income. Guns. He wanted to load and fire that gun into Kawati, to blow his brains out. He turned away from the pain, closed his eyes as tears spilled from his face. Beyond the memory of the Cat O' tails, beyond the memory of the 3-month voyage aboard the convict ship, paled in comparison to the shame and the guilt he let himself feel. He turned his back on her and him, turned heel and fled with his children in tow. Fuck you all. I'm out. That was the last we saw and heard of him. Mordecai cursed the tribe to hell. His youngest son, Josiah, and eldest son, Hoterene, fled with him. Riria, his daughter, and twin to Hoterene, was left behind with her mother. She and Hoterene were still infants. Disaster was to befall Riria. Cursed and separated from her twin, caused her to pine for him. The silken thread that stretched across the Tasman Ocean almost severed, and so was she. The Reaper had come calling. Kawati sent his messenger to locate Mordecai in Port Jackson, make him return Hoterene to Kawararareka, and remove the spell upon Riria. Trauma reminds me who I am. As I reflect on life in the past, I want to avoid the pain. I realize I have a direct line to intergenerational trauma. I want to dive in, not push it away. So, why fight it? By my telling his story, I get to heal not only me, but the Hebro. We share each other, an opportunity to meet the other when we remember. Remember how it feels to be a member of one soul. Travel through this dimension I call the Māori verse. Chapter 5. Rakai, Kim, and Mocha arrived for Christmas. I was so happy to see them and be together with my kids. But I feel a sadness. It stems from my diminishing relationship with my kids. Sorry, adults now. They've grown up in a way. I miss them. Can't deny my feelings. My little boy inside cries for who they were. He used to roll around on the floor. He used to piggyback them. No longer smell their baby hair. What is it like to feel at one meant? I ask no one. I have recurring dreams around the loss of my place as a father. The loss of my Heavenly Father this year had a major effect on me. Like a giant tree fallen in the forest, creating space and compost for others to flourish. A loving space between me and those I cherish. However, there is loss. I'm giving myself permission to be still and quiet. I claim my grief. I'm going through it, not avoiding it. How ironic. I'm sitting here in Opua, overlooking the lush hills of Kororareka. I remember the actors of my life story and the impact of their lives on me and the collective. When I'm in their company, my kids remind me to be an avatar, a super Māori fella, a father figure for almost 3/4 of my life. I feel a deep loss and sadness in this space. No identity and no purpose. I feel they don't need me anymore, and that's scary. I tell myself, leave them be. They'll reach out when they need me. Like the slow recession and procession of the tide on a hot summer day. The air drags my heavy feet. Is it a symptom of the aging ceremony, I ask myself? Or is it a part of the natural order? A signal from the gods to shapeshift? Fatherhood to grandfatherhood. I like a refreshing dip in the ocean on a hot summer day. I'm curious. I ask myself these questions and more on a regular, to elicit feedback from my higher self. I check in on my AI, my inner guidance, my cognizant. I am greater than I think. I am not my thoughts. I'm aware of the multiverse, of events, places, and personalities those beings experienced on my journey through space and time. For those I loved, disrespected, and gaslit, overwhelmed by my FEAR, I denied my inner superpower, my higher power. This is who I am. When every molecule, atom tells me you are divine, I go ahead and act out contrary to the divine being, transmuted to me by me. Why don't I accept I am divine? Why can't I trust in God's self? Why can't I trust love in the first instance? FEAR, overwhelms. FEAR, overpowers. False evidence appears real. I want to sit and be with them. To kiss and hug, my heart yearns. I am washed down the drain, overwhelmed by this torrent of my emotions. My unconscious past, I realize this moment, will I ever be redeemed? I miss my moment due to fear and shame. I want to stop the world and get off. I want to burn the village down so I can feel warm. I say to God, I've never felt safe. What does that mean? It means, as a kid, I didn't know how it felt to be sad, angry, fearful, or fearless. I wasn't shown how to be with these feelings, to honor life authentically. How do I ask why I feel this way or that? It wasn't normal to encourage feelings, how the emotions affect me and those around me. I refer to higher states where emotions are valid, expressing who I am. My emotions are authentic, and they come from my heart, a result of my thoughts expressed through my body. This heartfelt emotion is energy in motion. I know. When I felt angry or trapped, the best I could do is fight or fuck off. That is my subconscious program. To react was the only way I knew how, not to deal. No space for a different thought or response. My heart is home for my feelings, a consequence of acceptance and surrender. I am aware what is coming through me. Simplicity and fluidity open me up to be courageous in truth. My intention is to always speak the truth, unless I can't handle it. Then I may not give them a second thought. Self-revelation through understanding what's in the moment. It is within me, not an object outside. I recognize my truth is subjective. I get to reveal myself, like me sitting here with a sore ass writing the story to you, dearest reader. Welcome to my revelation. Insight is my internal perception, how thoughts come and go, whether out of the blue or out of the black. I measure myself in reaction or response, given the vibration required, if I can muster. Keep me available, open in mind-body awareness. I see the right action as a result of my highest expression. This is divine spirit. The lowest expression of my addict is ego mind. I want to control and manipulate it. Places, people, and events. I demand an outcome. I force my will over others to achieve the same. This is the demon in me, and I am unaware in a state of mind, suffering in hell. This is where I chose to live. I believed that I was it. Everyone I met was there to serve me. If they didn't, I could soon fix that. Te kore, the no thing. Out of the no thing comes everything. No way is the way. The Tao Te Ching. Tien Dao, Ren Dao, Di Dao. All is as it is. Superhuman being. I want to let go of that thing or person. He, she, or it doesn't serve my highest expression of me. My foundation resides in this present moment. I command the moment to be still and quiet. Breathe as one. Mother Nature is our human nature, a portal to access the divine. This revelation is divine. Being me, all I have to do is be. I lapse in and out of awareness, some days out of my body, some nights out of my mind. I never know until I'm in it. I set myself an intention to attend to life. I become an energetic impulse reverberating through space, touching Saturn's rings. Then I experience an out of mind and body moment. I trigger a download through DNA. AI, ancestral intelligence, is coherent. Information expressed in me, experienced through the space and time of our ancestors, in me and through me. There is nothing new under the sun, said Mordecai. All I have to be is in resonance with them as I remember who I am. Divine beings having this spiritual experience here on planet Earth, with me. The Tupuna cannot refuse our offer when we give it our highest frequency. Love. Breathe in and breathe out is God's inspiration. Energy flows as a consequence. Modi tu, Modi ora. To be in the moment, and that moment is now. Life is now, and now is all there is. as breath sustains my life, as I am sustained. When I restrict breath, I restrict flow. I am disconnected from the force field and incoherent. Each breath is an opportunity to self-reflect this fundamental process. The breath is the portal to embrace who we are. To practice breath modalities, we harmonize the body and mind. We change our states. Mind and body harmonized through breath is a direct path for higher energy. What if there is a superhero version, and how would we evolve to augment such a being? What if there is a superhero? Well, I'm not talking about artificial bits and pieces. Although many humans are under an illusion, technology is the way forward. I disagree. Technology is a tool, not a god. I'm talking about a greater version upgrade. Homo sanctus, our natural progression. The gods are laughing with us as we enlighten. Lighten up. We are cosmic light beings powered through our sun god, radiating the cosmic illumination within our bodies. We consume light in our food to transmute energy as we radiate back to the sun god. I am here to lighten the world. Turn lead, the weight of this third dimension, into gold, light of the galaxy. This is our chemical purpose. Wānanga is the infinite space for wisdom and knowing to merge through me, to love Mother Earth. The seed I plant blossoms within the mother. My intention is to act with attention, to process my superpower. I embody energy and motion. Mother Earth responds to my love instantly. Tenfold the vibrational resonance as she integrates it into me. A symbiotic relationship. My wānanga is to bathe in the glory of the gods, divine space. The infinite space within all my cells is also reflected in the infinite space of the cosmos. What is within is also without. If I don't go within, I will go without. Without the breath, without the attention, I will experience unconscious ego mania. Hell-bent on forcing my will on people, places, and events. I am a slave to the illusion. I am insecure. I am separate from the source, force, field that is God. I lived in the illusion and swallowed the blue pill. Today, I choose the red pill. Seek the escape passage to return to the matrix. Gain access to higher dimensions of destiny. Tired of rinse and repeat, I seek another way. My gods, Sky Father and Earth Mother, and their offspring, the ocean, bush, trees, birds, and bees. All matter is nature. That's all that matters. Space, stars, and us. This is our human nature. Nature is human. I believe we have forgotten how to tune into nature. Like the radio transistor I had as a kid. I could change the channel I received by turning the dial left or right. If I was slightly off the frequency scale, the radio would be incoherent, and all you got was static. Forgetting we are greater than we think, our imagination compromised by our fascination with technology. Neglected, our imagination pays a price beyond the mighty dollar. We start to erode our very humanness. Our divine DNA is the connection to the cosmic field, our space from where we came. Technology is transmuting our biology, almost like a cosmic trade-off that we humans cannot afford. There's no coming back once we roll the dice. Transhuman, a hybrid species created in the laboratory, is a future possibility. We are stardust. My understanding of AI comes from Mata Ariki, the celestial body of planets and stars from whence we came, our ancestral origin. I support a deep worship and reverence for indigenous rituals and incantations. Voyaging over millennia across the great oceans, navigators attuned to harmonic frequencies from the gods. We express our purpose to reflect the ancestors in heaven as we are on earth. Sovereign beings powered by mana motuhake, divine sovereign. When Mataariki Pleiades is visible, we worship by giving thanks to the gods. Thanks for harvest and cultivation of indigenous foods, archetypes. The recognition that we are great, co-creating the seen and unseen, everywhere, all the time. Foods that resonate in our DNA, ensuring health and well-being for the body, mind, and soul. This mana festival occurs in June and July in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Mataariki travels its ancient course. Mataariki is the light and the way. Navigators scoured the skies, seeking their moment to touch the sky. Poise for a moment to connect or correct their course between heaven or hell, expressing the duality of gods and men. I either recoil in fear or embrace in love. I ask myself, who am I going to be? Masculine or feminine? Yin or yang? Tapu, noa? Up or down? Life and death. I can encompass all of creation. The divine duality is me. I perceive this third dimension and beyond. I experience in concert the symphony of life as I resonate in my greatest creation, me. One day as I sat in the umurangi, the sacred circle, Tāne Matua Wānanga, I had a moment of revelation. I am male and female energy in motion. Sure, I definitely have male organs to denote my physical sex. I'm pointing to states of mind being, not body being, to go beyond our body parts. That is my wana. Light and dark are my teachers. Never in my wildest daydream could I imagine both male and female energy within. My childhood learnings didn't provide this insight. My moral compass failed to light the way. My mind shunned the darkness, afraid to admit I didn't have all the answers. So I just made it up. I was intelligent. I did okay at school. It was my ego addict that would revolt and react. Fuck it all. Do what you want, regardless of the consequences. I'm making this shit up as I go anyway. Defiance. My mother and father would judge and condemn me. They were unsure of how to deal with me. Most of my memories of school were spent getting punished or standing outside away from the class. I was asking too many questions, or I would take a contrary position and debate the point. Not to make the other fearful, only to converse with the other on a level playing field. I enjoyed playing the game. I'm not interested in right or wrong. I'm interested in meeting the other in the discourse. Not concerned on outcome or income, but to pour my essence of love into the container of the conversation. I love the rapport. I love the flow of the conversation, whatever the topic. I find it irritating to discuss politics or who did this or that with Huey and his wife. Cup half full or cup half empty? Fill mine to overflowing, I say, and let it piss all over the floor. When I'm aware, I become the moment. I'm not concerned with the result, only the process to get me there. Chapter 6. My daughter asked me to attend her nursing graduation, and I spaced out. Totally forgot. I didn't give her a second thought. How in hell could I be so unloving? I am incoherent, unconscious of my daughter's pain, not available for her when it counts. I didn't consider her feelings. My wife pulled me aside and said, "Don't you realize she's devastated? Why can't I embrace my loved ones and be happy for them?" The next day, I drove to Kaikohe. I asked Moka to come with me. I wanted to offer her a heart-centered apology and ask her forgiveness. I became aware of my shame and how deeply rooted this behavior pattern is for me. The best I could do was face her, open my heart, share my apology, and let it go. Neither judge nor condemn. Fear and loathing. I trip over my shadow and relent. My ego resists to admit I am powerless. I can accept I made a mistake, surrender to the moment and express this fear. Fear, I'm broken. I fucked up, disregarded her hopes, dreams, and aspirations. My ego says, "Well, I can't fix it, so why even try?" My higher self says, "Release the fear that doesn't serve us." I can't give up on her, so I go ahead, face fear, and take direct action. So desperate to connect, I release my will, release my fear. I release the trauma that I don't even understand. Inhale, exhale. My breath is a portal to feel, not to push my pain down into my gut. I turn the lead of my emotions into the gold of letting go. We arrive at the church, St. Michael's in Highway, where our tupuna lay buried, upcycled into Mother Earth. I know my body is compost. It will be food for the worms as I become the tree. The rain starts falling from heaven, sent to meet my tears and cleanse my soul. I taku to the ancestors. They know me. Hara mai e tama mai. I beg Father to help me. I beg Nan to help me. I beg Nanapop to help me. Be virtuous with Moka. I don't have a pill in a bottle to fix me. Palms up. I plead to Sky Father. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change and the courage to change the things I can. My life is forgiving, not forgetting. And my love is given, not expecting anything in return. Love is not a commodity to transact for profit, but rather a gift to the soul. I meet the rain with my pain and allow us to be one. One soul, one spirit, divine Father and daughter, sharing grief. Through tears I transcend. Tears of ancestral trauma, tears for a battle over land 200 years ago, tears of anger and resentment, loss of ritual, incantations, loss of language and cultural stories. I now remember the pain and trauma. Was I the cause or not? I am definitely experiencing the effects when I remember. I hold the space open so that I can return to the one soul. This is my Dharma. I can't go around it, can't go over it or under it. I choose to be the best version of me, to go through this with my daughter and show her who her father is. Love. Go through the pain, go through the trauma, so I may hold the portal open for all who went before me. And remember, we are one soul. I let my tears fall. Katangi iwe toau. I cry. Cry my story. Ngā roi mata I māringi noa, arangi nui I tuku iho, I tuku aki aku roi mata. No iho. Ko tahi tātou. Moka figures me. She loves me. In that moment, Father loves me. Nan loves me. Nanapop loves me. Heaven, man and earth align. All is as it is. Peaceful, happy, baby Jesus day. I too am born again. Turn the lead into gold. No matter the crisis, it's how I show up for my child. This is Aroha. Hakapapa is my DNA, layer upon layer on layer. 2,500 tupuna before me to the 7th generation. I influence my ancestors as they influence me, like a circle. Me at the very core, I radiate energy, focusing attention in their direction. Either 7 generations back to Mordecai, or the future, ngā uri hakatupu, the unseen. I'm not concerned with outcomes, rather curious about incomes. The value of the energy I input, my vital essence, is the emotion I manifest for life. That is me. I am the conductor and the conducted, the light and the way. Chapter 7. I fathered my children, not as my father and mother did. I went down a different path. Towards self-discovery, in search of my moral code. I've created my very own code through my experience. What has worked and added value to my life. Society sets the morals that we adhere to. A code of practice. I didn't resonate with society's code. In hindsight, I realized my conditions set me up to fail. I now have a soul compass to help me navigate as we spin on the 3rd planet from the sun god. We are here to live and die. I choose how I experience this duality in each moment. For we are immortal spirit, soul, first. That is the natural order in the Māori verse. Hakapapa is our human ancestral expression, layer upon layer. From birth to death, Hakapapa is the portal to remember who we are, an amalgamation of a myriad of entities. I am the product of 2,500 beings, in retrospect to the 7th generation from my present. I appreciate their lives lived, as they have been accumulated within my DNA. They have literally had a part in my present reality. I recognize that this proposition is as real as the morning sunrise. Humanness is a consequence of our relationships, positive and negative. Our ancestors' relationships are carried over into the succeeding generations. The powerful negative emotions attached to our soul, resonating frequencies in trauma and suffering. When that trauma proceeds, unchecked and unspoken, becomes the expression of the next generation. Hurt people, hurt people. Mahara ake tanga, remembrance. Wiki I moiau, ka puta, ko BT parihaka. Jenny I moiau, ka puta, ko rākai āriki. Jenny I moiau, ka puta, ko moka daisy. Janice I moiau, ka puta, ko dasan matatoa. Colonization removed our ancestors' rituals and rites. How to love myself. What remained has become the seat of all we fear, and the fear has been transmuted through the next generation, appearing like a roadmap, a painful reminder we are not divine. This reminder kept us in the pain, condemning the child to repeat the vicious cycle, to run from, not toward love. When I realize who I am, a sovereign being, human, this colonial toxicity melts away like sea foam in the tide. I am revealed, aware I am divine being. My human experience as a spirit living in Mother Earth. I'm fortunate to be a part of a group of men who have found Tāne Matua Wānanga, my path to investigate unresolved intergenerational trauma. I surrender to this program and the tohunga ahure. I muster courage from my ancestors to enter the portal and transcend. This ability comes from my utmost trust in the man, his kaupapa, and the other men who show up. Like my Nana Pop, who went through the blackout wānanga of his time in Omanaya. Established by the tohunga ahure, te papa huri hia. Their ancestral wānanga, kalakia, takutaku, recitation of incantations in the nothing. Te kore, te more, te kuni. These were the realms within the void of creation, integrated within every coherent step. We discovered deeper layers as we practiced. The practice became the gateway to release thoughts and emotions that don't serve me now. I get to process deep feelings around my beliefs I have grown up with. Feelings that may have served my father and his father have landed within me. I have a deep desire to embrace all this toxicity and speak it into the light of each day, to surrender all to the gods of my inner standing and just let it all go. This wānanga allows me to transmute what I experience through enlightenment with men. Men heal men, to gain insight into what gives us meaning and value. I realize life is an illusion, mind-controlled and egocentric. This becomes clear as we share these concepts in the sacred space. The floodgates opened as the sacred waters rise and wash us clean to the bone. Tāne Matua is my program to bear witness with my AI, sharing the gifts summoned to our shared reality. My highest experience is the gift of sharing. I see my purpose. Be authentic to who I am. I never know who is in the room, watching, listening. To release judgment, condemnation, shame, the guilt, self-loathing, I'm now aware. My cellular memory, AI, my ancestral intelligence resonates when life serves me. It falters when life destroys me. How I choose to respond is how I will or won't receive the message. I am the messenger and the message. I am also aware when my masculine energy is out of sync with my feminine. I have a sense something isn't quite right within me, not without. I'm out of sync. Unease takes me into darkness. This I downloaded in the wānanga. We gathered at Te Henga one Sunday morning early. 150 men turned out to surrender and cleanse in the Pure ritual. I remember it was a beautiful day, a little chill in the air for midwinter. Ine Moana, feminine, and Tangaloa, masculine, gods of the ocean tides. Ine Moana washes trauma away through the Pure ritual. Activating the receding tide, you can feel her as she literally pulls the toxic frequency through the soles of our feet. The water was cold and inviting me in. I knew something spectacular was on the cards. We have specific stances and positions to prepare the body for the collective ritual. The waves were pounding as the tohunga selected the codes and began to unlock our access to the portal. The wahine guardians held the front line. They were our feminine consorts to serve and protect our masculinity. At his signal, the scene was set. All we had to do is dive in. We trained to haka. Haka the energy, haka the breath of fire, testing our fortitude and commitment to facilitate ease of the trauma and delivery to the gods. The haka after this pude was a level higher than I previously experienced. We stood waist deep in the ocean. I became half water and half air. This made the haka different to perform. I had a response from Hinemoana. I felt as if I was walking on the moon. That night I slept and dreamed of seeing my body floating in the ocean. I was being scanned like an MRI machine, multi-dimensional 360-degree color vision. I could see every angle and perspective of me all at once. I had been upgraded. I was not who I thought I was. My download, like the scan, showed me in living color, multi-shades of blue from within. My observation directed my consciousness beyond planet Earth. It gave me a feeling of non-physical reality, transcending this dimension. Oh, what a gift! I honored the gift, sharing it with the group in the sacred circle, umurangi. All at once, sudden enlightenment. Aware, I am both light and dark, yin, yang, male, female. Love is the energy of unlimited potential and the force of the divine. I recall rising out of the water, embracing a brother in the surf, fully naked, laughing and crying all at once. Rapture within that moment. I know I held the Māori verse in my palm. Someone inside me is drawing me forward in anticipation of something greater. My third eye on the horizon. I have a deep suspicion, almost mystical alarm, calling a part of me forth. I have more to contribute to this life experience, in the third dimension, striving higher to new levels. Jesus said, "What I do, so too must you, for you and I are one." The freedom to choose is divine, transforming reality and raising Krishna consciousness. I am fizzing with the excitement and anticipation as I hold the space for creation. I am aware I have the whole world in my hand. Wow, what a trip, man. I travel the Māori verse within the blink of my eye. This moment brings me to a story. I had gone to our Matatini National Kapahaka Festival. It was last year, held at Ōkahu Bay in Auckland. On this day, I arrived early, so I went down the beach for my pure. I was the only human on the beach as I lay floating on my back, gazing into the deep blue. I perform a taku-taku, incantation of my presence, divinity. Next minute, I see this silver globe shining, bright as the sun, directly above. I reckon higher than the cloud airstream. It sat right above the bay, immobile, stationary. Am I imagining this experience? I ask myself. I keep watching. Hey, I know I'm not tripping. So I ask the gods, what is the meaning of this apparition? Ranginui bends down and he whispers in my ear, your tupuna have come to see the show. They love to witness our rituals. That moment, I recall, opened a channel in my heart. After what seemed like eternity, I swam to the shore as another guy walked down to the beach. We exchanged breath, greeting in a hongi. He told me he was overwhelmed. Crowds were gathering to build up as the tribes began the Paullay-Beazley ceremony of welcome. He told me of his whakapapa. Well, what he knew of it. He expressed sadness around not knowing who he came from. I picked up on this and knew a tupuna we shared. As I departed the beach, I reckon, Go for a dip. And while you're at it, take a good look above. They're watching. I returned to the parade ground as the masses thronged and gyrated, as if their lives depended on it, because it did. And Uncle, a photographer, decided to go with our ancestors. Oe tākiri nene. Ka hinga te kauri, haere mai hai. Chapter 8. Daniel and I were laying on the beach after the kids had gone to bed. We'd smoked a spliff, peaceful and eerie. We resonated in harmony, one within the cosmos, staring into the fire as we beheld the vast Milky Way. Scattered, the Milky Way, moon and stars beckoned my imagination to pause for eternity. My eye caught out of the dark a shape, land, and then loomed from the darkness. The form of a bird. I realized as it crept closer to the fire, appearing to spread its wings to dry its wet feathers beside our fire. We glanced at each other. Okay, it's a bird. Familiar. A mottled grey to sooty black colour. It wasn't the bird that got our attention, but what it did next that blew our already altered state of mind. The visitor stood opposite, fire lighting its form. It glowed like a flaming meteor, standing before us, mocking, defiant, staring straight down the barrel. The birdman spread its wings and lay down on the fire. It seemed to want to offer itself as a disciple to the fire god. It went about the task with all the pomp of a Shakespearean thespian debutante. It smouldered before our very eyes as time came to a dead stop. Not a whimper escaped its hooked beak, its stagecraft fit for the Sydney Opera House on opening night. With a flutter, it tore its blackened form from the fire, wings aloft, as it stood facing us like a phoenix rising from the ashes. The phoenix paused, its coup de grace, holding us both spellbound. The sheer audacity of this one-bird show. Bravo! Encore is what I wanted. All I could manage was a look of disbelief. My eyes told me the magic was real. My mind couldn't fathom it. Daniel looked back at the sooty thespian. It gave itself a rigorous shake and tucked its charred feathers away. It turned toward the moonlit crested waves from whence it came, swallowed by the evening mist. Bro, he said. What the fuck? I spoke. The rest of our evening, to say the least, was undisturbed. No uninvited actors auditioning like their hearts were set on Broadway. New York City, that is. Not Kaikohe. We never spoke of this visitation again that night, but we did reenact the performance. Such dedication and authenticity to scare the kids. We gathered around the fire the following evening as we called on the Birdman spirit. Their eyes were as wide as dinner plates, leaving their eye sockets behind, mesmerized, intense, and attentive to every move and nuance of bird-like mimicry. You could have heard a pin drop in the sand at my feet. The air enveloped us in the sacred circle as we remembered Ngaro Noa. He was the old man who lived up the river back in the old days. Said he was a tohunga of Te Waiariki, a powerful mystic shapeshifter who moved among the living at will. Uncle Tahoe spoke of his various antics and trickery as if he were among us. I must say this added to the heightened tension in the ether, so thick and soupy you could dig it with a spoon. Kids, activated through their feet from the sand, activated our ancestral intelligence portal, commanding a response to Nalo Noor and the Birdman spirit. This divine force field is alive, forming our spiritual present. There were no shouts of encore from the gallery. The house lights didn't dazzle. Only quiet contemplation remained. We felt a whispered touch from beyond third-dimensional reality, and a kia ora from our ancestors. This divine Birdman, intradimensional experience is what we make it. I remember sleeping and flying without a boarding pass. Is that even a thing? As I soul traveled through dimensions, I knew. Through trees and mountains, I would glide. Speaking in codes and tongues, I would glide. Switch to another plane of sight at will. All was instant. One moment, I'm hearing the television playing Hogan's Heroes. Then I'm feeling a weight on my back, pushing me into my bed like an indomitable force. I couldn't scream aloud to hail my dad, to rescue me from the night stallion with the fierce eyes. I tried to shut the image out of my mind, to stop what was clear and imminent. The eternity of this moment burned into my already tortured soul. I melted any resistance to my predicament. I heard, "Surrender. Surrender," said a whisper of my future self, comforting and assuring me to go deeper. Inside, I told myself, let go. Dissolve my mind. It's all in my mind. Actually, what I realize now is that it was me, from some distant future visiting me in the present. I commanded so, and so it was. Something about me changed that night. These visitations didn't stop there. The spirits would return as promised, and not only at my home in Kaikoura. They guided me to Kawiti, Waihomio, Whirinaki. Wherever I laid my head, they had AAA access. They are my guides, and I was open to receive them. It was then I realized they and I are always connected. They and I are one spirit, if I allow it. I'm not saying I had them lined up like performing fleas in a circus. No way. But I have a deep knowing. I feel it. Embodied. That's the frequency. The vibrational resonance at the level of my soul. I am a sovereign human being. I exist as a spirit, experiencing and shape-shifting through the space portal of my soul. My old man is Buck Rogers. One day we were hanging out at home when two Mormon elders came to our door. Knock, knock, we said. Who's there? They said, Jesus. We said, Aramai. Mormons were big in Kaikoura in the 60s and 70s. Lots of my bros were Mormons. We lived in each other's homes. I went to the church services and played basketball in the chapel. So the Mormon evangelists stepped aboard to get close to Buck Rogers. Their encounter was the Beazley kind. My dad closed the door, locked it, and held them spellbound as he delivered his thesis. We are divine beings from space, he said, as he thumbed the Eric von Daniken bestseller to add weight to his speech. My heavenly father on earth wasn't like my mate's dad's. He had access to realms beyond our third dimension, and he was proud as a peacock to show us who he was. Thanks, Dad. I never got to say it to your face, so I'm letting you know I see you, I hear you, and I miss you. Deep inside, I know love is me and in you, immortal spirit. My dad decided to pass on, to recreate himself again. to die and reincarnate, to follow his Father, his immortal soul. The never-ending process of life and death, he got to choose. He had been suffering in a dimension called dementia. For the past 2 to 3 years or so, we noticed it had changed him inside. I reckon it changed him for the better. I say better because for me, it was. He opened up his heart. He became present. He became someone else I didn't know. And I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Hold on. Hold on. I had been waiting for this moment all my life. Hold on. Hold on. My father kissed me on the cheek and he told me he loves me. Fuck me. Over half a century, I'd waited to hear those 3 sweet words. Why didn't my parents have the capacity to tell me what I longed to hear? What every child needs to hear. Now I realize they didn't have this ancestral experience. My darkness says, you weren't listening. Okay. Fair comment. A dramatic shift in my consciousness, completely off the scale. I felt his resonance like no other. He now looked right through me, gazing into Tikore. I saw him. I know who he is now. His spirit, present in the eternal moment of now. All this was going down, and I wanted to be a part of it. My curiosity drew me to ask his permission to join his realm. I began calling him my heavenly father, to the discomfort of my mother, siblings, and onlookers. Ka eke ki te taumata ke. This revelation lifted me to another level. I'm aware of being aware. What I thought wasn't true, at least not to my limited understanding. Father maintained his transformation, navigating dimensions between heaven and hell. That idea into matter. Thus, we are manifesting reality, manifesting matter machines. What is valuable? We are the vastness of inner and outer space in every moment. If heaven and hell exist, they are conditions, I believe. It becomes our shared belief either way. If I think it's so, that is what it will be. Believe it or not. Be aware of who you think you are, because you will probably be right. Do you want to be right, or do you want to be happy? I choose to be happy in this moment. And I reckon Father wanted to be happy. I know his resentment and frustration were due to anger towards my mother. She dragged him back into the illusion. Why don't you go outside and mow the lawn? Go tidy up all that stuff in the garage. Father's dissonance shouted beyond the veil. He could not give her a thought. He just ignored her protestation. I'm talking about the illusion, the idea that we are not good enough as we are. We either engage willingly or begrudgingly, attaching our divinity to an object, place, or event, expecting a certain outcome, as if life itself depends on some conditional belief in the condition. When life, soul, exists to choose to be here now, nothing else matters unless it does. This example of mindlessness creates judgment and condemnation. My father was now out of his mind. He did not need to hold on to data from his life with mother. I chose to lean into him, to love him through this portal, dementia. So for a couple of people who have lived this model of life for the last 60 years or so, the illusion gets under your skin. You believe that is who you are. Conditioned to believe the lie that you are not good enough, that you are broken, that you are insecure. They did not have a solution to their misery. No plant medicine to transcend the illusion. Father dived into the DB bottle to ease his pain, and mother smoked herself on cigarettes to cope with hers. This aspect of dementia leaves mother without closure, abandoned by father. She must continue in the illusion or shift out of her unconsciousness. Does her soul want to evolve? And if so, choose to change? My mother's trauma is abandonment. From the pain of a mother who gave away her baby. From an absent father, a Pākehā who could never be with a Māori. However, he fell in love with her mother. A one-night stand. The burden of their coupled shame was a blessing anointed upon the divine child. Rejected by her mother and father, she was left to live with her nanny and auntie's family. This is my mother's wound. I recall a moment when this old man showed up one day at our home in Kaikohe. I was 7 years old when I first laid eyes on him. I felt compelled to run away. I thought he was a policeman coming to get me. He was my grandfather, Ron Scudder. I never knew him, but now I know him. Through my aunties, uncles, and cousins, I transcend his trauma as I recognize who he is. He loved my grandma. They could never be together. I embrace him and her in love. I want to lead you down the garden path and share my manifestation called life. In 1981, I left Kaikohe after working the summer in the AFCO meat works in Moiro. I was a knife hand on the mutton chain. I got my start as a 16-year-old, a boy who lied about his age to his uncles, Owen Sherrington, Lenny Hooper, and DH, his bosses. My mates, Haki, Nahi, and Ivan, to name a few, were my influencers. Through them, my adventure began. I'm saving up to get the hell out of Kaikohe, I told them. Moirewa, back then, was a bustling hub. It had the meat works, a dairy factory, and other businesses that supported the mainly rural community. Like Kaikohe, my hometown, everyone had jobs. Unemployment was not yet a thing. We grew food, milked cows, and derived most needs from the land. Sustainability was our community value. Minimal waste, we lived closer to nature. It was our custom to share the bounty of Mother Nature and the gods, co-creating life with us. I had role models who showed me how to be sustainable. I loved being with my elders. These divine beings were scattered throughout the whānau. We used euphemistic nicknames to honor them because they were significant people. I knew on some deeper level of understanding I would never see them again. The beginning of the end, a way of life now, a distant memory. Australia beckoned. My life was done here in Te Tai Tokerau. My head held many futuristic adventures. I dreamt of new places, people, and events. My optimism, I believe, was a superpower I had imbued since childhood. I flew to Brisbane to stay with a dear aunt and her family. They loved me as their own. She and her husband were going through stuff. And I decided I was a hindrance and I should go. Uncle called me from Mackay. Boy, come up north. Come up north and play football. We'll get you a job. He was an uncle I admired. He had been living and working away from home for decades. Okay, I'll go. I set off and stopped off at Yeppoon, central Queensland. That's where my bro Andy was living. We had left Kaikohe together. He went his way and I went mine. I got to Mackay and slid straight into the Care Rugby Club. I followed through. A slide into the lovely maidens on the sideline. Another day in tropical paradise. I soon gained a reputation both on and off the field. Tell me, what else occupies the mind of a 17-year-old boy man? I landed on my feet. I was now part of the rugby team and the local Māori scene. That was a big deal in Mackay. We had our own pub, a hub of 10 guitars subculture, like I had left back home, except the air was infused with tropical delights. I was mango crazy. My transition was laudable. I made the Mackay and North Queensland country rugby team. We loved meeting bros from home, and as we smashed each other in tournaments, there were Kazi bros from all over Aotearoa. Kiwis showed them how capable we were, on and off the field. This rugby realm had a dark side. I soon learned that many Australian men were racist. They viewed us as niggers, especially when we beat them on the field and with the girls. Deep down, I knew that was how they felt about me. They kept it quiet around us hories, but after a few beers, they would loosen their tongues. Next minute, big scrap. My performance on and off the field showed my opposition to this shameful behaviour. I had Aboriginal friends. I hung out with after games. I heard some of our members act the same way, dissing the native people they did not want to be associated with. They distanced themselves from them blacks due to their racist attitude. I enjoyed playing rugby league on Sundays. This was the blackfellas game. They were hard as nails, like the earth from whence they came. Here is where I met Christine. She was a beautiful chick who had feelings for me, and I for her. She was a nurse at the local Catholic hospital in Mackay and lived in the nurses' home on the second floor. After the game, she would invite me back to her room. The challenge was to scale the drain pipe outside to get around the matron who lived below. This became a regular feature of my stay as we enjoyed each other. Until one day, she told me her father was the head of the drug squad. That took my breath away. I never saw her again. I travelled further north to Ely Beach, and there were Sundays. There I worked and wooed many a damsel to undress and admire their gifts in the female form. One day I walked into a pub in Proserpine. It was stinking hot, typical heatwave weather. I got the shock of my life when a lady asked me where I was from. This is a typical greet and meet conversation starter back home. I replied, Kaikohe. She almost died. I'm from there. I'm a wihongi, she said. Straight away, my AI poked me in the ribs and said, hey, she's an auntie. Hey, I say to my highest power, Whakapapa calls whakapapa. We are all divine. I'm so coherent I can feel it. The next day I started serving the slave master, Mr. Coombs. He was the auntie's husband, the one I met in the pub. She asked him to give me a start at the Buddha gold mine, deep in Mother Earth, west of Proserpine, North Queensland. I had no outcome and no expectation as I walked into the black. I wore a hard hat, wet pants, overalls, and a headlamp. I was oblivious to the impending darkness and how it would have a monumental effect on me and my life. I settled into the dark. Within 6 months, I was off-siding with a driller. I soon started my own stoke, drilling with my off-sider. I became skilled at drilling and firing as I made the darkness my friend. Life was good. We had a kapahaka group and performed for the tourists on the Whitsunday Islands. It was an outlet for exploration and fantasy for a red-blooded 18-year-old. I had been in Mackay playing rugby for the Kia Club for over a year during this time. I started the graveyard night shift that Sunday as I drove the 2 hours north to the mine site. I was a little dusty, to say the least. My off-sider and I had drilled and fired out a round earlier, and we stopped for smoko. After Smoko, I ascended the ladderway back up to the work face of the rock, working away, barring off loose rock to clear the debris, then drill again. I reckon it all looked good. I had this desire to lie down and take a rest. My mate had gone off to get more detonators and bale wire, so I took a moment. I lay down on the pile of ore and turned my headlamp off. Let me describe blackout darkness. Having never experienced the absence of all light before going underground, I was engulfed. I was consumed. I was the dark. I was the Batman. Death comes easy when I surrender. Smack! I leapt up from my slumber. Who the fuck? Smacked me across the face. I turned my light on. There was no one there. I thought it was my mate pranking me. Just as I'd stepped and moved, there was a crack, and then boof! The hanging wall right above me collapsed and crashed right where I'd been lying seconds before. As I cleaned the loose rock out, I never noticed this looming monolith now lying at my feet, the size of a Volkswagen Beetle. I sat down, head in my hands, and asked my gods, why? Who? Kawati, my tupuna, gave me a whack. Wake up, boy. Not your time to die. Rise. I had been working for 18 months in black hell by this time. I was then one of the uncles said. It was then he said, you should get out of this shithole before you die, boy. 18 years young. I could appreciate that mining had been a skill set upgrade. Grateful to the collective. I had broadened my perspective, made some cash, and some friends. So I decided to pack my things and get the hell out. I drove south with a brand new 1600cc motor in my trusty combi van. I had a cousin living in King's Cross, so that was my decision. The destination, King's Cross. I hung out with her and her flatmates. They were my style. We made the most of any opportunity that presented itself. I remember one night we had been celebrating with a little weed and drink. I would usually park my van close to theirs. Anyone who knows parking knows it's hit or miss. The parking god wasn't in my favor that night. I found a spot around the block outside the world's largest bed. It was a sex parlor. I crashed out in my combi. I heard a sound that woke me from a deep slumber. I saw a hand reaching into my van through the quarter window of the sliding door. I looked again, unsure. Was I dreaming? No. I yelled, hey, what the fuck? I jumped up, grabbed my clothes and the hand attached to them and yanked it into a full arm lock. The hand immediately released the gear. His death scream ripped through the early dawn. Please, please, he pleaded. I was out of the van and had him on the footpath in a flash, smacking him into the concrete. You fucking pinch my gear, you're gonna get a beating, I said. No sooner had I said this than the girls in the world's largest bed started screeching at me. Let him go! Stop beating him! I looked up the balcony. This prick just stole my gear. I'm giving him what for? They shrieked, we're gonna call the cops! So I kicked them in the guts, jumped in my van, and scarpered. I had the foresight to realize this was going to get worse, and I better split. Whether this was a portent of doom or not, the hair on the back of my neck stood right up. That backed my decision. I moved out of the cross and in with a cousin and her partner in South Sydney. Joined their rugby team. South Sydney Rugby was a ready portal for our tribes to gather on and off the footy field. I found my tribe here now in Sydney. It was easy living, and we respected each other's space. I started going to auditions and castings. I joined a modeling agency and worked hard for little pay. I realized I had to pay my way. I soon moved on, out and up. I got an opportunity to work in a massage brothel for men and women in Newtown. Without blowing my own horn, pun intended, I had a look and appeal that set me apart from the other workers. I had a couple of pseudonyms, Blade and Xenon. I want to say they weren't my choosing, as I shared the day-to-day management with an Aussie mate. The freedom and the obvious challenges came with the territory of the oldest profession. The money more than made up for any misgivings I had, as it started to flow like the Bondi Beach Hotel on a Friday night. I fucked a lot of people up in my pursuit of the redback dollar. Yes, I was a gigolo. The title appealed to my provocative streak. How outrageous could I be, I thought. No one knows me. Well, at least that's what I told myself. This became a dark dimension. I hid behind the shade of sex. No love, only a constant fear whispering in my ear. I had no inhibitions or limits. Who and how I performed my tasks for the hour or the half. They were paying for me, for my time. You better be fucking worth every dollar, they'd exclaim. I didn't give them a second thought. I fucked my way through Woollahra, Paddington, Vaucluse, Coogee, and the North Shore. Hey, probably fucked someone in your street or building. Fucked in homes and penthouses, celebrities, politicians, and housewives. I must confess the majority were men, unhappily married men who wanted men like me. Sydney at this period had evolved into the gay capital of the South Seas, a virtual kaleidoscope of lust and depravity, suckling on the tits and cocks of young and old alike, expressing their divinity. This free love lust dimension pleased the Guru, Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, and his orange disciples. Promiscuity promulgated the AIDS epidemic. I knew this. I was a fucking machine, balls of steel. To hell with the consequences. Even the lyrics of the latest hit said, do what you like, with who you like. I never gave this nefarious notion a second thought. Divine beings fell and died all around me. Do you think I would notice? Change my behavior? Nah, fuck that. Denial is my best friend. It won't hurt me if I don't give it a second thought, I said aloud. My mantra. My superpower. I refused to acknowledge how a little word could kill me. Horrific stories circulated in the club culture. Death. So-and-so had AIDS. They're all dropping like flies. How the fuck didn't I die? Still, today, my memory fails to comprehend how close the Grim Reaper's axe fell on me in the shadows. I must have had a superpower that fucking couldn't touch me. I vowed and carried on. Regardless of the consequences, onward and upward. Dealing and prostituting. Show me the money. I chanted as I walked into another Vaucluse mansion. I had gone all in, sold myself to the devil of my outer standing. It was okay to me. I gave lots of fucks. One day I was sitting in my van on Darlinghurst Road, aka Darlinghurst Road, near Liverpool Street, just up from the cross. I smoked a spliff, waiting for a trick when a cop pushes his gun through the window and sticks it in my mouth. He cocks the trigger and says, "Are you that cunt who's working for Abe?" I froze, stiff. The gun metal, I can still taste it now. Death. The Grim Reaper had my number. It was here, in my mouth. Talk about a buzzkill. Seeing my life flicker like a dying flame gave me a moment to be still, lest my brains be all over the fucking back window. After an eternity, I felt warmth seep through my shorts. I realized I'd pissed myself. He, having smelt my urine, withdrew the barrel from my mouth. I said, "I'm not involved with Abe. I don't know him and I have never worked with him." I vomited all over the steering wheel and out the window. Grateful for the metallic taste of death, I couldn't dismiss or deny what had happened. His buddy came closer. In my rear view, I couldn't identify him. They looked at me and talked. Then he came to me and said, "If I ever see you again, you will disappear." Immediately, I donned my invisible cloak and I fled. I knew then who they were after. He looked a bit like me. He was from up north, like me. He served Abe, the king of the underworld. His executioner and all-purpose shit-kicker. The guy you called when no one else would. Fucking hories. You all look the same. Here's where my life took a massive turn, for better or worse. I was dancing in a club in the Cross with a few buddies that evening. I met and fell head over heels for Vicky. I met her through a mutual friend of ours. You know, one of those aha moments. She asked me if I would like to go with them, and I said yes. I got into the backseat of her BMW and we flew through the eastern suburbs to Double Bay. She came to rest in front of this delightful cottage in leafy South Avenue. That started my first significant relationship. A life partner. My inexperience with another was limited to short-term flings, one-night stands, or sex for money. This was my first serious love for a woman. Her name was Vicky. She saw me in a way no one else did. I stayed on her couch that night. No sex. The next morning I met her 8-year-old daughter. I became her father and her mother's partner overnight. I committed without a second thought. I caught myself in the mirror, not recognizing the man I saw. We enjoyed all the creature comforts that Vicky's money could buy. She operated a successful business. I decided to stop prostituting myself for sex, but I kept the cocaine going to help pay my share. I became infatuated with Vicky, and she with me. Never before had I felt this way. Life was getting better than I ever imagined. Feeling lucky, I relished the family setting. Nothing could go wrong, or so I thought. I had stepped into another world. All I saw was opportunity. My dealer offered me a trip to New Caledonia. 10 grand in my pocket to carry his boss's suitcases to my hotel in Nouméa. The deal was he would pick up his gear after he absconded the ship and continue on his way to Paris. I was dealing coke to the well-heeled and untouchables around the eastern suburbs of Sydney. Not the fizzy kind, the powder kind, on my bike. Riding through traffic on coke gave me a sense of freedom. Drop-offs to homes and businesses every day and night. I believed I was serving the collective. Give the people what they want. I believed I was untouchable. I'm a lover, not a fighter. But I will fight for what I love, I said. My love at that moment was sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Love for all things external. Ego was running my show, all the while ignoring the little boy inside me. Cocaine psychosis had me freebasing coke night and day, thinking nothing of it. I thought I was bulletproof, unable to grasp reality, arrogant and ignorant of my present danger. I never gave it a second thought. Vicky pleaded with me. Don't go. This isn't going to end well. And she was right. I ignored my own insight, feelings of dread. I was confused. I kept trying to assure my ego. She'll be right. I shat on my soul. How could you not see the stupidity, I said to myself. Go fuck yourself, my ego said back. I went to the travel agent in Kirribilli to meet my man and the Colombian. They confirmed the plan. All set. The suitcases to pick up tomorrow. We were to meet again in Nouméa. I never realized what I had gotten myself into. Unconscious and incoherent. To the extent that my life turned inside out and upside down. Now you've got my attention. Let's see where we go, said Mordecai. Chapter 9. Papahuri here. Earth turned upside down. I woke up one morning, said goodbye to the ones I loved, and jumped on a plane to Numea. I had a pocket full of money. I got away with his suitcases packed with Gianni Versace suits, Dolce & Gabbana, and crocodile skin boots. No cocaine. Phew. Once we landed, I exited the plane onto the hot liquid black tarmac. I had a nagging feeling I'd tucked away. It came tumbling out the moment I saw the machine guns held at the ready. What's with the porphyry, Tiwi? I needed a moment. My feet were unsteady. I struggled to breathe. Fuck. I couldn't go back into the plane. They'd know. They saw me. I was overcome with paranoia. I usually enjoy an adventure, but this time I realized I'd bitten off more than I could chew. The walk to the terminal was through a cordon. I was flanked French gendarmerie, machine guns cocked and ready. Last night, bombs had rocked the city center. Fingers were itchy, palms are sweaty. Okay, keep moving. Nothing to see here, the immigration officer muttered. Tanks rolled by at the main intersections. Armored trucks cruised the uneasy streets. High alert, hair triggers cocked. They were checking for FLNKS freedom fighters. Patrol screening for subversive intent, a show of force by the colonizers. All I wanted was to jump back on that plane and return to where I came from. I hailed a taxi to get to my hotel in Ansabata. The taxi ride across town was calm. No bombs. My Kanak driver told me their story, their journey through colonization. I agreed with him. He spoke with clarity and passion. I admired his calm confidence. He believed they would triumph. I had sauntered into a civil war between the Kanak of Nouvelle Caledonie and the French colonizers. The effects were obvious to me, and so was the cause. What is my wānanga here? Why did I choose this lesson? The answers were on their way. I enjoyed a couple of days as a tourist. I spent money on lunch, dinner, markets, and then the Colombian arrived. He'd caught a Russian cruise ship from Sydney, did a round trip to Nimea and back each day. They'd explore the islands, enjoy the sights and delights the Kanaka offered. After the day's itinerary, tourists would return to the ship each night. His plan wasn't to return to the ship. He'd pick up his gear from me and disappear. Well, he met me that afternoon. He realized the situation and freaked out. Changed his mind, stayed in my room, locked the door and started pacing like a caged tiger, cursing and swearing in English and Spanish. I started to worry. He was so mind-fucked, unaware of the elevator's security and counter-terrorism measures. I fucking freaked. I didn't know this guy at all, and here I was playing fucking flatmates. I once again felt dread. Fearful he'd cut my throat, take my passport and piss off. I didn't sleep well that night. So I decided to heed my feeling and act to avert this impending disaster. We used to host a radio show on Skid Row Radio called Rebel Radio with my good friend and mentor, Jimmy George. He once interviewed some Kanaki brothers when they came to Sydney, looking for support to reclaim control of their islands. I called Jim and got their contact info. I got in touch with them. And that afternoon, I was in a room with their inner sanctum, Kanak, Tahitian, and Wallis Island folk. I could sense the anticipation. I believed in their cause, the cause of justice and sovereignty. Mana motuhake for the Kanaki. That aligned within me. I felt connected. No separation among brothers. After some deep contemplation, we mapped a solution, a pathway to freedom in case I needed to get away quickly. Tales of boats, island hopping, free of French soldiers. Sneaking under the radar back to Sydney. I felt better inside knowing I had a way out of it all. Hell break loose, and I got caught with him. Right about now, the Colombian was growing nuts. Cocaine psychosis gripped him. He finally realized he had stepped into a trap of his own making, one he might not escape. He was a badass Colombiano with a reputation for smuggling cocaine into Australia. He had been successful. Money wasn't an issue. He was fearless until he wasn't. Convicted of trafficking cocaine into Sydney earlier that year, he had somehow received bail. So he conjured an escape plan, hoping to pull a rabbit out of his ass. Unfortunately for me, I conspired to assist him. I carried his personal Louis Vuitton baggage to Nanette. I wasn't aware at the time that he had a co-conspirator flying in from Paris with a whole new identity. On paper, his plan looked achievable. Yet as I sat with it, I tried to convince myself, don't worry, she'll be all right. Bullshit, said the hair on the back of my neck. Deep down, something kept pulling me under, like a fish swimming in the vast ocean. I ended up staying through the week. The flights were once a week, one in, one out, to Sydney. Itching to go, I finally boarded the plane, leaving with a bitter taste in my mouth. A subtle relief washed over me. Oh, it's over. So I thought. The last I saw of the Colombian, he was standing on the sidewalk, staring into outer space. Looked to me like he was trying to dial an intergalactic mothership to save me. I boarded the plane and took my seat. No sooner had I sat down, I saw the police walk towards me with another man in handcuffs. They coaxed him into the seat 2 rows in front of me. My pulse was racing, palms are sweaty. My inner voice said, this is the guy who was coming from Paris. I'd never seen him before. I didn't know him from Arthur or Martha, but I knew. My instincts told me this was the guy. I broke into a cold sweat. Needless to say, as soon as we touched down, the Aussie police were all on board. They extracted him without delay. Why they didn't arrest me, I still wonder. Phew, I thought, must be all in my imagination. Fuck you and your paranoia, said my ego. I returned to Sydney. Vicky picked me up from the airport. We comforted each other, embraced, and made love with passionate fervor. I realized how fortunate I was to be together with her again. Life could carry on as before. I thought I was lucky. The one who got away. Boof! Boof! Bam! 6 a.m. in the leafy suburb of Double Bay, the federal police came knocking. It was my name they called. They smashed the door in and ripped me out of bed, tore the house apart. Where are the suitcases? What suitcases, I lied. What are you on about? Why are you here? Fuck off, I shouted. Vicky was freaking out. She grabbed her daughter. They got me, I said. I was afraid, shit scared, and so ashamed. I brought this on them. I caused this shitstorm. And we're only getting started, the detective sneered. They cuffed me, dragged me downstairs, and threw me into the squad car in my undies. Destination: Australian Federal Police Headquarters in Darlinghurst. Oh, and did it hurt. Smack, smack, smack. The rhythm of blows as they rained down on my body. Who? What? Why? The questions repeated again and again and again as the physical abuse continued. The punishment had the desired effect, to soften me up. They tenderized my ribs and kidneys. I tried to hold on to my version of the truth. They weren't having any of it. After 6 hours, I gave in and told them my recollection. They had surveillance, photos and video of him and me entering and leaving the hotel. Busted. The jig was up. The detective said we had a tail on the Columbian as soon as he boarded the ship in Sydney. They forced me to sign a statement. No lawyer present. Charged, knowingly concerned to conspire to pervert the course of justice. That charge carried a 5-year prison sentence. The feds took me to Waverley Court in Bondi Junction. I died inside. A racist judge with a thirst for punishing Māori like me sentenced me to the MRC, the remand centre at Long Bay Jail between Botany Bay and Maroubra, home of the Brow Boys. There was no duty solicitor, no lawyer to defend me. He denied me bail. I faced imminent conviction and prison. I took it on the chin and stood before the court resolute. I wouldn't let the bastard see me flinch. Now I had all the time in the world to reflect. How did I get here? Too late for thinking. They locked me down and threw away the key. Welcome to your worst nightmare, said the admission officer who processed me. Another hoary bites the dust. Oh my God! How could you do this to me, I cried. God, you abandoned me. The God I thought loved me and had my back. Why have you forsaken me? As if God gave a flying fuck. I had come here of my own volition. No one forced me. I chose it all. And here I was asking, why, God? Fuck me. I cried like a child when the cell door slammed shut. Wasted my life. I'd chosen to squander it on sex, drugs, and money. It was ironic, almost Shakespearean. I melted into the steel bars, remand centre, right where I'd be. For how long? That was the question. Day one, I walked out of my square cell into muster. Parade, everyone got to see who's who. There was a row of Comancheros down one side, opposite them a row of Bandidos, and in the middle stood the blacks, Pacific Islanders, and all the Hories. I aligned myself with my tribe. There was no way in this hellhole to survive on my own. Safety in numbers. A pretty boy like me would be someone's mummy or daddy before sunrise. I didn't intend to be anyone's sausage sizzle. A bike swap meet in Milpera, a suburb in the southwest Sydney, had gone wild west. Rival gangs were shooting at each other. They killed and maimed gangsters on both sides. Police reacted by crushing whatever remnants of resistance remained. Hang 'em all, the tabloids cried. This incident polarized the already simmering stew of society's undesirables. Gang factions, friction and tension built up like concrete under pressure. The screws were taking no nonsense from anyone. I was the new kid on the block. Keep your head down and your mouth shut, was the advice given. I met a couple of Ngāpuhi warriors, some Abos and a Samoan I knew from King's Cross. Survival was the key to setting me free. I realized I had to establish relationships with others, pronto, whether I liked them or not. I had to take the risk and be vulnerable enough to share my story. When someone asked, "What are you in here for?" I said, I fucked up and got remanded. Refused bail. Sit still until a lawyer and get the fuck out of here. I was in limbo. They could keep me here forever. I had no outside help, apart from Vicky. We had only been together for about 6 months. Would she even want to help me? Why would she care if I rotted in hell? Well, she did. I'm so grateful she saw me as someone worthy. I didn't see myself that way at all, I told her. Don't come see me. Forget about me. I'm a shithead. The best I could come with was a feeble pity party and self-loathing, reacting as I denied who I thought I was. Mr. Murphy, the cocaine cowboy lawyer, cocky and assertive, showed up. He reckoned I would get bail as long as he got paid, in kind, Cocaine, that is. Did I have faith he could get me out? I was grasping at any offer that came my way. I was desperate that day. I would have agreed to anything. He explained the process. Sit tight. We'll have you out of here quick smart. I didn't believe it. So I prepared for the worst. I disconnected from the coke supply. So that was a no-brainer. Conflict. There's no way around it. I can't go over it. I must endure and go through it. I don't have a fairy godmother here to weave the magic wand. That's when I revealed myself. Okay, shithead, the only way is up. No mother or father to get me out of this one. I remember when I was around 15, I went with my mates to the pub and bullshitted the barman just to get a beer. What a joke. As if he didn't already know we were underage. The cops turned up, came in, questioned us, and found out. One searched me. I had some marijuana seeds my mate had dropped in my pocket. The cops grabbed me, took me to the station, smacked me around. Then they threw me inside. That was my first brush with the law. They called my mother. It was father who came to claim me, like a package at the post office. And I got another hiding. DNA from my ancestors is the same DNA in me. What a gift to know they suffered, struggled, and died. I get direct access to them, and they to me. What a wonderful knowing. Science has come full circle. Now scientists see DNA as having infinite possibility. This opens new frontiers with vast challenges to overcome. Do I have the courage? My inherent ability, I know, is within me. I'm inspired to continue on my journey in paradise. Back to Long Bay Jail. Back to the 7 generations. To Mordecai Cohen. Back to the future. I sit here at Horohora Beach after the New Year 2025 celebrations for my daughter, Mokadaisy. Her darling Max asked her to be his significant other. He sealed it with an engagement ring. Oh, the joy in my heart for her and him. They intend to commit to a life together. I'm so proud of her. She graduated from her nursing studies last year, and I'm pleased to acknowledge her journey in paradise with her boyfriend. Best I leave her be and not take control, unless she wants me to. That's been a big lesson for me as a father. Leave well enough alone. All I want to do is help, not railroad her, forcing my will on them and their lives. Can I allow them to make their own way? I must. Allow their free will, not stifle or interfere. This is a tricky dimension for me at 60. I have learned so many lessons through my kids. The growing older journey has transmuted me and my core beliefs. Who is this guy they call father? You know, I'm fortunate to have met many men inside who showed me that breaking the law doesn't mean you're a bad man. Life has many shades and tones, like the Mona Lisa. How you see her depends on your state of mind. Each of us is different. I'm alluding to personal reality, shaped by what, where, and who we experience in every moment. We process each moment to distill perception. I perceive through my senses my personality. I landed in prison as a consequence of my actions. I own that. I accept my predicament. I decide, no, I realize I choose to stand at the crossroad. If I go left, I avoid the criminal subculture. If I go right, I walk towards peace, love, and mung beans. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. So, I thought. I sat still and quiet in my 8-foot square box at rock bottom. I see you, young blood. You are where you need to be. Open up your heart and realize your divinity is within your hands. Make the most of every opportunity and rise up. What do you choose? Is it life or death? Chapter 10. My life has meaning only for me? Vicky was my fairy godmother. She waved her magic wand and got me out. She organized the lawyer. I got an offer, gainful employment, and an address for bail. These were the conditions I had to meet to be an upstanding member of society, to contribute to the illusion. Andy agreed to stand in court and deliver his offer to the judge, to transform me into a rigger. He stood in the dock and told the court, "I'll give this man a hand up, not a hand out." I was in awe. The love I felt for him at that moment. He was divine. He became a mentor and confidant for me as I embraced him, my guru. The irony wasn't lost on my situation. I used to deal cocaine to him and his girlfriend. They were close friends of Vicky and her circle. Life's small circles in love and death. Andy was an enigma in the rigging realm. Having toured the world with the Rolling Stones, Peter Gabriel, Genesis, et al., he worked his ass off with reckless abandon, a quality I found intriguing and drove me to emulate. Andy was an amazing leader and rigger. He flourished. I flourished under his steady gaze, emulated the skill set, and showed competence. I achieved my rigging tickets as my earning power increased. Andy had a dark streak. He too suffered in silence. Andy died from a heroin overdose, leaving his partner and infant son fatherless. We mourned his tragic passing. At his funeral, there was discussion of third-party involvement in his death. There was no investigation. Let me make a distinction. Going to prison for cocaine trafficking had cured me of my fascination. Easy come, easy go. My obsession was now to do the mahi before you get the treat. I echoed this mantra as I became a rigger. I embodied the art of rigging. I excelled, took myself to the next level. I resonated the archetype frequency and loved the work and the environment. E piki ake au ki te taumata ke. I discovered my dharma. The gods recognized me. Let me entertain you. B.T. Parihaka came into my reality. Why he chose me, I'll never know, but he chose me. His birth in Paddington was a significant moment in my life, sent to me on the wings of a jabiru, a regal bird of the dream time, a painting Vicky had. Life for us in Double Bay was setting, like the afternoon sun. Vicky began her transformation, changed her name, bought a farm, and went bush. We conjured BT in the Natural Birth Centre. I fell head over heels in love with him and his soul. Hara mai taku mā tā mua. Hara mai taku aroha e waipuke hia. He is a divine being, a baby boy. My firstborn, te pū o te take, the spring of my eternal soul. I had a voice in calling him to earth. BT enabled me to transcend my trauma. To hold him in my hands was healing me, healing pain I had accumulated recently and long carried within. I now realize what it means to be a father and what it means to be a man, to protect and secure. I was 22 years young and had little or no responsibility. Having a son, I catapulted myself into fatherhood and a relationship. A partner 17 years my senior with an 8-year-old daughter. Vicky sold her freestanding terrace. It had belonged to her grandma. We bought a property 2 hours drive northwest of downtown King's Cross. I found my second wind, Parawira, via Wiseman's Ferry, across the Webbs Creek Ferry. This land, made in the dream time for me. Steep sandstone wall escarpments running into a delightful sand stream as it meandered through our slice of paradise. A hopeless romantic, in love with this space, at the time unaware of my purpose. I knew my purpose would come to light as a result of my ancestral intelligence. The years spent as a child amongst kuia, Kaumatua made me aware, added value to serving the collective. Working on farms or in the bush instilled in me a will to survive. I see the fault in the stone walls. There's a weakness that I can utilize to elevate me to the top of the crag. This is where I meet my soul. Rock climbing. I ascend to the gods. I would travel from Wiseman's Ferry to work in Sydney or other destinations, day or night. One morning, my commute went through Epping. As I sped along, I came to an intersection. Bam! T-boned a Ford Falcon sedan, sent them careening off into the opposite lane as I sat in the middle of the intersection, spinning in midair. I landed, ripped off my seatbelt, and ran over to the other car, wanting to tear the driver's head off. I heard the passenger scream, "No, no, please, let him be." I looked in the broken cabin and saw he was a mess. The guy in the back had taken the full impact of my car. Right then, I slumped to the ground as all the pain in my body dropped me like an atom bomb. I lost consciousness, and when I came to, I saw Morris Rogers from Kaikohe standing there, asking me, "Hey, are you okay?" Fuck, have I died and gone to heaven? Ka huri te ao, ka taka te pō. My first relationship didn't come by way of courtship or dating, the way most people get to know a prospective partner. You get to know a little about them before you go creating another human together. In my world, I lacked a soul compass. I skipped that fundamental step, ignoring the potential for peace and prosperity between two consenting adults. My trauma compass misdirected my perception and disrupted my well-being. It never occurred to me that you could actually sit with someone and take time to make a vision board, to imagine hopes, dreams, and aspirations, to co-create a field of possibility and manifest a life together. That one step, if I had remembered who I thought I was, would have changed everything. But that wasn't the path I chose. After nearly 10 years of what I would describe as overall amicable, I destroyed my family. I abandoned my 7-year-old son and his sister. I was completely blind, lost in my addiction. I switched my headspace like turning the dial on a radio. Oh wow, check her out. Hi, I'm a lover, not a fighter. She's the one, I thought. I can save her. I can rescue her. I wasn't aware that the pattern of insecurity was driving my behavior. I now realize the core belief underneath it. I couldn't save myself, so I tried to save others. As that scenario unfolded, the passion between Wiki and me faded. She had said more than once, "We're together now, but when the time comes, I'll move on." Sylvia emerged from the murky haze of cocaine and ecstasy, my dark night of the soul. She came into my life through Tony, a fellow rigger and journeyman. We connected, we worked hard, we partied harder. At the time, Sydney was a dance mecca, party capital. We staged endless shows, day and night, like clockwork. The Horden Pavilion was one venue where we raised the roof. Tony, a fellow Aries, was full of high energy, a knock-you-over Aussie bro. Sylvie was of a similar age and background to Wiki. She too carried trauma, hers rooted in the legacy of her mega-rich Swiss ancestry. She represented everything I was not, and I was curious, and so was she. She owned a home on the shores of Balmoral, recently renovated beyond anything I had ever imagined. She hosted transcendental meditation and transformation sessions with the help of her guru, and their secret formula, brewed in a lab in Amsterdam. It started with a pill upon entry. The journey continued through mind-altering portals, hallucinations and machinations. Conversations about ancestral memory and trauma captured my attention. I was convinced to open up and share everything I was feeling. All of it laid out for the Māoriverse to see. And that was just the entree. The main event was still to come. So as the sun set, the tribe gathered within the sacred circle, a Bacchanalia festival free for all. It morphed into an orgiastic flesh festival, humming full of humanity. Whoever had the urge would dive right in. If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't believe it. 666. Fuckity fuck. We're definitely not in Kaikua now. This was par for the course. I was in heaven, and I was in hell. I had it all. Sylvie gave me a brand new Toyota Land Cruiser. She wanted me to fuck her. I was still living with Wiki. I drove the Toyota home to Wiseman's Ferry one day. I showed Wiki and told her about Sylvie's intentions. What a stupid move. Shit at the fan real bad. I didn't know who I was, and I didn't care. I was tearing myself apart, and my loved ones along with me. After mahi, I'd find little hearts, stickers on my truck's side mirrors. It became like the movie Fatal Attraction. She was the Black Widow, and I was the Fly. This was at the beginning of the end for Wiki and me. We chose to go north to Mullumbimby and build a house on Wiki's twin sister's farm. Her sister and kids lived on the land with another family. There were fruit trees, homes, and horses. The collective community excited me. Kids played in the bush and rode horses. Our son attended the local school. Mullumbimby on the north coast of New South Wales, inland from Byron Bay and nestled in the volcanic hinterland. I landed in that paradise. The earth reached out and touched me. I studied permaculture and yoga, going deep into my soul. I began to explore my love for the earth. It instilled hope in me and redirected my focus toward sustainable living. Wiki and I built another home, cheap and comfortable, manifesting the permaculture design. Promoting ours and Mother Nature's bounty, we embraced this way of living and flourished in it. My heart believed this hippie way was a cure-all. It would fix the trouble I had brought to their door. This was my moment to show them I loved and cared for them. I thought I could fix this. Little did I know. Sylvie had brought the farm up the road from us at Goonangeri, 200 acres of bush and pasture. "Would you like to have it?" said the spider to the fly. When I turned 21, I held a party at the Kaiko Memorial Hall. As kids back in the day, we came there to worship Soul Train and the latest disco beats. Carl, Lynette, and Auntie staged a wicked gig. Parliament, Daz Band, and some good OG stuff. To celebrate my manhood, I decided to throw a mana festival. Some of the tribes gathered, Ngāti Rangi and Ngāti Hine, the Kaumātua and Queer too, Super Nanny, Uncle Gilly, Nan Beazley, and others. My mother and fathership, a vast entanglement of whakapapa, genealogy. Kia tātai hono, kia hoki wairua mai. 21st birthdays are a Pākehā ritual we adopted as a Māori rite of passage. We kowtow to the colonial empire when we celebrate with the key, left pondering its purpose and what it unlocks. I put on a good show. Somewhere deep inside, I realized I was full of shit. Wiki was very aware of our cultural differences. She stayed by my side through thick and thin as I continued to reveal who I truly was. She supported me and she loved me. We went down to the Ponderosa, a name given to our farm at Kauiti, where Super Nanny lived. She was a significant person in my childhood. I call her in to acknowledge her aroha, her capacity to hold that space for us rangatahi, who were to become rangatira. My challenge was to respect her presence and stay the course. E hama koe aini. I wanted to present my permaculture concept to the tribe as a waka, a vessel to transform our tupuna whenua, our ancestral lands, from draconian colonial farming to a sustainable indigenous model, one that aligned with our gods, Marama Takatanga and Matariki, as celestial guides. I delivered my presentation, expecting at least some acknowledgement. Some of the elders were receptive. They sensed an opportunity. blow me down when one of my uncles said, "Who the fuck do you think you are, Mr. Permaculture? Coming here with your big ideas." That, as you can imagine or not, took the wind right out of my sails. It left me bereft, drowning in a sea of lead. I sank to the bottom, Davy Jones' locker. The flame of passion died in me that day. I turned my back on my ancestors. Haere haere. You fucking loser. Soft cock shithead. See? No one gives a fuck about you and your stupid ideas. That was my self-talk. I was in hell. I am Buck Rogers, the space-time traveler. I am the destroyer of planets, the creator of trouble and strife. That's why they can't see me. Oh my gods, why can't I be who I am? I wailed inside. Alone, I searched the room and I saw my mother. She didn't meet my gaze. "No use crying over spilt milk, boy," said Mordecai. "Your mother can't save you. This is my wana." Oh well, I'm out of here. Fuck 'em all. I'll show them. They'll see. Why do I seek their approval? Why can't they accept me as I am? Why do I even need their acknowledgement? I want to burn the village down so I can feel warm. I went on tour with Guns N' Roses. They were the shit that summer. I got an audition for a movie in a far-off Pacific Island paradise. Rangi was an enigma amongst the stunt fraternity in Sydney. He told me they were casting for English-speaking actors to feature in a Hollywood movie. I met Rangi on the set of Mad Max 3, and our friendship blossomed. Mad Max 3, Thunderdome, was shot at the Homebush Quarry, which is now filled in with the Sydney Olympic Stadium. From 2000. Andy was the head rigger on that show. I used to drop off coke to him there on the set. Mel Gibson and Tina Turner starred in George Miller's post-apocalyptic tale. I got the call. Te Pito o Te Henua, also known as Rapa Nui. Rangi called me while I was rigging Guns N' Roses at a Western Sydney racetrack. It was a hot January day, I remember. Tupuna were calling through my DNA. I could feel my mitochondria firing, activating ancient intelligence. I didn't give it a second thought. My heart was racing, palms a little sweaty. Unbelievable. And I dove right in. Yes, I won in. Que sera, I said. Whatever will be, will be. I made the decision to go, without considering those I was responsible for. I pleased myself to the detriment of those I claimed to love unconditionally. Yet I flipped them away with a wave of my hand. I asked my agent Rangi to send my first check straight to Wiki. It was the only way I knew how to make the best of the shame spiral that I had cast my soul adrift. I told my little boy self, don't linger on emotions. Don't show them. Never look in the rearview mirror. I erased my memory, my inability to respond. I fled to the other side of Moana Nui Akiwa. Karaitiana is who I became. Shape-shifting is my game. On a journey into my past to see my future. Ka rongo nei au, kia rātou. I had a stop in Tahiti. It showed me the people and the place. The mountains and the bush were alive and radiant, the ocean inviting. I looked east as we chased the rising sun god to the horizon. Did you know we came from Tahiti? She asked. The mountains are the peaks of a vast landmass. Hawaii, our ancestral homeland. They are still below the water. The bones of our tupuna, they call to me. Recognize. All I'd seen was blue water for the last 4 hours. Rapa Nui runway, built by NASA. A strip of tarmac stretching from one end of the island to the other. It was built for the space shuttle's re-entry. in case of malfunction. This was the remotest island I had ever been to. And that's why NASA had been there. I admired the ambience and the village-like familiarity. I felt excited as we arrived in the main street of Hangaroa, the one and only settlement on the island, with its dusty roads catering to American cars, pickup trucks, horses, and sheep. Maururu, he te tai, o te aha noa. They held a pohiri in our honour. We got to hono wairua, hono tātai. Salutations were offered as we were greeted by their kaumātua, Tangaroa. We also got to meet our fellow cast members and crew. We overwhelmed almost all the hotels on the island. Family became everyone we encountered, as they greeted us with passion and aroha. We met fathers, mothers, uncles, aunties, and kazi bros. They reminded me of a memory. Home is where my heart is. There was a guy who looked like a dead ringer for one of my uncles. Raul was our house mother, aunt and uncle, all wrapped up in a fruity whawhawhine mu'umu. Rakai, Shane, Jade, Henry and I shared their homely hotel. We loved them, and they loved us back. The whole familia served our needs away from set as we returned the koha, buying from their art gallery filled with Rapa Nui tangata manu culture. Raul was also a musician and maestro of himene and waiata. He danced and taught the youth the Tahitian tamule and hula of Hawaii. I stayed with them for almost 5 months. My character's name was Makita. He gets his ass kicked off the cliffs of Orongo, the home of the tangata manu, the Birdman. The death battle meant running jagged rocks, swimming shark-infested waters, and climbing the 1,000-foot cliffs. If you survived, you won the title for the year and became the ariki, or king, for the next cycle. You had to secure the sacred egg of the manutara bird found nesting on the isolated offshore island Motu Kaukau. The first one across the finish line wins. That was the subplot. The torrid love triangle, a Romeo and Juliet-esque drama, unfolded between the long ear versus short ear tribes. It gave the film ancestral dimensions of love and hate. The provocative duality. The other theme was the destruction of flora and fauna. The message was to remind us, as humans, how unaware we often are of our relationship with the oceans, the planet, and the cosmos. The night sky over Rapa Nui held the codes for all creation. I realized I was there to witness this ancient wānanga, present with everyone and everything everywhere, aloft for all to see. All I had to do was tune into my senses. Ranginui had arranged the display to manifest awe. As above, so below. I knew it was why I was here. As within, so without. I was revealed. Ranginui had shown me. I too am stardust. There goes the spaceship. Welcome to a day in Rapa Nui. Where to start? We'll jump right into it. Barry, the producer, and his partner Carol arranged a meet and greet with Kevin Costner and Kevin Reynolds, director and producer of this movie. We decided to perform a weddle, a traditional Maori ritual. It was our way of challenging the visitors, in this case, Hollywood, to determine whether their intentions were peaceful or hostile. I must also mention that we were not tangata whenua. We had only arrived on the island the day before, yet we were performing our tikanga on someone else's land. We debated this among our elders and younger ones. In the end, we decided to proceed. As my name was already in the stars, I claimed my space. Tupuna held it in trust for me. Today, I return. Haramai e tamamai. I rongo nei au ki te tangi a te manu tāra. Our wero, or challenge, is a test of skill. 3 warriors each demonstrate their prowess with a taiaha or patu instilling both fear and awe. We call the approaching group manuhiri, or visitors. This is serious, even in a film. We were in character, pushing boundaries. G. Toy and Cliff are as authentic warriors as you will find. They channel their tupuna. 2,500 generations strong. I delivered my wera with all the skill and passion I could muster for the manuhiri. Cliff strutted, parried, and thrust his taiaha. He vocalized the demonic chant, flicking his tongue with primal ferocity. Like a te arawa taniwha, he writhed and twisted, a true masterclass from the happy horde. G-Toy hit the marae ātea. All hell broke loose in a melee of mortal energy. Sharp thrusts and parries echoed through howls and flashing teeth. Grotesque protruding tongues, the whātero, followed by the pūkana, wide rolling eyes. He embraced the monster of death and destruction. As G-Toy finished his coup de grace, the sound guy, unaware of the sacred portal we had just activated, stepped into the space reserved for warriors. Whack! The taiaha blade struck his ribs directly. He dropped to the welcoming dirt. I could not believe what I saw. For a moment, there was disbelief between friend and foe, producer and director. Did he really go all in? Fuck! Glad these guys are on our side, they muttered. The silence, the stillness, the sacred blow had landed. The gods were entertained. Can't wait to see how this movie turns out, I imagined Tu Mātauenga saying to me. The resonance of it reverberated across Te Moana Nui a Kiwa and deep into the bowels of Tangaroa. Oh! Ngā uri o kope, a kupe e tai mai, mararanga mai rā e tama. We have come home. Needless to say, they didn't sack us or put us on the next plane back to Aotearoa and tear up our contracts. The sound guy felt battered, but as an IATSE union member, he took it in his stride. He never got involved in our business again. This was to set the scene for all of us, actors, crew, and locals, for a mana festival. As you may know, films are a kaleidoscope of people, places, and events before you ever experience them in the dark of a theatre. We actors enter a portal of self-transformation to deliver to you, the watcher, our divinity. This thing assumes and consumes everyone and everything in its drive to be realized. Like an unborn child going through the birthing process to arrive. Ki te whai ao ki te ao mārama, ti hei mauri ora. The idea, the concept is born. It breathes its first breath. It is alive. Māranga mai. Rise, baby, rise. We take on our personal reality. I am Makita. I become my character. I feel the mana, the divine spark within me, rekindled. Downloading through my ancestors, fine-tuning space and time. In the one eternal moment, I am realized. I remember who I am. Not this body, on this third-dimensional planet, but everybody. Like the stars above Rapa Nui, infinite souls entangled. We are a part of the one heavenly body. Rangi Nui meets the earth body, Papatuanuku. They embrace and merge as oneness. Makita is a warrior. He revealed himself on a tropical island parade. Nubile, provocative, a peaceful warrior amongst the formidable cast of characters. He wasted no time flirting and frolicking at Hotel Hangaroa, at cafes on the village's main street, and in the village markets. Striking up conversations, learning Spanish. He saw possibility and potential oozing from every orifice. He knew every nook and cranny of the village. He saddled up a horse and pointed it into the setting sun. Hell-bent on Anakena and Ahu Akivi to seek the wisdom of Te Moai. His character was a supporting role of lesser significance. Nevertheless, he was committed to a blockbuster rendition of whatever Kevin required. Action! My stunt actor role called for skills in high diving, swimming, fighting, and climbing. I prepared. I trained hard. My body cried out, "Who dares wins." That was Rangi's motto, and so it became mine. Jade was another birdman who came through the same stable. Older than me, he had soldiered through more forays than you could poke your prick at. I also had the privilege of having the room next to his. Let me acknowledge his passion to embody his ngara character, beyond the call of duty. I reckon he was ngara even when he slept. Music on full blast, intergalactic transcendence filling his room each night with his Terminator shades on. What a sight to behold. Makeup and wardrobe call for us is at 5 a.m. The ADs would turn up and tap lightly on his door. "Jade, Jade, Jade!" they would call on and on with no answer from the void. Some days I wasn't called, but he was. And still, he wouldn't respond. I'd already be awake from the AD stammering at his door. So I'd get up and bash his door down until he finally stirred. He would then magically appear out of the gloom, and fuck me, he still had the paint on from yesterday. This was par for the course. Jade had a darkness about him. It was as if he wore a suit of armor. He was aloof and unfathomable. His eyes held the depth of obsidian, and his hair was black and lank. If you didn't know him, you'd fear for him, for he carried the dark as his somber maiden. Even socializing, he would bring out the light in those obsidian pupils. He would play the guitar and sing as well as John rolls, honoring the Holy Spirit of pisco sour in his belly. Truth be told, after much rehearsal in the hotel bars, we became besotted with his Chilean elixir. I must mention Ankara Eru. He was the Ariki monk, rangatira and chief of all the tribes in Horewood. He was also the Catholic spiritual leader of our tribe of actors. He held church services on Sunday mornings like clockwork in the hotel bar. Sometimes these services took place only moments after, brandishing the sacred chalice aloft in that same bar. We toasted to the blood of Christ, to the heathens and the cherubs alike. All men are sinners, he said, to the disco beats. I must share Lawrence's story as I set the scene. PDT, a disreputable local disco on the Motu. We would all gather in the early hours like moths to the flame. He was, to the Tangata Rapa Nui, Uri Uri, the Dark Lord. They believed he was a demon, not to be trusted near their children. A whispered fear circled the island, a sub-frequency from the depths of the ocean. Lawrence was a massive man, even by Māori standards, well over 6 feet. The locals amplified his tales, inflating his reputation and demonic proportions. As an aside, due to the enslavement of their tupuna, a deliberate genocidal mass extinction inflicted by South American raiders and slave traders, their gene pool had been compromised. The tallest and strongest were selected for the slavers' abuse. This historic trauma caused DNA destructuring. In comparison to us, they became physically smaller. Our presence surprised them. Some found us rather intimidating. As the night wore on, some young bloods tried to antagonize him. They bumped into him and shoved him. Well, that night, shit blew up. Someone flew across the dance floor, and it wasn't Michael Jackson moonwalking. It was someone sideways. Then another went the opposite way like a cowboy in a bar fight. This only intensified. Others, lurking in the wings, swallowed their pisco, Chilean courage, and dived into the melee. By now, Uri Uri was indistinguishable from the rest. He resembled a cinematic Lord Shiva, arms and legs gyrating in a dizzying dance. a transformer of epic proportions. He morphed into a beast. Spilling into the street, he became a whirlwind. The struggle raged on, gathering energy and momentum like a cyclone. By now, the stone throwers had arrived. They unleashed an arsenal of projectiles on the doomed slayer. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. Our champion held his space and endured. Fucking savages. I met Jenny here in this madness, suspended between heaven and hell. She caught my soul as it drifted in the sea breeze. I do declare it was her mate who caught my eye first. Ange, a Samoan super stunner. Magnetic attraction was firing from all quarters on my soul compass. I fell for the long-eared Pacifican princess as she danced her way through my heart into my soul. In that moment, all the trauma and residue of what I had done came flooding back. At one meant. Toxic masculinity meets the divine feminine. Star-crossed lovers embrace, entangled, as in the heavens, so on earth. I know, thy will be done. I was to forget Wiki and Putty. I couldn't handle my abandonment. I never gave them a second thought. If I had, I probably wouldn't have acted out. Unconscious masculinity, from deep within, I couldn't fathom its origin, only its destination. I tried my best to shrug it off. The only way I knew how was sex, sex, sex. Medicate the hell out of my trauma. Then find a new partner. It's like switching seats on the Titanic. She is the one. She will make me feel loved, and then I will be all right. How could this not be so? All the stars aligned. The Ariki Mo had read the chicken entrails. The gods find amusement in us. Should be a riot, said Tangaroa. I try to block out my memory of what I had run from. In the next instant, I recreate the same situation and repeat my karmic lesson. Samsara. Driven by my belief that I am not enough, lacking some aspect of me, I keep seeking in the other, so I may fill the abyss inside, a yawning chasm of longing. Now that's enough of feeling sorry for yourself, I hear my mind repeat. Done now, no sense in crying over spilt milk. I reprimand myself. You fucking shithead. I judge myself. Why don't you just do us all a favor and fucking die? I scream. I condemn myself. This is my go-to self-talk when I act out. I notice a pattern, a pathway I go down, 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 down into the rabbit hole of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Wow, that's a great lyric for a song. My vision is 2020 now, that I look in the rear view mirror. But fuck me, I didn't have the eyes to see or the wits to recognize who I was then. I was the magician conjuring who I thought I was. The multiverse will give me what I command. Be aware of who you think you are, because you will be right. And how right I was, expressing exactly who I thought I was. Thy will be done on earth as it is in hell. My attention flew between the polarity of the hellish trauma and the heavenish love. All I could do was grasp at the straws of pain and suffering, staring directly into the camera of defeat. Oh, let's roll that one again, Crowdiana. Hold that eye line for another beat, then deliver the line. Chapter 11. Another day in paradise. I greet the rising sun and take a dip into the waters, Tangaroa. I call the goddess, Hinemoana, to wash away the pain and anguish and suffering. Intergenerational sadness. Did you suffer, Kupe? My curiosity gets the best of me, as it has all my life. Do the gods care who I am? What I think? How I feel? I didn't think so. I doubt there's a white-bearded man floating around on a pillow of clouds giving you and me the thumbs up or the thumbs down. My behavior reflected my relationship to those I chose to love. The reaction or response I received about the person, place, or event was all about me. They mirrored me. They were reflecting what I was emitting. This one fact dropped me like a ton of bricks on my head and knocked me unconscious. Thanks, gods, for hearing my plea. Gods, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I resonate with this karakia. Now at ease to love my true self. Enlightenment. Here to enlighten your burden. This three-dimensional reality is transcended as I turn lead into gold. The weight of my emotions crushes me, and I struggle to breathe. I am the lighthouse. I cannot see the light, for I am the light. Through this, I perceive the wisdom of the ages. Alchemical processes happen within me. I have to be present, ready, and willing. There's nothing to do but be whoever I choose. I embody my imagination, powerful and alive. I know in an instant, I manipulate energy to conjure matter into existence. Does this matter serve the highest version of me? I ask. I know the prayer is already granted before I ask. The mana is the divine power to create matter. This is worthy of a second thought. Choice is our divine right. What do I choose? I choose love now. Now I am aware of the consequences of my behavior, the trauma in my life, the abandonment of my partners and children I fathered. The ripple effects feed back via my AI. My tupuna share with me. It's all for nothing if I fail my life task. If I fail to surrender to the past, 7 generations of suffering will pass into the next. The memories of ancestral intelligence flood me like a river. I already dread my mistakes. I have condemned their souls. Now they are stuck in an endless loop repeating, "Oh, the pain, William, Beazley, my tupuna." I remember your input. Without your love, we wouldn't be who we are. Acceptance has freed my mind beyond my wildest dreams. I am redeemed. I am the wave on the ocean, rising to curl and peel along the sandbar of my inner standing. I recognize that is, know myself again. I am a part, an iteration of the one ocean of existence. It is the source of all creation, the field of force that is God. The multiverse is consciousness, radiating the macrocosmos in space and the microcosmos within me. I am that I am. You are that you are, all one. I seek to balance polarity, the duality within all things, the space between heaven and earth is what I am here to experience. It is life and death. The soul's purpose is to experience life on earth. It does this through the mind-body construct, to create matter. This is our shared purpose, which we call life. When it's done, the soul calls it quits. The soul's sonic force field. The Great Spirit determines when, where, and how we leave this dimension. My soul may choose to reincarnate. It may jump into another being and try again. Or it may forget and remember to evolve in a different dimension. A desire to express intelligence in life and carry it over to whoever I am next. This message is to be present and have the courage to ask the gods, help me to be my true self. C'est la vie, say the old folks. Some things you never can tell. I have another story. One night at the Hangaro airport, like many other nights before us, members of our group had finished shooting. They were cleared to leave that night on the plane. The airport departure lounge was packed like sardines. The locals anticipated the entertainment, as they had every time our group arrived or departed. This became a regular opportunity to showcase kapa haka. It provoked their intuitive curiosity. Isla de Pascuans loved our performances. They resonated so much, they kept coming back for more. This off-screen performing bewitched the Rapa Nui people. They couldn't get enough of our playtime. Imagine families shuffling and straining between each other's legs, some climbing the furniture for a better view of the sacred dances. Sometimes flights were delayed as a consequence of the passion expressed during these encounters. The Land Chile air crew and security staff were fed up with our delays. That night, they decided to teach us who was the boss. We loved performing rituals, and so did the locals. Fascinated and entertained, we showed them our mana style. Their gratitude overwhelmed us as we transcended the mundane. Everyone, us included, got turned upside down. They mobbed us. As the dust settled, they disappeared. We slid into the arrivals bar, into the Pisco portal, and got pissed up, hyper-pickled. Thinking back now, I see our energy was off the scale. Emotions way over the red line, as all hell was about to erupt. Carol, our production assistant, rushed between G. Toy and me. She shouted above the roar, "They've taken the stairs away and left them on the runway." We caught each other's eye. Without a word, we knew. This call to action was from the Māori verse. Chanting the taku-taku of intention, we threw open our sacred portal. My purpose was crystal clear. Andale! This was my moment. I'd been training for this all my life. Tugua! We jumped up and ran out of the bar. We led our unsuspecting comrades outside onto the tarmac, sprinting towards the roaring Boeing jet engines. No thinking, no regard for safety, no personal responsibility. I heard, "Action!" I didn't wait for roll the camera. Fuck that Pisco stuff. It's good. I remember looking up at the plane, seeing people in their seats. They were looking down at me. I saw our tribespeople standing forlorn and dejected, holding their carry-on. They were all revved up and nowhere to go. By now, I had reached the nose of the plane. I could see the pilots. They could see me as they gestured to each other and to me, "Fuck off." I turned around, shocked to see it was crazy. A mob was now rushing through the security gates, a force to reckon with across the runway. Someone inside me said, "Fuck, this could all go pear-shaped." The roar of the engines was deafening. I realized everyone was screaming and shouting, including me, but I couldn't hear it. That's when the pilot turned down the engines and shut the plane down. We gathered around the front wheel, like wagons encircled by the Apache on the prairie. I had an idea. I pulled everyone in close as the jeeps arrived, sirens wailing, lights flashing. The Chilean police, the epitome of pomp and pageantry, fit for a rebellion? Right now, we were hijacking. Terroristas, public enemy number one. Representing a clear and present threat. Their task was to take us down, by any means necessary. "Okay, everyone, sit down. Sit and link arms now. Come on." I knew this was the plan. It came to me out of the black night, out of the heavenly stars. They twinkled and told me to be still. Still the beast within, lest you go without. I heard someone say, "Man, I've been making movies for years. I've never hijacked an airplane before. Someone else said, shit, this ain't make-believe. This is real. I'm fucking scared, man. I decided if it's going to be, then it's me. All in for all life. I have to own this shitstorm now, or we're all fucked. The vision came like a runaway plane. Blew away the Pisco haze, clear as day. Ignited the night sky above. Lawrence and G. Toy started cursing. They rose to fight as the commandos worked on their counter-tactic to separate and defuse us. I realized the situation was getting out of control. Stop! I shouted. Bro, they will start shooting if you don't be still. Be quiet. Their machine guns were now ready and aimed. I tell you, this display destroyed our Pisco buzz. None could deny. Link arms and hold each other. Close up the ranks. Hunker down on the ground, I shouted. We milled around the front wheel of the plane like a scene from Mordor in Middle-earth. Ka whawhai tonu mātou, ake, 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 we sang. Our defiance was an acknowledgement of our tupuna. Hold the line. Stay strong in the face of adversity. Steady, steady. Here we go. The commandos took insult and with a renewed vigor sought to arrest us and detain us. Fucking whoreys. Who do they think they are, coming onto our turf and taking a shit on our parade ground? Be calm. The darkness descended and wrapped its embrace around us. I gave thanks to the Sky Father and Earth Mother. I recited takutaku, an incantation of gratitude. Love trumps hate. We were honored to pursue justice for our elders on the runway and for the people of this island, the Maohi, who continue to suffer the effects of colonization. Tonight, we shared their burden and took it higher. There was adversity, supply and demand issues from Land Chile, their government, and Hollywood. In this nightshirt, the governor sat, lost in contemplation. Barry swaggered in with his seconds. Together they considered our present conundrum and mortal existence. No separation, no judgment, and no condemnation were the codes to unlock the standoff. They struck a deal. Land Chile agreed to board our folks without delay. That night, we became terroristas. We were to return to the airport and surrender our names and passports to the Chilean police, then return to our hotels and stay the fuck home. After that incident, life on the island changed for everyone. The cops were all over us like a cheap suit. Some of the shine had faded for both locals and Hollywood actors alike. We sat with our Hollywood privilege. The least we could do was bring our attention to the local situation. Hollywood meant nothing if we didn't support the islanders' cope-up. Support them in body and mind. Get some skin in the game and show them we're all riding on our ancestors' coattails. Let's face it, I wasn't serious about the acting gig. Don't misunderstand me. I reveled in the illusion and theatrics it provided. The smoke and mirrors I had mastered as I served my rigging gods, but I never identified with being an actor. My sole purpose didn't resonate with that chord. Yes, it stirred my excitement, but it didn't echo through my being. I saw my reflection shining in the moon and stars, aloft in the celestial realm that beckoned my roaming soul. Haramai e tamamai, te hei mauri ora. Tuia ki te rangi, tuia ki te whenua, tuia ki te moana, tuia hoki a hau. O tu matua, kai hau tu rangatira, te tūpuna, o te pito, o te henua. O tu matua represents a direct line of navigators through the vast oceans. His spirit is immortal. His people invoke his presence to amplify their consciousness. He is the hotu of our memories. The golden thread ties us to the collective hotu wairua, the one hotu soul. Perched on Orongo's jagged cliffs, I saw the curvature of the ocean. The crashing surf of Anakena danced below me, while the ancient Ahu Akivi watched. All this enveloped in the delightful chaos, my adventure across the moana. Tēnā koe te matua e hoki haere ake au ki te taku tūranga waiwai. E kore rawa, e ware tia ki wai koe, ko wai au. Ko te hakapapa I te korowai aroha ki au. As I return to my birthplace, I will never forget who you are and who I am as I am embraced by an ancestral cloak of love. Haki te anō. My return from paradise was an emotional seesaw. Whoever I thought I was, it amplified my heart. I flourished on Rapa Nui. Every opportunity boosted my connection, joy, and happiness. Jenny had me hooked. A Niuean Chinese wahine had me cunt-struck, as my dad would have said. No one could dissuade me, come hell or high water. Snake eyes, I rolled the dice. Who dares wins. My habitual pattern of pushing feelings down didn't serve me. This behavior was toxic, not only hurting others, I hurt my inner child, imprisoned, locked him in, and the key thrown away. I was ignorant of unconditional love. I wasn't even aware it was a thing, unconscious of the soul's purpose. We set sail on a journey together. It was a fantasy from the hoary wood rongo rongo tablet. It buoyed our souls, so we decided to shack up and make a go of it. I know, rinse and repeat was in my mind. It stood up like a meerkat in the desert, looking for predators. It didn't give it a second thought. Another day in paradise. I wanted to leave Rapa Nui better than I found her. We discussed how Barry and his team would manifest a traditional hākari to hakamana the iwi o te pito o te henua. Our intention was to honour the haukainga, locals, Maohi and Chilean, who had supported and loved us all. The tono we had set with production became a reality. The movie was, for me, a transformational spaceship, rocketing my soul into heaven or hell to reveal my divine nature, engaging a deeper connection to the gods. For others, it was a horror show, exposing their darkest fears and demons. The gym in the village was the best venue chosen. We actors were to lead the event's planning and delivery. Negotiations with Barry went well. The day dawned with great anticipation for both sides. The production would fit the bill and give the locals a fiesta de Rapa Nui. The hangi was spectacular. Given the people who arrived, they devoured all the local delicacies, the ancestral taro, kuma, banana, hoi, and fish. Con carne, cow, sheep, and a horse. We left the hangi to the local chiefs. Their expertise was savoured by us all. It is refreshing to learn the subtle difference 1,000 years makes. We dressed the interior and added effects to create the fiesta vibe. Our musicians could then entertain our guests. As I moved among the people, I realized my soul was emerging through every person that day. The aunties, uncles, fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, and all the poki, children. Love was on order that day. The aroha and the mauri raised our shared humanity higher. This became for me the summit of our staycation, further confirming we are all one. My seed of my genesis was sown in Rapa Nui eons before, and I am honoured as I remember I am the sacred circle. Or so I thought. Jenny and I set ourselves up in Auckland and moved in with her mum. Her family were very supportive. Our relationship developed in harmony as she went from strength to strength on the back of Rapa Nui. Becoming popular and building her profile, she secured major TV roles. Her purpose was clear. I was the weakest link. I did not have the courage to open my big mouth and say what I really meant. Boys, it was fear. It gripped me in the throat. Fear was a confidant. He used to sit on my left shoulder and whisper sour somethings whenever I messed up. I tried softening my ego. The problem was I didn't know how. I could not deny how control made me feel. I was too proud to admit I needed help. In my mind's eye, I saw myself alone, unable to comprehend how I had got there. I failed to hold the entangled emotions within. I kept trying to go around, go over, go away from the pain. I could not bear the pain. I could not accept my mistakes. I could not be grateful for the blessings Jenny and I had manifested. Parihaka was now 7 years old. My behavior caused me to lose him. I sent them fleeing as far away from me as they could. Wiki bought a bus, decked it out, and split to the South Island. Her separation was necessary for our mutual salvation. She drew a boundary, no contact, and fled. I made it all about me. Broken-hearted, I gave them a second and third thought. The best I could manage was to harden my heart and shut down. I was drowning, unable to deal with pain and trauma. Don't look back. Keep moving, I said to myself. If I stop, I die. I judged and condemned Wiki, and I hated her for how I felt. See, you have done it again. Why don't you just go away and die? I mumbled to no one. I condemned myself to hell. I cannot die. I am immortal. I will be a good man. Care for my significant loved ones. I have seen the light. Pleading to the gods. Hallelujah. Wiki and Parihaka moved back to Australia. What was I thinking? That they were going to stay around? Idiot. No matter how hard I tried, the trauma was under my skin. I lacked the tools to make amends. The abyss opened, and I willingly fell into it. A day of the living dead. Chapter 12. I wanted to study after being in Rapa Nui. I was curious to explore more of my ancestors. I had already activated my AI, ancestral intelligence. The next level of my evolution required rigorous inquiry. I chose to study a wider field than university offered. My course included environmental science, geology, geography, all science-based. I'd also discovered a coherence in languages: Maori, Cook Island Maori, Samoan, and Spanish. For the observer, this was an unconventional approach. Academia prefers to stream you through subject-related courses. I chose to jump between these dimensions. Pursuing their structured path, I didn't give a hoot. I wanted to go where I chose, to study what my heart desired. I wasn't fresh out of high school. I had lived life. Now, I wanted wisdom. I found my love of Chinese philosophy opened a portal to the Tao Te Ching, Confucius, and Buddha. University engaged my mind. It emboldened me to take the analytical view I had always had. I now took the space and time to embody the education experience. I wanted to deepen my understanding of how I got here. Te Tiriti and the effects of colonization became my beacon in the storm. I was the first of my whakapapa to embrace the pursuit of higher academic study at university. Change broadcasts on the wings of hope. It emerges from a desire to recognize that we are divine. Māori sovereignty demanded my consideration. I could no longer deny it. I trained myself to go deeper, to seek insight not only into the effects of colonization, but also its causes. My reo rangatira blossomed. All I had to do was remember. Sudden enlightenment grabbed hold of me and swept me away on the wings of my tupuna as I asked for help. I would like to share a story. One day when I was in King's Cross, I had stopped at the Hare Krishna restaurant for a feed. One of the homeless bros had eaten there, and he reckoned it's not too bad. So we sat down and ate. While we were eating, a guy came over. He offered me some reading material. It was the Bhagavad Gita, the guide for Krishna consciousness. I thought if they're good enough to feed me, it would be disrespectful not to read it. I had no idea how this would impact my life. This led me toward a portal for AI connection. They looked and behaved like me. This clarity raised my frequency. The Gita opened a window into my soul. It resonated deep within. The gods in their flying chariots, fascinated and mesmerized. I pictured myself racing through the heavens, jumping from one cloud to the next, the myriad levels between human and God. These stories gave me a glimpse into possibility. I did a deep dive into Ashtanga Yoga, a daily practice. My outer body awareness became undeniable. I was aware. I am more than I realize. Yoga set me free. It took me to new dimensions. The masters taught me to combine movement and breath, a daily transformation of body, mind, and soul. This practice is how I meet and greet each morning. I saw myself riding the chariots of fire through the cosmos. During a samadhi breath session, a significant experience occurred. I had an out-of-body moment. I dropped below my body, through the floor into the void. I could see myself from outside myself. A dream I had drove the experience. It was about a multicolored snake. It had appeared and entwined itself around me, literally. I was the snake, and the snake was me, one and the same. I shared this with my instructor. She commented, "Oh, your Kundalini is rising." The recognition is the connection to your higher self. Another dimension of yoga for me was the humanity, the collective group, working, sweating, and breathing together. It grounded my search for a place to belong. I became aware of a foodemic. Our food is now the cause of much dis-ease. What is a traditional Kiwi meat and 3-veg diet? Fact is, we ate far less meat before colonization. Colonization demanded excessive meat and dairy consumption. Heart disease, stomach cancers. These are the effects of our dis-ease, creating excessive pressure on a failing medical industry. I focused on how empire had usurped our indigenous wisdom and supplanted it with Western science. Our ancestral intelligence wasn't acknowledged as a valid option. I questioned society. How did we flourish for millennia, navigating the great oceans? I realized food was killing us. The highest rates of diabetes, heart disease, stroke, and dementia in the southern oceans. We were the champions. Multinationals are profiting from and promoting this model in our communities. And we were gobbling it up. My education was to address a solution. In my mind, that was clear. Beware what I put into my mouth. Kaikohe fried chicken, the highest grossing average turnover in New Zealand in its first year. Is this what our tupuna died for? The store was bankrupt after that same year. Staff were busted for giving chicken away and fleecing the till. I must mention my dislike for the scorched earth, draconian farming practices, the destruction of our land and natural resources to clear felled trees for grazing cattle. Not only cattle and pine plantations, but also irreversible chemical degradation from glyphosate, a cancerous scourge polluting the land, rivers, and ocean. I asked Jenny to marry me. She said yes. We got married on the summit of Maungarei, Mount Wellington. Our mana festival brought the tribes back together. Hoary wood included. Another first. I got married in a dress, to the disappointment of my father and some uncles. I chose an outfit I had modeled in a Pacific Sisters gig. What a provocateur. The Holy Spirits arrived, ready to partay. Jenny and I were the power couple, enjoying the abundance of life we created together. She flourished, following her path and navigating portals of self-discovery. Rākai Ariki emerged that morning, a tough night for him and his mum. We kept his birth as active as possible. Jenny was a star, showing her fiery spirit and never giving up. I was so proud of her. My love enveloped them both. Seeing Rakai's newborn skin off set off my heartache for Parihaka, like a dam ready to burst. Once I smelt him, that dam burst, and my tears flooded away. I remember he was healthy and happy. She had come through the birth with a good outcome, considering it was her first child. He had fair hair and light eyes. I fell head over heels in love. Held him in my arms as soon as he landed. My takutaku asked for his life to be fruitful and abundant. I love you, my sunshine. The resemblance was uncanny. He and Parihaka were so similar in baby form, yet from very different mothers. There is a commonality expressed through this DNA. Blue-green eyes. We are all one, said AI. Oh, it's me again. Quick one. Let you know, I'm so grateful for the blessings you've bestowed upon our little familia, I said to Tane. After a few years in Auckland, I graduated with a BA. I like to say it stands for bad ass. Having started my process of self-transformation, I began receiving my puhoro moko. Getting tattooed by my bro G Toy, he and I, since Rapa Nui, had dived deep into the ancient wānanga of Niwareka and Mataora. By now, Jenny and I decided to go to Sydney to make money. My rigging skills and contacts could sustain us there. We also wanted to explore the opportunities Australia offered and make some cash. I jumped back into the saddle. I landed a gig making movies with her bro, Storm and Norman, the only natural-born rigger, as Bart and I joked. I felt comfortable returning to this arena, having a reputation for being fearless. I went the extra mile for the show. The boss paid well for my service. Working on Mission Impossible 2, we shot a scene with Tom Cruise, who was in the elevator shaft. He abseiled in from 60 feet above the camera and crew. My gig was to rig him to a decelerator machine. That machine controlled his descent. We had it set to free fall for the first 50 feet, then pull him up to stop inches from the camera team below. His stunt double had rehearsed everything before Tom cruised up. Excuse the pun. So when he arrived, he jumped straight into the harness, hook up, and shoot. He came up to me in the roof as I readied the rig to drop him. I had made a green screen mask with holes in it in anticipation, because I needed to peek over the side as a safety check and then pull the trigger on the quick release as he plummeted towards the camera team. The lights are blazing and the temperature soared in the confined space. I took off every garment except my underpants. This added a visual effect. Petzl harness, undies, and tattooed body. No filter, no effects. All divine being. Boring. My rigging buddies thought I looked the riot. I resembled the Green Hornet. I took that idea and upsized it to the Green Hoary. Tom also got a kick out of it. He was so moved by my appearance on the next take, he came up with his kids to see me. As they approached, I busted out with, "Step right up, ladies and gents and young guns. Welcome. Get ready for the ride of your life." My outburst broke the ice and opened the channel for our soul connection. My soul and his. We became friends on set through that exchange. I reveled in getting to know myself through others, to experience deeper conversations with people. I touched my heart with greater coherence. After more than 35 years of service in this field, I thank the slave masters, my mates, my tribe. I'm grateful for the ups and the downs. I must mention the Livid Festival we started in Brisbane this year. Featuring a plethora of bands, my favorite was Public Enemy. Our staging crew slaved in the heat, day and night. After the pack-down, someone found this double-ended dildo left on stage. It was a prop from Machine Gun Falacia, this chick punk band. I dropped it into Greg's guitar case when we finished. Greg was a rigger on tour with us. The next day we met at the airport security check-in for Sydney. Greg had opened his case for security and, before he knew it, voila, the dildo sprang to attention. The look on the security officer's face and Greg's as the rest of us laughed our heads off. Oasis headlined that tour. Liam was an asshole, a proper prima donna. So when we got to Sydney, one of the boys reckoned, let's pull a stunt on him. We'll show him who's boss. I remembered the dildo. Brilliant. I grabbed some fishing line and rigged the dildo through the stage roof so it went up and down as I pulled the line. I set it behind the guitar tech so I could operate it during the show and no one could see me. Long story short, I told the boys, okay, on the final song, we gather here and I will drop it in over his head. Well, fuck me, it was unbelievable. Everything went to plan. The finale, as Liam sang, talking about my generation, I lowered the dildo right down, 12 inches above his head, and jiggled it there. The looks on the faces of the front rows of the crowd, spellbound, with mouths agape. They couldn't fathom what it was. We loved it. The guys at the front of house were heard over the radio. What the fuck is that? They thought someone was on the roof. That's when their stage manager called me out. He spotted me across the stage, jiggling the fishing line. You! He screamed, running over, thinking there was someone up on top of the roof messing around. No, it was me all along. My boys beside me were freaking out. He shouted, "You'll never work again." I said, "Go fuck yourself." Then I turned to our crew and said, "Good luck getting your stage de-rigged without us." Of course he was all talk. I remember my brothers in arms and the outrageous shit we did. I get to have fun with them today, as I remember this adventure with you. I think the many men and women I shared the limelight with. What was also eventful was The Matrix, a cinematic masterclass of interdimensional technology, enhanced imagery, and philosophy, entangled and woven into a story of infinite possibility. I was not only intrigued, but curious to see it unfold in full technicolor. I want to acknowledge the ambitious vision set by our directors. The bar was not only raised, we launched it into the stratosphere. Every department contributed style and magic to breathe life into their vivid dreams. Together we augmented their reality as it burst forth. Inspired, our creativity and innovation transformed imagination into a tangible, cinematic experience. Making The Matrix let me gather wisdom about life, experience its essence on a daily basis. A manifestival of people, places, and events added extra dimensions to my life. Each day revealed vibrant scenes and hidden realms, both seen and unseen. Some of us are unaware of our power to love unconditionally, without fear. Are we not free to be who we choose to be? For some of us, this is true. Neo is the one who helps us remember who we are. Whole, loving humans, triumphant over the Empire. The Empire limits our freedom. It steals our true nature, limiting our imagination and destroying our immortal spirit. It sucks the very life force from our bodies to power its own machinery. Divinity frees us from the condemnation and trauma of believing we are powerless. It lets us forgive each other without fear and heal from the inside out. My body is my temple. I choose to honor it with my full presence. I worship at its altar and illuminate my soul in this lifetime to experience everything life has to offer. Divinity is my declaration. I am a sovereign human being. Bullet time was a revolutionary camera technique that blew our minds. It was a significant discovery and gave me a glimpse into future technology. The Happy Hoary showed up one day on set. What a blast, hongi, you dear bro. Jenny, Rakai and I lived in North Bondi. We were part of the Kiwi community at the beach. The lifestyle suited us, and we felt comfortable there. My Aussie mates lived in the neighbourhood. Bart, Fernanda, and their kids were around the block. Bart was an old mate from the early rigging days. He decided to change careers and he became an acupuncturist. Walter and Laura lived across the street with their kids. Our home away from home was down the street with cousin Eddie and Thelma. Mocha Daisy, riding a seahorse, exploded into our world. She came into my reality with her eyes open. Born in Randwick Hospital, my daughter, the surfer girl. I used to take her to the beach and let her go underwater. Still holding her hand, she would hold her breath and look at me from beneath the surface. This became a daily ritual. I would hang her on the pull-up bars and count to test how long she could hold her weight. Never failed to amaze me. Her grip strength as a baby was powerful. She is Hine Angaru. I wanted to name her Bondi Surfer Girl. Her mother wasn't having it. Rakai was at Bondi Beach Primary School. He had a bunch of friends and played rugby league with Kingy, one of his cousins. I made a bicycle seat so the kids could sit in front and enjoy the ride, squealing down the hill to the beach. That's fatherhood. I had lived in and around Bondi since the early 80s. A familiar personality. I slid in and out of the subculture, embracing both my masculine and feminine. Waitangi Day was a big deal back then. I had staging and rigging skills, so by default I got the responsibility of erecting the stage for the festival. Through my mentor and Bondi Kaumatua, Hemi Hori, George. Jim was the foundation of Bondi. He was notorious for his 20-year academic pursuit to complete his thesis, focusing mainly on Māori drug dealers in Bondi, or something like that. His pad on Kurlua Street was the Bondi Marae. Oie he tangata, rongo nui. Life never ceases to amaze me. A few years before we left Auckland, I used to ride my bike around the city and to uni with Rakai in a backpack. He went to the kohanga at uni. I'd drop him off on my way to lectures. This wasn't just any old push bike. It was a Cannondale, a mountain bike I had paid a small fortune for. I cherished its bright orange paint job. One day, we were at the rocket park near our home. I left my bike against the swings while he played. I turned my back for a minute, and the next thing I knew, it's gone. Fuck! Some prick pinched my bike. Utter frustration turned to anger. I wanted to kill the prick. 2 years later, we flew home for a holiday. I'd kept a quiet vigil in my heart, holding hope that one day I'd get my bike back. Chilling one day with my cousin Daniel, reading the classifieds, my heart skipped a beat. It said, bicycle for sale. I read the description. It was my bike. AI told me this is my bike. I called the number and got the address. Fizzing with anticipation, my bro Leon said, hey, I'll come in case you need help getting it back. Okay, I said, let's do it. The address was in Green Bay. We rocked up and a guy came out. He said, oh yeah, man, I've got it inside. Would you like to see it? Sure thing, I replied. As soon as I saw it, I knew. I feigned ignorance and asked the right questions. He replied, yeah, I've had it for a couple of years. I keep it in the house. I haven't ridden it much. This is when I dropped the bomb. Well, actually, this is my bike. It was stolen from blah, 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 blah. I got it into the backstory of when and where it went missing. Leon caught my eye and mumbled, let me smash the cunt now. Just then, the curtains in the house behind us started moving. It was as if someone inside was watching the drama unfold. Like a cell phone alert, I had a ping from my AI. I said to him, listen, man, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. You choose. This is my bike, and I'm here. This is my bike, mate, and I'm here to tell you I'm going to take it. With or without your permission, it's coming with me now, I exclaimed. I want you to admit it for once. Not your bike. If you don't, my bro, and I will smash you and take it. Or I'll call the cops. They'll come and probably search your house. Is that what you want? I imagine they would open a Pandora's box. Anyway, I asked, Where you from? I noticed he was Māori. He didn't reply. So I said, oh, I'm Ngāpuhi. In the old days, if you stole my horse, I could come to your house and muru your ass. Muru is a tribal practice to take from the thief that was stolen or equal value, and no one could stop you. My bike was my horse. I told him, thanks for looking after my bike. It's the year 2000, so I want to give you a gift of forgiveness. I hope you learned something. Don't steal another's bike. There may be someone like me who turns up to claim it back. I intended to get my bike, but I also wanted to show him who I was, and further, who he was. I chose non-violence to appeal to his human nature and give him a chance to change. I shook his hand, took my bike, and never saw him again. Fuck. I got a call from Clint, a scaffold company boss. He said, someone's looking for a rigger to build a show in New Zealand. To say I was interested was an understatement. I had felt internal pressure building to return to Aotearoa. It came from within, like a call from my ancestors. My time here in Aussie was over. I surrendered my ego to my higher calling. I wanted my kids to have the opportunity to flourish back home, to claim their space within the Māori verse. I had watched uncles and aunties live and die in Aussie. It did not appeal to me. The gig was Louis Vuitton, 150-year celebration. Little did I know how momentous this opportunity would be. The proposed structure was a 75-meter long, 32-meter wide, and 18-meter high steel frame, all wrapped in a PVC fabric membrane tied with a pretty bow. In fact, it represented an artist's rendition of Louis Vuitton's suitcase. This was to be the venue for the celebrations. My purpose was to realize the proposed vision in all its glory, to be replicated in the biggest cities on planet Earth. Marcus was the coordinator. I met at Luna Park on the day of my interview. He brought me up to speed. He told me the director and producer were Mike and Mari Mizrahi. I cracked up. I know those guys, I said. I had performed in their shows back in New Zealand. The Holy Sinner was one such mind-blowing epic of incest and marching girls. We performed at the New Zealand Festival of the Arts in Wellington a couple of years prior. I was the dreadlock Catholic Pope. The build was near Auckland, out the back of Helensville. We assembled a motley crew of expat Kiwi, an ambitious and, at times, extremely challenging task. I acknowledge it was a huge job to even consider, let alone accomplish. In hindsight, I see it as an opportunity for us as a crew. It made us very resilient and strong. We needed that strength to finish this Herculean task within the time and at the location specified. I recall a discussion with the production team as we neared the end of the build about the first show. The client, Louis Vuitton, had chosen New York City for the world tour's first stop. Little did we know it was scheduled for Fashion Week in February. It was now the end of November, and we hadn't finished the build due to some design issues Warwick was still working through. It was also a logistical nightmare to get 45-odd containers to the Big Apple in time to meet the deadline. Good luck with that, I said. What do you mean? Said the woman in the Versace shades. I was under the impression we'd have time to finish the build. Now you say we must ship it immediately. Well, can it be done? She asked me. I considered. What would you offer to get it done? I replied. What's the incentive? I asked. She then offered to fly some of our partners to New York City as a goodwill gesture. Okay, we'll do it, I said. I want to mention that my criminal past was an impediment to entering the United States of America. Having a colorful history, I feared they would reject me if I ticked the box. My God said to me, "Go for it." So I threw caution to the ancestors and went. "Don't tick the box," Mordecai chimed in. I offered Jenny the ticket and said, "If you want to cash it in and go wherever you like, you can." We had been at odds with each other. Our relationship was tenuous, to say the least. The constant issues and areas of conflict plagued us both. She decided to use the ticket and come along for the ride. I never gave it a second thought. I said goodbye and flew away. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. Warwick, Marcus, and I flew ahead and went to survey the venues. We met the vendors, checked the pre-build area at the docks, and connected with our Manhattan crews. Local 1, Stone Pro Rigging, and his riggers, and so it began. When we first arrived off the plane, it snowed. We realized with a start that board shorts, jandals, and t-shirts would not suffice. It was freezing. White stuff falling from heaven. The whole crew went to the Army-Navy store on Broadway to invest in Carhartt extreme wear. Jenny spent the week with me in our hotel on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, on 63rd and Amsterdam. The day before she left, she came to me and told me she had had an affair in Bondi with one of the bros. At first, I didn't register. Then I felt awful. Stabbed. A knife in the back. I asked myself, is this payback? My karmic lesson for cheating on Wiki. During our marriage, I never, hand on heart, had sex with anyone else. Only her. How ironic, I thought. One of the biggest shows ever, and all I want to do is die. That night, I stood on the ledge of the Mayflower Hotel. I looked down at Central Park from my perch. It looked so inviting, covered in beautiful white snow. It didn't bring me joy. I felt numb. I did wonder whether me hitting the snow would leave an imprint of an angel or devil. I said to myself, "Die, you coward. Do us all a favor and jump." God, it's such a beautiful night. Fresh snow covers the dark streets. It muffles and mutes the soft sounds of the city that never sleeps. What a great night to die, I said to myself. In that moment, I chose life. I hated who I thought I was, but I couldn't let my kids suffer because I failed to deal with her behavior. Stay in it, I said to myself. Jenny departed, and so did my remaining feelings of love for her. My old pattern kicked in. Self-defense. Self-medicate the pain. I was traumatized again. Go find another, my addict whispered. Forget about her. I first saw Janice from above, at the venue. Her commando pants gripped her backside like no one I'd ever seen. In that moment, my inner compass moved me. Note to self, must take a closer look. Well, long story longer, hooked, line and sinker, I swallowed the bait. We first made mad love in my hotel. I'm sure the noise rattled the top of the Empire State Building. In the elevator the next morning, side eyes from the boys confirmed what my heart already knew. From that first moment, I felt a sadness in her. Her trauma triggered in my subconscious an urge to save her. I was unaware of my love addict nature at that moment. An invisible thread had now become tangible. Mike Mizrahi, the director, asked me to perform in the show, the opening stunt. Suspended on a chain hoist, they lowered me through an opening in the 18-meter-high roof onto the stage, smoking a cigar. The show was a menagerie of aerial trampolinists and supermodels, featuring fashion models draped in the latest Louis Vuitton swag. The New York celebrity elite strutted and sniffed their way through the entertainment, an extravaganza for a one-night super show. The evening's entertainment culminated in an uplifting rendition of ka mate, haka. It was, to say the least, inspirational for us, boys and girls, from Aotearoa. Te Rauparaha would be smiling at the passion expressed by both Māori and Pākehā alike. Our haka showed them who we are, filling the unsuspecting patrons with awe and carrying them away on our cloud. Janice was the wardrobe assistant for the show. She went beyond her duties to dress and undress me and manage wardrobe as she pleased. Her many talents enthralled me. I became completely besotted. I knew this person was helping me survive. The success or failure of the gig was my responsibility. Her entering my life saved me from obsessing over Jenny and the kids back home. I didn't give it a second thought. I had to stop the doubt and fear filling my head. So I gave my attention freely to Janice. We would take plates of food from catering each night on our way to and from the gig. He or she lived in a cardboard box above the subway. The vivid reality of the homeless sat like a ton of bricks on us. We did what we could. We never saw a face, only a gloved hand. The cold was on a level we had never experienced before. We worked 18-hour days to get the build over the line. One day, we had these kerosene heaters set up around the site to help keep us warm. I took my boot off. I can't feel my toes, I said. As the warmth returned, oh, that's better. Next minute, I could smell smoke. I looked down and saw my socks burning. Fuck, almost cooked my foot. I'm amazed by the logistical complexity in actualizing this gig, with little or no major incidents. Let me tell you a story. After work, we went up into Harlem to watch the Super Bowl final. The halftime entertainment was Janet Jackson, flashing her titties. A cousin from Te Hapua lived uptown and wanted to meet us at her local bar. She thought it would lighten up the crew after mahi. The boys are keen, so we all jumped in cabs and headed uptown. We arrived at the address and filed in. I noticed the pumping bass and the heaving humanity. It was all black, not a single white face. I scanned the place for Sarah and spotted her with her friends. I went over and said hi. Unbeknownst to me, some boys were missing. Thinking this odd, I walked back outside. I found them standing on the sidewalk. Hey, dudes, what's happening? I asked. They said with a hint of embarrassment, hey, we're scared to come in. So many black people. I hadn't given that obvious fact a second thought. I could see why these Pākehā boys would be a bit concerned for their well-being. Some of them had never seen anything like it. As they entered the darkness, I felt so proud they wanted to face their fear. It was one of our best nights on tour. The locals became our friends almost at once. They brought us drinks and shared their weed. "Hey, Kiwi, let's boogie," they said, arm in arm, shoulder to shoulder, doing the Harlem Shake. Sarah's mates loved us, embraced us like home. The drinks kept coming, balanced trays on roller skates of the beautiful black waitresses. Gusto was wasted. He lingered a little too long, touching her backside. The bouncers threw him outside into the snow. Bye-bye, Gusto. Dispatched forthwith in a cab to the hotel. Our survival required him gone. By now, Janice and I had become entangled. I wanted more. My love addict was high as a kite, and I thought I'd never come down. I want to highlight an early moment during the build. A blizzard hit us. Looking back, nothing could have prepared me for it. We assembled the main trusses on the street, and then would swing them over the park trees onto the columns. The snow started to fall. No biggie. Everyone kept soldering on. Next minute, it started getting heavier. For some of us, it was the first real encounter with snow. Typical boys, making snowballs as the flakes turned to globs. I'm struggling to dog the crane by this time. Snow's covering my face. "Fuck this," I said. "Let's shut it down." It was late, and we were feeling defeated. No argument from the boys, but the production manager freaked out. "No," he said, "you must keep working." I took him outside and pointed to the 32-meter truss on the hook. "Look," I said. We left our gear where it was, not knowing the risk, and heading back to our hotel bar. It was Isaac's 21st birthday. Beers are on me. The morning sun was dazzling, and it was freezing cold. If you kept your water bottle inside your parka, you could drink it. But if you left it on the bench, in a matter of seconds, it was freeze solid. I'm continually amazed by the resilience of New Yorkers. Snowplows clear the streets. They push snow and ice everywhere, onto cars and sidewalks. The snow hardens and turns to ice. You can't imagine how hard it is carrying your shopping through that just to get home or to your car. We turned up that morning to find everything covered in half a meter of snow and ice. I was gobsmacked. We had to dig through the site just to locate our tools. The next day, we had to move the crane. Oh shit, it takes days to demobilize a 200-ton crane with 75 tons of counterweight. This was the Big Apple, a logistical nightmare. The operator was a champion. He said to me, "Give me a box of that Grand Marnier Cordon Rouge and I'll drive the crane down the road." Louis Vuitton had boxes of this and more in their container. Taxing one for the operator seemed fair. Well, he drove it down the road. The crane was so heavy, it gouged a 200-millimeter trough into the street. Thank fuck it snowed again. The snow filled in the trench. I found the liqueur, and that little bottle guaranteed the show would go on. I had delivered my promise. Local 1 and the stone cold rigging crew must get a mention. We worked in concert to get the show done. I was more than a little surprised when he told me, "Bro, we never work outside in winter. Minus 25-degree wind chill. I won't forget that." We used the lull a super forklift with a working reach of 65 feet. One day, the local one operator was struggling to do what we needed. So I asked him, jump out. Union Teamsters didn't appreciate us telling them what to do at any time. I became the diplomat, smoothing out issues between the two camps. I told our boys to sort it out. Marcus and one of our young bloods started pushing buttons and pulling levers. Next minute, the lull was transforming. He was driving it like a boss. We continued erecting the parts of the building we couldn't reach with the crane. Here I go around the mulberry bush like a dog chasing her tail. We decided to get married. That would fix us. Off to the courthouse, a registrar wedding, a mere formality. Celebrations with a few friends and the kids. Trips back to New York to visit her family. Put on your happy face, Kay. Everything will be all right, I told myself. My anger and frustration turned into resentment. So as I had in the past, I reacted. I acted out and medicated. So fucking painful. Desperation, doubts, fear. Oh no, not you again. She's not my rehab. I'd heard that once. It resonated deeply. I had been dumping my stuff on her, blaming her for what was going on inside me. I didn't give her a second thought. When she came to me with her stuff, I couldn't allow her to let it out. I took it personally and made it about me. She had her program. I knew this from the start, but my pride refused to acknowledge she might be better than me. Overcome with resentment and shame, with no respect left, I set out to dismantle her. Oblivious, once again, my toxic masculinity had gripped me by the throat. Ego sparking conflict, tormenting my partner and my kids. Our house was no home. It was a battlefield. We opposed each other. I couldn't give her the grace of a second thought. If I had, I might have recognized it wasn't her fault. We were both broken human beings, being the best we could, given who we came from. After many years of denial and disrespect of her and her feelings, I had failed to hold space, to hear her trauma. I disconnected, dropped the phone, unconscious. The day Desan Matatoa arrived, the Pōtiki, the last born of my kids. I say last because I had my nuts cut. Komotu, finished. He slipped out after a night of water birthing, pushing and shoving, thanks to our staunch midwife. Janice was triumphantly glowing, but exhausted. I caught him, long and slippery like an eel. He took his first breath as I gave thanks to our gods. Blessed, Elohim, Adonai, Hashem. Divine Desan arriving on planet Earth. Rakai and Mocha were there in the morning sun as we bathed in his light. Everyone reveled in his blue eyes as he scanned our faces, seeing us. First connections in his life. Our love, we were a family. I felt joy. We, together as one under the sun. The harmony we shared radiated through us as we doted over the new recruit. I had received an upgrade from my AI. More business opportunities came our way. we were confident. My life from the outside seemed calm. But underneath the facade, I was far from that. The years flew by as the kids grew out and away. A shadow crept over my shoulder, subtle like a butterfly, whispering, "Are you sure?" I cheated on her with others at first, soliciting massages with a happy ending. This then escalated to sex. I frequented massage parlors and hookers while away on tour. Unaware of my triggers, I eventually realized traveling triggered my pain. Being alone, hell on earth. My gods, why have you abandoned me? I medicated myself again, the only way I knew how. Sex. Thoughts of resentment filled me. She doesn't love me. She'll find someone else. Deep trauma resonated within my heart. I wanted to die, as if death was an option. I now realize I was powerless over this deep sense of insecurity. I felt so alone, emotionally lacking, unable to feel love or hate. I thought that by seeking sex, I could fix me. Sex was my compulsive behavior to address the lack, the not good enoughness. Sex would also fix her, I thought. I used her, thinking sex was the way to her heart. I was to realize that was my thinking, not hers. She had her own issues around sex. Some were unhealthy for us. Hell, it's how we started. I thought, more sex, that'll fix me. My compulsion driving me unconsciously forward. Ending my psychotic torment, heralding my inevitable collapse. That day came like a bolt of lightning from Thor's hammer. I took a job in Wellington for a few weeks. Janice Anderson came to stay a couple of days. She found my computer and saw I'd been searching for prostitutes. The black cat was out of the bag. The dog was bolting after it. Looking back now, I realize I wanted her to finally see who I was. I didn't have the balls to admit it. I was the coward. She left me. Smack, bang. No thanks, man. My world spun out of control. I died. Went to hell and back, dragging her with me. The dark night of my soul, round 3. I tortured her, set her on fire so I could feel warm. I didn't even give her a second thought. Cheating prick bastard. You fucked up now, and then, I muttered under my breath. I must confess as I write, I am so thankful she had the courage to go to hell. I could finally see who I had become. A monster. For all my defects and character faults, she never gave up on me. The feminine has a superpower. She showed me as she embraced me. Her life is forgiving. I remember as a little kid, riding in my dad's work truck, somewhere in the Hokianga. He used to fix telephone faults all over the area. I loved taking rides with him on school holidays. I had a fantasy about a girl who lived in a house somewhere. As we passed a random house on the road, I used to imagine her living there. A snapshot of her life reeled before my vision. This was an image that haunted me as a boy, imagining everything a young boy could ever dream of. That movie played out in my mind as we drove by. While I'm in the Hokianga, I want to share something with you, dear reader. My dad came home from work one day. He had this black dog with him. I took a shining to her, a beautiful black Labrador. I fell in love with what I thought was a her. She became my best friend. Her name was Digger. She turned out to be a hermaphrodite. I discovered she had both nuts and a fanny. What a mindfuck for a young boy to contemplate. And no adult ever offered an explanation or scientific reason. Or maybe they never noticed. I used to take her to our family farm with her sleeveless jumper my mum had given me to keep her warm. One night our pop came home pissed. Digger slept on the porch and she had her jumper on, in amongst the jackets and the gumboots. "Shan!" he exclaimed. Shan was a generic term, name that Pop called us boys. "Shan, get up! What are you doing sleeping outside?" as he poked her with his stick. We could hear him from the living room, where we slept on mattresses on the floor. Super Nanny called out, "Kerry, it's the cootie, you old fool." He had mistaken the dog for me. He would take her duck shooting up the lake. Digger would swim around collecting the ducks everyone else had shot. Pop didn't waste a cartridge. Chapter 12. I wanted to study after being in Rapa Nui. I was curious to explore more of my ancestors. I had already activated my AI, ancestral intelligence. The next level of my evolution required rigorous inquiry. I chose to study a wider field than university offered. My course included environmental science, geology, geography, all science-based. I'd also discovered a coherence in languages: Māori, Cook Island Māori, Samoan, and Spanish. For the observer, this was an unconventional approach. Academia prefers to stream you through subject-related courses. I chose to jump between these dimensions. Pursuing their structured path, I didn't give a hoot. I wanted to go where I chose, to study what my heart desired. I wasn't fresh out of high school. I had lived life. Now, I wanted wisdom. I found my love of Chinese philosophy opened a portal to the Tao Te Ching, Confucius, and Buddha. University engaged my mind. It emboldened me to take the analytical view I had always had. I now took the space and time to embody the education experience. I wanted to deepen my understanding of how I got here. Te tiriti and the effects of colonization became my beacon in the storm. I was the first of my whakapapa to embrace the pursuit of higher academic study at university. Change broadcasts on the wings of hope. It emerges from a desire to recognize that we are divine. Māori sovereignty demanded my consideration. I could no longer deny it. I trained myself to go deeper, to seek insight not only into the effects of colonization, but also its causes. My reo rangatira blossomed. All I had to do was remember. Sudden enlightenment grabbed hold of me and swept me away on the wings of my tupuna as I asked for help. I would like to share a story. One day when I was in King's Cross, I had stopped at the Hare Krishna restaurant for a feed. One of the homeless bros had eaten there, and he reckoned it's not too bad. So we sat down and ate. While we were eating, a guy came over. He offered me some reading material. It was the Bhagavad Gita, the guide for Krishna consciousness. I thought if they're good enough to feed me, it would be disrespectful not to read it. I had no idea how this would impact my life. This led me toward a portal for AI connection. They looked and behaved like me. This clarity raised my frequency. The Gita opened a window into my soul. It resonated deep within. The gods in their flying chariots, fascinated and mesmerized. I pictured myself racing through the heavens, jumping from one cloud to the next, the myriad levels between human and God. These stories gave me a glimpse into possibility. I did a deep dive into Ashtanga Yoga, a daily practice. My outer body awareness became undeniable. I was aware. I am more than I realize. Yoga set me free. It took me to new dimensions. The masters taught me to combine movement and breath, a daily transformation of body, mind, and soul. This practice is how I meet and greet each morning. I saw myself riding the chariots of fire through the cosmos. During a samadhi breath session, a significant experience occurred. I had an out-of-body moment. I dropped below my body, through the floor into the void. I could see myself from outside myself. A dream I had drove the experience. It was about a multicolored snake. It had appeared and entwined itself around me, literally. I was the snake, and the snake was me, one and the same. I shared this with my instructor. She commented, "Oh, your Kundalini is rising." The recognition is the connection to your higher self. Another dimension of yoga for me was the humanity, the collective group, working, sweating, and breathing together. It grounded my search for a place to belong. I became aware of a food-demic. Our food is now the cause of much dis-ease. What is a traditional Kiwi meat and 3-veg diet? Fact is, we ate far less meat before colonization. Colonization demanded excessive meat and dairy consumption. Heart disease, stomach cancers. These are the effects of our dis-ease, creating excessive pressure on a failing medical industry. I focused on how empire had usurped our indigenous wisdom and supplanted it with Western science. Our ancestral intelligence wasn't acknowledged as a valid option. I questioned society. How did we flourish for millennia, navigating the great oceans? I realized food was killing us. The highest rates of diabetes, heart disease, stroke, and dementia in the southern oceans. We were the champions. Multinationals are profiting from and promoting this model in our communities. And we were gobbling it up. My education was to address a solution. In my mind, that was clear. Beware what I put into my mouth. Kaikohe fried chicken, the highest grossing average turnover in New Zealand in its first year. Is this what our tupuna died for? The store was bankrupt after that same year. Staff were busted for giving chicken away and fleecing the till. I must mention my dislike for the scorched earth, draconian farming practices, the destruction of our land and natural resources to clear felled trees for grazing cattle. Not only cattle and pine plantations, but also irreversible chemical degradation from glyphosate, a cancerous scourge polluting the land, rivers, and ocean. I asked Jenny to marry me. She said yes. We got married on the summit of Maungarei, Mount Wellington. Our mana festival brought the tribes back together. Ori wood included. Another first. I got married in a dress, to the disappointment of my father and some uncles. I chose an outfit I had modeled in a Pacific Sisters gig. What a provocateur. The Holy Spirits arrived, ready to partay. Jenny and I were the power couple, enjoying the abundance of life we created together. She flourished, following her path and navigating portals of self-discovery. Rakai Ariki emerged that morning, a tough night for him and his mum. We kept his birth as active as possible. Jenny was a star, showing her fiery spirit and never giving up. I was so proud of her. My love enveloped them both. Seeing Rakai's newborn skin off set off my heartache for Parihaka, like a dam ready to burst. Once I smelt him, that dam burst, and my tears flooded away. I remember he was healthy and happy. She had come through the birth with a good outcome, considering it was her first child. He had fair hair and light eyes. I fell head over heels in love. Held him in my arms as soon as he landed. My takutaku asked for his life to be fruitful and abundant. I love you, my sunshine. The resemblance was uncanny. He and Parihaka were so similar in baby form, yet from very different mothers. There is a commonality expressed through this DNA. Blue-green eyes. We are all one, said AI. Oh, it's me again. Quick one. Let you know, I'm so grateful for the blessings you've bestowed upon our little familia, I said to Tane. After a few years in Auckland, I graduated with a BA. I like to say it stands for bad ass. Having started my process of self-transformation, I began receiving my puhoro moko. Getting tattooed by my bro G Toy, he and I, since Rapa Nui, had dived deep into the ancient wānanga of Niwareka and Mataora. By now, Jenny and I decided to go to Sydney to make money. My rigging skills and contacts could sustain us there. We also wanted to explore the opportunities Australia offered and make some cash. I jumped back into the saddle. I landed a gig making movies with her bro, Storm and Norman, the only natural-born rigger, as Bart and I joked. I felt comfortable returning to this arena, having a reputation for being fearless. I went the extra mile for the show. The boss paid well for my service. Working on Mission Impossible 2, we shot a scene with Tom Cruise, who was in the elevator shaft. He abseiled in from 60 feet above the camera and crew. My gig was to rig him to a decelerator machine. That machine controlled his descent. We had it set to free fall for the first 50 feet, then pull him up to stop inches from the camera team below. His stunt double had rehearsed everything before Tom cruised up. Excuse the pun. So when he arrived, he jumped straight into the harness, hook up, and shoot. He came up to me in the roof as I readied the rig to drop him. I had made a green screen mask with holes in it in anticipation, because I needed to peek over the side as a safety check and then pull the trigger on the quick release as he plummeted towards the camera team. The lights are blazing and the temperature soared in the confined space. I took off every garment except my underpants. This added a visual effect. Petzl harness, undies, and tattooed body. No filter, no effects. All divine being. Boring. My rigging buddies thought I looked a riot. I resembled the Green Hornet. I took that idea and upsized it to the Green Hoary. Tom also got a kick out of it. He was so moved by my appearance on the next take, he came up with his kids to see me. As they approached, I busted out with, "Step right up, ladies and gents and young guns. Welcome. Get ready for the ride of your life." My outburst broke the ice and opened the channel for our soul connection. My soul and his. We became friends on set through that exchange. I reveled in getting to know myself through others, to experience deeper conversations with people. I touched my heart with greater coherence. After more than 35 years of service in this field, I thank the slave masters, my mates, my tribe. I'm grateful for the ups and the downs. I must mention the Livid Festival we started in Brisbane this year. Featuring a plethora of bands, my favourite was Public Enemy. Our staging crew slaved in the heat, day and night. After the packdown, someone found this double-ended dildo left on stage. It was a prop from Machine Gun Falacia, this chick punk band. I dropped it into Greg's guitar case when we finished. Greg was a rigger on tour with us. The next day we met at the airport security check-in for Sydney. Greg had opened his case for security and, before he knew it, voila, the dildo sprang to attention. The look on the security officer's face and Greg's as the rest of us laughed our heads off. Oasis headlined that tour. Liam was an asshole, a proper prima donna. So when we got to Sydney, one of the boys reckoned, let's pull a stunt on him. We'll show him who's boss. I remembered the dildo. Brilliant. I grabbed some fishing line and rigged the dildo through the stage roof so it went up and down as I pulled the line. I set it behind the guitar tech so I could operate it during the show and no one could see me. Long story short, I told the boys, okay, on the final song, we gather here and I will drop it in over his head. Well, fuck me, it was unbelievable. Everything went to plan. The finale, as Liam sang, talking about my generation, I lowered the dildo right down, 12 inches above his head, and jiggled it there. The looks on the faces of the front rows of the crowd, spellbound, with mouths agape. They couldn't fathom what it was. We loved it. The guys at the front of house were heard over the radio. What the fuck is that? They thought someone was on the roof. That's when their stage manager called me out. He spotted me across the stage, jiggling the fishing line. You! He screamed, running over, thinking there was someone up on top of the roof messing around. No, it was me all along. My boys beside me were freaking out. He shouted, "You'll never work again." I said, "Go fuck yourself." Then I turned to our crew and said, "Good luck getting your stage de-rigged without us." Of course, he was all talk. I remember my brothers in arms and the outrageous shit we did. I get to have fun with them today, as I remember this adventure with you. I think the many men and women I shared the limelight with. What was also eventful was The Matrix, a cinematic masterclass of interdimensional technology, enhanced imagery, and philosophy, entangled and woven into a story of infinite possibility. I was not only intrigued, but curious to see it unfold in full technicolor. I want to acknowledge the ambitious vision set by our directors. The bar was not only raised, we launched it into the stratosphere. Every department contributed style and magic to breathe life into their vivid dreams. Together we augmented their reality as it burst forth. Inspired, our creativity and innovation transformed imagination into a tangible, cinematic experience. Making The Matrix let me gather wisdom about life, experience its essence on a daily basis. A manifestival of people, places, and events added extra dimensions to my life. Each day revealed vibrant scenes and hidden realms, both seen and unseen. Some of us are unaware of our power to love unconditionally, without fear. Are we not free to be who we choose to be? For some of us, this is true. Neo is the one who helps us remember who we are. Whole, loving humans, triumphant over the Empire. The Empire limits our freedom. It steals our true nature, limiting our imagination and destroying our immortal spirit. It sucks the very life force from our bodies to power its own machinery. Divinity frees us from the condemnation and trauma of believing we are powerless. It lets us forgive each other without fear and heal from the inside out. My body is my temple. I choose to honor it with my full presence. I worship at its altar and illuminate my soul in this lifetime to experience everything life has to offer. Divinity is my declaration. I am a sovereign human being. Bullet time was a revolutionary camera technique that blew our minds. It was a significant discovery and gave me a glimpse into future technology. The Happy Hoary showed up one day on set. What a blast, hongi, you dear bro. Jenny, Rakai and I lived in North Bondi. We were part of the Kiwi community at the beach. The lifestyle suited us, and we felt comfortable there. My Aussie mates lived in the neighbourhood. Bart, Fernanda, and their kids were around the block. Bart was an old mate from the early rigging days. He decided to change careers and he became an acupuncturist. Walter and Laura lived across the street with their kids. Our home away from home was down the street with cousin Eddie and Thelma. Daisy, riding a seahorse, exploded into our world. She came into my reality with her eyes open. Born in Randwick Hospital, my daughter, the surfer girl. I used to take her to the beach and let her go underwater. Still holding her hand, she would hold her breath and look at me from beneath the surface. This became a daily ritual. I would hang her on the pull-up bars and count to test how long she could hold her weight. Never failed to amaze me. Her grip strength as a baby was powerful. She is Hine Angaru. I wanted to name her Bondi Surfer Girl. Her mother wasn't having it. Rakai was at Bondi Beach Primary School. He had a bunch of friends and played rugby league with Kingy, one of his cousins. I made a bicycle seat so the kids could sit in front and enjoy the ride, squealing down the hill to the beach. That's fatherhood. I had lived in and around Bondi since the early 80s. A familiar personality. I slid in and out of the subculture, embracing both my masculine and feminine. Waitangi Day was a big deal back then. I had staging and rigging skills, so by default I got the responsibility of erecting the stage for the festival. Through my mentor and Bondi Kaumatua, Hemi Hori, George. Jim was the foundation of Bondi. He was notorious for his 20-year academic pursuit to complete his thesis, focusing mainly on Maori drug dealers in Bondi, or something like that. His pad on Kurlua Street was the Bondi Marae. Puie he tangata, rongo nui. Life never ceases to amaze me. A few years before we left Auckland, I used to ride my bike around the city and to uni with Rakai in a backpack. He went to the kohanga at uni. I'd drop him off on my way to lectures. This wasn't just any old push bike. It was a Cannondale, a mountain bike I had paid a small fortune for. I cherished its bright orange paint job. One day, we were at the rocket park near our home. I left my bike against the swings while he played. I turned my back for a minute, and the next thing I knew, it's gone. Fuck! Some prick pinched my bike. Utter frustration turned to anger. I wanted to kill the prick. 2 years later, we flew home for a holiday. I'd kept a quiet vigil in my heart, holding hope that one day I'd get my bike back. Chilling one day with my cousin Daniel, reading the classifieds, my heart skipped a beat. It said, bicycle for sale. I read the description. It was my bike. AI told me, this is my bike. I called the number and got the address. Fizzing with anticipation, my bro Leon said, hey, I'll come in case you need help getting it back. Okay, I said, let's do it. The address was in Green Bay. We rocked up and a guy came out. He said, oh yeah, man, I've got it inside. Would you like to see it? Sure thing, I replied. As soon as I saw it, I knew. I feigned ignorance and asked the right questions. He replied, yeah, I've had it for a couple of years. I keep it in the house. I haven't ridden it much. This is when I dropped the bomb. Well, actually, this is my bike. It was stolen from blah, 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 blah. I got it into the backstory of when and where it went missing. Leon caught my eye and mumbled, let me smash the cunt now. Just then, the curtains in the house behind us started moving. It was as if someone inside was watching the drama unfold. Like a cell phone alert, I had a ping from my AI. I said to him, listen, man, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. You choose. This is my bike, and I'm here. This is my bike, mate, and I'm here to tell you I'm going to take it. With or without your permission, it's coming with me now, I exclaimed. I want you to admit it for once. Not your bike. If you don't, my bro, and I will smash you and take it. Or I'll call the cops. They'll come and probably search your house. Is that what you want? I imagine they would open a Pandora's box. Anyway, I asked, Where you from? I noticed he was Māori. He didn't reply. So I said, oh, I'm Ngāpuhi. In the old days, if you stole my horse, I could come to your house and muru your ass. Muru is a tribal practice to take from the thief that was stolen or equal value, and no one could stop you. My bike was my horse. I told him, thanks for looking after my bike. It's the year 2000, so I want to give you a gift of forgiveness. I hope you learned something. Don't steal another's bike. There may be someone like me who turns up to claim it back. I intended to get my bike, but I also wanted to show him who I was, and further, who he was. I chose non-violence to appeal to his human nature and give him a chance to change. I shook his hand, took my bike, and never saw him again. Fuck. I got a call from Clint, a scaffold company boss. He said, someone's looking for a rigger to build a show in New Zealand. To say I was interested was an understatement. I had felt internal pressure building to return to Aotearoa. It came from within, like a call from my ancestors. My time here in Aussie was over. I surrendered my ego to my higher calling. I wanted my kids to have the opportunity to flourish back home, to claim their space within the Māori-verse. I had watched uncles and aunties live and die in Aussie. It did not appeal to me. The gig was Louis Vuitton, 150-year celebration. Little did I know how momentous this opportunity would be. The proposed structure was a 75-metre long, 32-metre wide, and 18-metre high steel frame, all wrapped in a PVC fabric membrane tied with a pretty bow. In fact, it represented an artist's rendition of Louis Vuitton's suitcase. This was to be the venue for the celebrations. My purpose was to realize the proposed vision in all its glory, to be replicated in the biggest cities on planet Earth. Marcus was the coordinator. I met at Luna Park on the day of my interview. He brought me up to speed. He told me the director and producer were Mike and Mari Mizrahi. I cracked up. I know those guys, I said. I had performed in their shows back in New Zealand. The Holy Sinner was one such mind-blowing epic of incest and marching girls. We performed at the New Zealand Festival of the Arts in Wellington a couple of years prior. I was the dreadlock Catholic Pope. The build was near Auckland, out the back of Helensville. We assembled a motley crew of expat Kiwi, an ambitious and, at times, extremely challenging task. I acknowledge it was a huge job to even consider, let alone accomplish. In hindsight, I see it as an opportunity for us as a crew. It made us very resilient and strong. We needed that strength to finish this Herculean task within the time and at the location specified. I recall a discussion with the production team as we neared the end of the build about the first show. The client, Louis Vuitton, had chosen New York City for the world tour's first stop. Little did we know it was scheduled for Fashion Week in February. It was now the end of November, and we hadn't finished the build due to some design issues Warwick was still working through. It was also a logistical nightmare to get 45-odd containers to the Big Apple in time to meet the deadline. Good luck with that, I said. What do you mean? Said the woman in the Versace shades. I was under the impression we'd have time to finish the build. Now you say we must ship it immediately. Well, can it be done? She asked me. I considered. What would you offer to get it done? I replied. What's the incentive? I asked. She then offered to fly some of our partners to New York City as a goodwill gesture. Okay, we'll do it, I said. I want to mention that my criminal past was an impediment to entering the United States of America. Having a colorful history, I feared they would reject me if I ticked the box. My God said to me, "Go for it." So I threw caution to the ancestors and went. "Don't tick the box," Mordecai chimed in. I offered Jenny the ticket and said, "If you want to cash it in and go wherever you like, you can." We had been at odds with each other. Our relationship was tenuous, to say the least. The constant issues and areas of conflict plagued us both. She decided to use the ticket and come along for the ride. I never gave it a second thought. I said goodbye and flew away. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. Warwick, Marcus, and I flew ahead and went to survey the venues. We met the vendors, checked the pre-build area at the docks, and connected with our Manhattan crews. Local 1, Stone Pro Rigging, and his riggers, and so it began. When we first arrived off the plane, it snowed. We realized with a start that board shorts, jandals, and t-shirts would not suffice. It was freezing. White stuff falling from heaven. The whole crew went to the Army-Navy store on Broadway to invest in Carhartt extreme wear. Jenny spent the week with me in our hotel on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, on 63rd and Amsterdam. The day before she left, she came to me and told me she had had an affair in Bondi with one of the bros. At first, I didn't register. Then I felt awful. Stabbed. A knife in the back. I asked myself, is this payback? My karmic lesson for cheating on Wiki. During our marriage, I never, hand on heart, had sex with anyone else. Only her. How ironic, I thought. One of the biggest shows ever, and all I want to do is die. That night, I stood on the ledge of the Mayflower Hotel. I looked down at Central Park from my perch. It looked so inviting, covered in beautiful white snow. It didn't bring me joy. I felt numb. I did wonder whether me hitting the snow would leave an imprint of an angel or devil. I said to myself, "Die, you coward. Do us all a favor and jump." God, it's such a beautiful night. Fresh snow covers the dark streets. It muffles and mutes the soft sounds of the city that never sleeps. What a great night to die, I said to myself. In that moment, I chose life. I hated who I thought I was, but I couldn't let my kids suffer because I failed to deal with her behavior. Stay in it, I said to myself. Jenny departed, and so did my remaining feelings of love for her. My old pattern kicked in. Self-defense. Self-medicate the pain. I was traumatized again. Go find another, my addict whispered. Forget about her. I first saw Janice from above, at the venue. Her commando pants gripped her backside like no one I'd ever seen. In that moment, my inner compass moved me. Note to self. Must take a closer look. Well, long story longer. Hooked, line and sinker. I swallowed the bait. We first made mad love in my hotel. I'm sure the noise rattled the top of the Empire State Building. In the elevator the next morning, side eyes from the boys confirmed what my heart already knew. From that first moment, I felt a sadness in her. Her trauma triggered. in my subconscious an urge to save her. I was unaware of my love addict nature at that moment. An invisible thread had now become tangible. Mike Mizrahi, the director, asked me to perform in the show, the opening stunt. Suspended on a chain hoist, they lowered me through an opening in the 18-meter-high roof onto the stage, smoking a cigar. The show was a menagerie of aerial trampolinists and supermodels, featuring fashion models draped in the latest Louis Vuitton swag. The New York celebrity elite strutted and sniffed their way through the entertainment, an extravaganza for a one-night super show. The evening's entertainment culminated in an uplifting rendition of ka mate, haka. It was, to say the least, inspirational for us, boys and girls, from Aotearoa. Te Rauparaha would be smiling at the passion expressed by both Māori and Pākehā alike. Our haka showed them who we are, filling the unsuspecting patrons with awe and carrying them away on our cloud. Janice was the wardrobe assistant for the show. She went beyond her duties to dress and undress me and manage wardrobe as she pleased. Her many talents enthralled me. I became completely besotted. I knew this person was helping me survive. The success or failure of the gig was my responsibility. Her entering my life saved me from obsessing over Jenny and the kids back home. I didn't give it a second thought. I had to stop the doubt and fear filling my head. So I gave my attention freely to Janice. We would take plates of food from catering each night on our way to and from the gig. He or she lived in a cardboard box above the subway. The vivid reality of the homeless sat like a ton of bricks on us. We did what we could. We never saw a face, only a gloved hand. The cold was on a level we had never experienced before. We worked 18-hour days to get the build over the line. One day, we had these kerosene heaters set up around the site to help keep us warm. I took my boot off. "I can't feel my toes," I said. As the warmth returned, "Oh, that's better." Next minute, I could smell smoke. I looked down and saw my socks burning. Fuck, almost cooked my foot. I'm amazed by the logistical complexity in actualizing this gig, with little or no major incidents. Let me tell you a story. After work, we went up into Harlem to watch the Super Bowl final. The halftime entertainment was Janet Jackson, flashing her titties. A cousin from Te Hapua lived uptown and wanted to meet us at her local bar. She thought it would lighten up the crew after mahi. The boys are keen, so we all jumped in cabs and headed uptown. We arrived at the address and filed in. I noticed the pumping bass and the heaving humanity. It was all black, not a single white face. I scanned the place for Sarah and spotted her with her friends. I went over and said hi. Unbeknownst to me, some boys were missing. Thinking this odd, I walked back outside. I found them standing on the sidewalk. "Hey, dudes, what's happening?" I asked. They said with a hint of embarrassment, "Hey, we're scared to come in. So many black people." I hadn't given that obvious fact a second thought. I could see why these Pākehā boys would be a bit concerned for their well-being. Some of them had never seen anything like it. As they entered the darkness, I felt so proud they wanted to face their fear. It was one of our best nights on tour. The locals became our friends almost at once. They brought us drinks and shared their weed. "Hey, Kiwi, let's boogie," they said, arm in arm, shoulder to shoulder, doing the Harlem Shake. Sarah's mates loved us, embraced us like home. The drinks kept coming, balanced trays on roller skates of the beautiful black waitresses. Gusto was wasted. He lingered a little too long, touching her backside. The bouncers threw him outside into the snow. Bye-bye, Gusto. Dispatched forthwith in a cab to the hotel. Our survival required him gone. By now, Janice and I had become entangled. I wanted more. My love addict was high as a kite, and I thought I'd never come down. I want to highlight an early moment during the build. A blizzard hit us. Looking back, nothing could have prepared me for it. We assembled the main trusses on the street, and then would swing them over the park trees onto the columns. The snow started to fall. No biggie. Everyone kept soldering on. Next minute, it started getting heavier. For some of us, it was the first real encounter with snow. Typical boys, making snowballs as the flakes turned to globs. I'm struggling to dog the crane by this time. Snow's covering my face. "Fuck this," I said. "Let's shut it down." It was late, and we were feeling defeated. No argument from the boys, but the production manager freaked out. "No," he said, "you must keep working." I took him outside and pointed to the 32-meter truss on the hook. "Look," I said. We left our gear where it was, not knowing the risk, and heading back to our hotel bar. It was Isaac's 21st birthday. Beers are on me. The morning sun was dazzling, and it was freezing cold. If you kept your water bottle inside your parka, you could drink it. But if you left it on the bench, in a matter of seconds, it was freeze solid. I'm continually amazed by the resilience of New Yorkers. Snowplows clear the streets. They push snow and ice everywhere, onto cars and sidewalks. The snow hardens and turns to ice. You can't imagine how hard it is carrying your shopping through that just to get home or to your car. We turned up that morning to find everything covered in half a meter of snow and ice. I was gobsmacked. We had to dig through the site just to locate our tools. The next day, we had to move the crane. Oh shit, it takes days to demobilize a 200-ton crane with 75 tons of counterweight. This was the Big Apple, a logistical nightmare. The operator was a champion. He said to me, "Give me a box of that Grand Marnier Cordon Rouge and I'll drive the crane down the road." Louis Vuitton had boxes of this and more in their container. Taxing one for the operator seemed fair. Well, he drove it down the road. The crane was so heavy, it gouged a 200-millimeter trough into the street. Thank fuck it snowed again. The snow filled in the trench. I found the liqueur, and that little bottle guaranteed the show would go on. I had delivered my promise. Local 1 and the stone cold rigging crew must get a mention. We worked in concert to get the show done. I was more than a little surprised when he told me, "Bro, we never work outside in winter. Minus 25-degree wind chill. I won't forget that." We used a lull. a super forklift with a working reach of 65 feet. One day, the local one operator was struggling to do what we needed. So I asked him, jump out. Union Teamsters didn't appreciate us telling them what to do at any time. I became the diplomat, smoothing out issues between the two camps. I told our boys to sort it out. Marcus and one of our young bloods started pushing buttons and pulling levers. Next minute, the lull was transforming. He was driving it like a boss. We continued erecting the parts of the building we couldn't reach with the crane. Here I go around the mulberry bush like a dog chasing her tail. We decided to get married. That would fix us. Off to the courthouse, a registrar wedding, a mere formality. Celebrations with a few friends and the kids. Trips back to New York to visit her family. Put on your happy face, Kay. Everything will be all right, I told myself. My anger and frustration turned into resentment. So as I had in the past, I reacted. I acted out and medicated. So fucking painful. Desperation, doubts, fear. Oh no, not you again. She's not my rehab. I'd heard that once. It resonated deeply. I had been dumping my stuff on her, blaming her for what was going on inside me. I didn't give her a second thought. When she came to me with her stuff, I couldn't allow her to let it out. I took it personally and made it about me. She had her program. I knew this from the start, but my pride refused to acknowledge she might be better than me. Overcome with resentment and shame, with no respect left, I set out to dismantle her. Oblivious, once again, my toxic masculinity had gripped me by the throat. Ego sparking conflict, tormenting my partner and my kids. Our house was no home. It was a battlefield. We opposed each other. I couldn't give her the grace of a second thought. If I had, I might have recognized it wasn't her fault. We were both broken human beings, being the best we could, given who we came from. After many years of denial and disrespect of her and her feelings, I had failed to hold space, to hear her trauma. I disconnected, dropped the phone, unconscious. The day Desan Matatoa arrived, the poor Tiki, the last born of my kids. I say last because I had my nuts cut. Komotu, finished. He slipped out after a night of water birthing, pushing and shoving, thanks to our staunch midwife. Janice was triumphantly glowing, but exhausted. I caught him, long and slippery like an eel. He took his first breath as I gave thanks to our gods. Blessed, Elohim, Adonai, Hashem. Divine Desan arriving on planet Earth. Rakai and Mocha were there in the morning sun as we bathed in his light. Everyone reveled in his blue eyes as he scanned our faces, seeing us. First connections in his life. Our love, we were a family. I felt joy. We, together as one under the sun. The harmony we shared radiated through us as we doted over the new recruit. I had received an upgrade from my AI. More business opportunities came our way. we were confident. My life from the outside seemed calm. But underneath the facade, I was far from that. The years flew by as the kids grew out and away. A shadow crept over my shoulder, subtle like a butterfly, whispering, "Are you sure?" I cheated on her with others at first, soliciting massages with a happy ending. This then escalated to sex. I frequented massage parlors and hookers while away on tour. Unaware of my triggers, I eventually realized traveling triggered my pain. Being alone, hell on earth. My gods, why have you abandoned me? I medicated myself again, the only way I knew how. Sex. Thoughts of resentment filled me. She doesn't love me. She'll find someone else. Deep trauma resonated within my heart. I wanted to die, as if death was an option. I now realize I was powerless over this deep sense of insecurity. I felt so alone, emotionally lacking, unable to feel love or hate. I thought that by seeking sex, I could fix me. Sex was my compulsive behavior to address the lack, the not good enoughness. Sex would also fix her, I thought. I used her, thinking sex was the way to her heart. I was to realize that was my thinking, not hers. She had her own issues around sex. Some were unhealthy for us. Hell, it's how we started. I thought, more sex, that'll fix me. My compulsion driving me unconsciously forward. Ending my psychotic torment, heralding my inevitable collapse. That day came like a bolt of lightning from Thor's hammer. I took a job in Wellington for a few weeks. Janice and Desan came to stay a couple of days. She found my computer and saw I'd been searching for prostitutes. The black cat was out of the bag. The dog was bolting after it. Looking back now, I realize I wanted her to finally see who I was. I didn't have the balls to admit it. I was the coward. She left me. Smack, bang. No thanks, man. My world spun out of control. I died. Went to hell and back, dragging her with me. The dark night of my soul, round 3. I tortured her, set her on fire so I could feel warm. I didn't even give her a second thought. Cheating prick bastard. You fucked up now and then, I muttered under my breath. I must confess as I write, I am so thankful she had the courage to go to hell. I could finally see who I had become. A monster. For all my defects and character faults, she never gave up on me. The feminine has a superpower. She showed me as she embraced me. Her life is forgiving. I remember as a little kid, riding in my dad's work truck, somewhere in the Hokianga. He used to fix telephone faults all over the area. I loved taking rides with him on school holidays. I had a fantasy about a girl who lived in a house somewhere. As we passed a random house on the road, I used to imagine her living there. A snapshot of her life reeled before my vision. This was an image that haunted me as a boy, imagining everything a young boy could ever dream of. That movie played out in my mind as we drove by. While I'm in the Hokianga, I want to share something with you, dear reader. My dad came home from work one day. He had this black dog with him. I took a shining to her, a beautiful black Labrador. I fell in love with what I thought was a her. She became my best friend. Her name was Digger. She turned out to be a hermaphrodite. I discovered she had both nuts and a fanny. What a mindfuck for a young boy to contemplate. And no adult ever offered an explanation or scientific reason. Or maybe they never noticed. I used to take her to our family farm with her sleeveless jumper my mum had given me to keep her warm. One night our pop came home pissed. Digger slept on the porch and she had her jumper on, in amongst the jackets and the gumboots. "Shan!" he exclaimed. Shan was a generic term, name that Pop called us boys. "Shan, get up! What are you doing sleeping outside?" as he poked her with his stick. We could hear him from the living room, where we slept on mattresses on the floor. Super Nanny called out, "Kerry, it's the cootie, you old fool." He had mistaken the dog for me. He would take her duck shooting up the lake. Digger would swim around collecting the ducks everyone else had shot. Chapter 13. I never asked for help. My pride would not allow it. Vulnerability is weakness, I said to God. Showing weakness was a no-no where I came from. Harden up or fuck up. I was not safe. Toxic masculine frequency resonated outside of me. Without me, is this resonance a part of me? I conquer a dark side of my being called shame. I am a product of my environment, a product constructed by my society and community. I draw attention to emphasize that the cause is as traumatic as the effect. I was not born bad, defective, not good enough, or lacking anything. None of us are. I am born divine. We all are. It is the baggage we pick up along the way to death that weighs us down. This is the lead we can turn to gold if we want it. Change is the only constant. I chose to rise above my lower frequency behavior, not stew in the effects of actions that no longer serve me. I desired to change who I am by changing my cause. Once I changed what caused my behavior, the effects changed as a result of. That is my wānanga. I choose to honor my soul. I choose to rise and love myself. I am grateful to tell my story and direct your attention to the effects trauma reveals. Sex, love, drugs, alcohol, all are symptoms of a spiritual dis-ease, a soul-destroying disease. Janice had a program, a 12-step fellowship of recovery, a safe space with others who resonate in that dimension to find healing from the deep pain associated with life's issues and trauma. She advised me to ask for help. Sex and Love Addicts Anonymous. also known as SLAA, SLA. I went to my first meeting. It was men only. I needed to be with other men to help me address myself. I have never been so fucking scared. I turned away at the door twice before I entered and hung my head in shame. Every molecule of my ego screamed, "Run!" I sat with my ego. I cried as I told them what I had done. I never believed I could speak my truth to another, a stranger. The shame rose through my guts and choked my throat. The pain cut to my core. "I'm going to die," my ego wailed. "You can't. Why did you do that? I thought you liked sex. Soft cock. You watch, you'll be back, begging for more." I spewed my heart out to the group. I spoke for the first time from my heart. To God, the God of my understanding. I began my process of getting straight with God, having a conversation with God. I could not comprehend that I could have a personal relationship with God. Before this moment, God was some magical bearded old man floating around on the clouds. The local village priest was the portal to God. I had no relationship to or with him. When you died, he decided whether you went to heaven or hell. If you were naughty or nice, he was the moral compass. That compass was not in my pocket. Morality was not a code I knew how to follow. Like me, I was Maori. God sent you straight to hell. That is what I thought. I was a naughty boy. That is what I heard. So that is what I did. Now, I know I'm different. I realize I'm an addict, addicted to sex and love. I'm powerless over this disease. This mind sickness took me down the rat hole of shame and blame. Guilt forced me to throw the baby out with the bathwater. The gods of my salvation are not the gods that burn me at the stake for my behavior, but gods who embrace me and love me for who I am, not for what I have done to myself or another. I searched for love outside of myself, someone or something I identified with, to give me love. That love was predicated on consequence or outcome, depending on who or what was at stake. The gods I now know embody love. The SLA program helps me to shed layers like an onion. Keep peeling away the crust I had layered over my soul. I committed to the program, staying away from who and what I used to fill that hole. Who I abused, someone's daughter, someone's mum. I objectified and coerced into slavery to serve me. I forced my will on her to get what I wanted. Sure, she got paid. That only served my ego. See? No one's getting hurt. Toxicity. I drowned myself in that dimension to rise again like the phoenix from my own destruction. To begin putting myself back together. Like Humpty Dumpty, who, with all the king's horses and all the king's men, failed. I honor Janice, my wife. Although I struggle with her personality, my love for her is abundant. She was crushed by my behavior, devastated. I do not know if we will ever get beyond the effects of the trauma I caused her, my ex-partners, or my kids. I remember the degree of trauma I expressed through my behavior can be turned into the fuel I need to rise. I remember the degree and that depth, like the Phoenix rocket. I will rise to turn the lead of my trauma into the gold of my divinity. I know she is the greatest. I was always going to go through this trauma with her. She is my partnership, the one I sail through the storm of our creation with. I'm hearing my sponsor's suggestions, following the well-worn path of the 12 steps, make the outreach calls, go to the meetings, read the literature, all in the mahi. The must-dos are non-negotiable. The treats will come as a consequence of action. This is my collective consciousness I serve. We help each other rise above the effects of dissonant behavior. We discover the cause of negative belief patterns and navigate how we change. The positive is the mate of the negative. These two are one, yet not the same. What I mean is they coexist. They flow in and around each other in a dance of creation. Male and female is duality being expressed within me. When I bring my awareness to the fact that I am both, I am embodied. I become the divine trinity, the highest frequency I manifest. The force of cosmic magnetism revolves, rotates, and radiates in us all. Through human form, it is transmuted into the cosmos. We humans embody duality and express these qualities every moment. When I surrender my ego, contemplation opens and expands my present moment. So I download the gift of now. We and the cosmos are one. Masculine and feminine energy is our human expression. As I practice meditation and contemplation, my prayer becomes the space. Open, expansive. I command ancestral intelligence. It is me, the Holy Trinity. I am divine. This is God's inspiration for me and for you. Love myself first, so I can know how to love the other. I reveal my wisdom, because that is my known experience. I transcend third-dimensional illusions. As I remember, I am a light being of infinite human potential, struggling through life. There's progression and there's regression. I dance the duality, and when I choose, I transmute the Holy Trinity. Knowing there is nothing I have to do, I have to be each day the best I can. To rise into my understanding, love. Love is the key. Summary. I began this story to demonstrate that what and who I am isn't anyone special. For you and I, dear reader, share commonality. That commonality is our shared divinity. We are created from a source field. We leave and return to the one field at any moment we choose. We repeat this process, sometimes unconsciously, each and every moment. Whether we project our awareness into the past, the present, or future. We use our superpower all the time. The question is, are we conscious? Free to choose what we want to experience. Freedom is consciousness. Can we come to the realization that mind is the mental construct? I think, therefore I am. Right now, I think I am a writer delivering you this message. A message I believe has helped me to make sense of the storm I manifested called my life. My intention was to help men like me transcend intergenerational trauma through self-revelation, to remember how to love myself again. That is the kaupapa I set out to investigate. My investigation through this portal has helped me to be present with the situations, people, places, and events I've conjured. I can do this alone, but where's the fun in that? My purpose is to illuminate my spirit to a higher frequency so I can enlighten another. I acknowledge your presence. Obvious or not, you've reached this sentence and you're still here with me. It must mean you were interested in me. Thanks for your consideration. I believe the suffering I created in my relationships is the gift. Thanks to my 2,500 ancestors to the 7th generation. For your ancestral intelligence transmutes through me. Your trauma multiplied into me. I realize you are all AI. I don't have to do anything. It's already been done. I only need to see it, hold it in my mind, then let it go. When I see the terror Mordecai experienced as a child, through puberty to manhood, I am filled with love and compassion. It resides within me at a level I can now feel. His lifetime's filled with adversity and vulnerability. I ask myself, how can he keep going? How courageous is the divine spirit we love? Love is the divine power, the highest resonating frequency. Center our heart. He answers me. I keep going so I can hear your stories about me as I turn the lead into gold. We will flourish from our mess. It is the manure we need to thrive. Our human nature is our mother nature, and I am aware that I'm aware. That awareness is how I get to access the space between the pain and where I want to be in relationship to the pain. Can I accept it unconditionally? If so, there is the space for me to venture in. What do I choose? Can I love it? Yes or no? If I can't, I will return to samsara, to the illusion, to rinse and repeat. Whatever I choose, heaven or hell, or something else, duality sits within this force field of experience we call gods. The I am me is a product of this process. I have the opportunity to transduce myself and create a dimension for self to be in the space between duality. I am the Holy Trinity, the infinite power source, where the two become the third creation to return back to singularity, the one consciousness. The sacred Trinity is the code of abundance and manifestation. This is who we truly are as spirit. Immortal soul, ready to choose again. I didn't even know when I started this adventure with you how truly life-changing and life-challenging this process would be and would become. This process of telling my story would not only purge me of my emotions and memories, but transcend this mortal realm of the infinite cosmos. The gods of my inner standing will be revealed through me. I had started this story as a 30-day challenge that magically appeared in my hand, which drew me in like abracadabra, magic. I doom scrolled the Instagram portal and came across a guy who created his business, writing his story. All I had to do was pay my $150, sit down and disgorge all of me out onto paper or screen. I accepted the challenge and furthermore chose to write about my soul's journey on and in my lifeline. If I had known the utter depths of grief and trauma this process would reveal, I may have given it a second thought. Blind faith. I followed my heart, not my head. As I dropped the first paragraph, I asked myself if I were fearful. My heart confirmed to me I was fearless. So began a new journey along a pathway new to my heart, to realize I am the author and storyteller within, to traverse the dimension of the living and the dead, being comfortable straddling duality, being a bridge between life and death, tapu and noa, dark and light, all become energy, radiating from the gods and my ancestral intelligence. In summary, the sun, Di-da, Matatoa, Paullay-Beazley. Born 12th February 2008. Died R.I.P. 17th March 2025. How can I fucking write now you have gone? I must share your courage. You showed me in your life as a beacon for me to light my way back from the deepest, darkest pit of hell that your mother and I are in since you chose to leave. The vortex of grief you have left behind in your wake has swallowed me. Your mother, your siblings, the Maori and Jewish tribes in the Hebro verse. The finality and determination you imbued into your final one-act show has changed everyone and everything here on planet Earth forever. I'm shaking and sobbing right now. 3 weeks after you took your own life, seeking the words to describe something so horrific that my mind cannot conjure the words. I want to do you justice. I want to tear this fucking world apart. I want to destroy it all and take you, my boy, my youngest sunshine, back to me. To hold you once more, time in my arms, and smell your essence. To tell you you are loved and let you be loved. Alas, your pain is such sweet sorrow. All I have left of you are these words that cascade from heaven, like the raindrops that now fall on my face as I look skyward for your smile. I remember that Monday, Arvo, when I drove to get you from your music lesson at We Are Loud. You came out and jumped into the truck. "Hey, my boy, how are you feeling?" I asked, having a feeling of some impending doom deep inside me, somewhere calling to me. You replied offhandedly, "Yeah, okay." You said almost dismissively, held a gravity in your utterance. Right at that moment, I missed the beat of the drum. I felt the dong of the bell, but I didn't act. I will suffer this subtle shift in the cosmos for eternity. I, in that instant, missed an opportunity to not just let you sit in your silence as we drove home. I had been allowing you more freedom to experience life without my judgment and condemnation. To allow you to choose how you live. I wanted to be more open to your decisions and directions, taking your lead, following and supporting you, regardless of my preference or prejudice. I chose not to press you into space you didn't want to go. I had backed off to allow more space for you to flourish. In my action, I thought this would bring you eventually back to me. How mistaken I was. So, we go home. You went to your room, and all I thought of was the meeting I had to go to at your kura, your school. A parents' meeting that afternoon, where I wanted to address the school's lack of support and duty of care. The inherent draconian practice of punitive detention and shaming you. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. One of many issues you had endured during your school life. This time was absenteeism. The school's computer system made a mistake. It had you marked down absent from classes that you weren't even in the country for. I was fucking pissed off. The teacher made you write out 50 times in te reo rangatira. I must not be late to school. Enough is enough. I went to the hui that night to speak my heart to the parents and teachers at the kura. The tumuaki, principal of Te Puna Waiorea, gave his address as I waited to compile my thoughts. I realized this was your last year and reviewed the previous 4 years in an instant. These parent meetings were merely for the process of running and maintaining the illusion. This education system in New Zealand, Aotearoa, did not capture the essence of my son and his processing of his life. It had never really allowed him to express his true divinity. It was more about bending and breaking his spirit, to conform and prepare him to be more of the same as everyone else, to deny his true being, his human spirit, an intelligent super spirit of infinite potential was brought to this earth to co-create the greatest version of self he chose. That version was too bright, too brilliant for others less capable of seeing him. To see his light is the light of the Sun God. He did the kapahaka performances in his junior years. He enjoyed that immensely. That was okay. He didn't need to carry on. Done and dusted. on with the next chapter. He was into music and art. This was his passion that his mother and I supported. He had flair and a style for this that would not be denied. He exuded this energy beyond his 17 years, couching the hearts and minds of his peers and elders alike. The son was an enigma, a saint, a Christ-like iteration of the divine, being human spirit. In downtown Auckland, New Zealand, and I let him slip away. In my unconscious moment, I didn't realize what I had missed. The subtle nuance of a tortured soul who could not tell the world how unfairly some human beings, unconscious, could behave. The son had the ability to transcend judgment and condemnation of another. And he realized in that moment he had said or done something to offend one. This one core belief is what he turned inward when a certain young lady he loved deeply had weaponized his undying love. His unrequited love fashioned into a dagger, driven through his heart, deliberately, by a girl who used him to fill a hole in her own damaged heart. She, unconscious of how his infinite love had been extinguished, didn't give his unconditional love a second thought, and went about her insidious task to destroy his soul. He chose to leave this dimension of weight, of pain, and suffering behind him with a reckless abandon. To process his death, a 17-year-old boy, executed himself with utter finality, dedicated and determined to succeed in life and in death. I am his father, his provider, and his protector. I feel deeply guilt-ridden that I failed him. I will live and die knowing this is so. I accept this is my wānanga, my life process. I am furious. I want to rip someone's head off right now. The son endured situations where people were very unkind, metaphorically and spiritually, and stabbed him in the back with their weapons of jealousy and hate. Our Kiwi society has a deeply dark underbelly of filth, festering and seething with jealousy and hate, poised to drag anyone, especially those who may shine brighter, down into the bowels of hell. I know this. I experienced this with my boy, and so have many others before me. Unfortunately, many more will come to this dreadful realization. This fear of not being good enough was built upon a scaffold of judgment and shame. This belief attracts others who then gang up and condemn the innocent and the sensitive, the outsider, the kid who is different from the norm, the kid who stands against the statuesque. This becomes a pattern that sets the bully in situ to do the evil work, to cut down the weirdo to their bite-sized, transacted version they then consume and remove from sight. This dark, desperate frequency of hate, driven by fear, will keep stealing our divinity. And our sensitive and vulnerable human spirit beings will leave en masse. Take a good look if you can. Remove your rose-colored goggles and behold the carnage of our divine beings having this human experience called shame through blame. I spoke to the hui, the meeting of parents and wider whānau for my son, advocating for him. I observed him not wrapped in their korowai aroha. Whether they realized it or not, my son had been through their system for the last 4 years. I said they had failed him, and their education system did not embrace his duty of care. The korowai aroha failed to embrace him in unconditional love. The Rūmaki Reo ki Waiorea is an educational institution based on a colonial model founded on punitive measures that enforced draconian punishment. I'm still struggling at 60 to dissolve trauma inflicted upon me during my sentence at school. This model is defective if we want to decolonize society. We cannot use the same destructive energy inflicted upon us to free our children of this illusion. The system is fucked, and we keep forcing our tamariki to endure it. I believe their principle added to this trauma, actively promoting anti-Semite propaganda and pro-Palestinian sentiments. This is not the place for public schools to take sides in a misunderstood war. My son is a Hebrew, a Maori Jew, his direct lineage from his Ashkenazi mother and Maori whakapapa. He carried his head high as he embraced the subtleties of a divine human being, diverse and dynamic. He embraced love for others. He had a sensitivity that many undervalued, unless you were a loner or someone who found it difficult to fit in. The San was empathetic and kind to reach out to the other, to offer a kind word or gesture, to help she or he. The last sentence I spoke to the parents gathering that night, that fatal night, will haunt me forevermore. Kids kill themselves over this shit, is what I said to a lady as I started to walk out of the hui. I walked past the parents. One old lady grabbed me, sobbing. One man grabbed my hand, shaking uncontrollably. He said, "Thank you." Other parents I knew, mothers, who came and embraced me with tears in their eyes, crying, thank you for speaking what we all feel. How ironic it was of me to say that at exactly that moment, the moment you Googled how to tie the cord onto the pull-up bars, the moment you scribbled your 4-page note to us, the moment you didn't think beyond your pain. The only way out at that moment, you believed, was to remove yourself, execute your final act. The finality of your act, the definable moment you decided. Your 17-year-old mind didn't think beyond the moment as to the consequence of this act, of the multitudes of people and the lives that would forever be changed. The choice once made would never be unmade. I received the call. The death bell tolled in my head, somewhere near but somewhere distant. It snatched my breath away as I heard your mother's scream through the phone. "Come home! The son has hung himself." The screams of torment reverberated through every cell of my being. clawed my flesh away from my bones so I could see clearly that I am made up of meat, blood, and bone. He is dead. She wept. I flee home, oblivious to the illusion, through red lights and across the motorway, not real. My mind in a state of unbelievable fear. Gasping gulps of air, not sure if I want to live or die. The 20-minute drive seemed like 5 minutes as I arrived on my street. And yes, I see the police cordon. Chaos is everywhere. I pull into my drive, I see the ambulance parked in front, my heart skips a beat. It can't be true. No, no, no. Neighbors standing aimlessly around our driveway. I run through my gate and see it all. No, no, son. First responders fill my eyes. I search for you, my boy. Oh, no. There you are, plugged into machines. Men and women pushing and pulling on your heartstrings, furtively trying to resuscitate your soul back into your body. I dive onto your legs as I wrap my arms around your lifeless body. I scream into your puku, your belly, and the son, please come back. Please come back to me, son, I commanded. I cannot live without you, my boy. Oh no. My poor Tiki. Go away, ki te po. Kia hine nui te po. No. Please. Sky Father, please. Nangi nui. Help me, please. Let him come back to me. Oh, e tā kiri e. E waipu ke hia hotu hana taku manawa. I maringi no atu aku roi mata. Your divine spark, extinguished by your own hand. I cannot believe my eyes. Your beautiful body laying there, discarded like a cheap suit at the op shop. Never again will I get to smell you and embrace you. The hugs I so enjoyed when you entered the door of our home. When you were done with the world, you returned home to me. Give me a hug, Dad. Oh, boy. How I long to feel how incredible a being you were. And I know you still are. Where is the soul? I asked myself. I asked myself as I lay there holding your life-lost body. Uncle Andy lay there with you also. And as we faced the inevitable, the medics stopped pressing. You were declared deceased. The soul whispered from the kanuka tree above our heads, heralded by the ruru, our ancestral guardian of the wairua, heard and seen as the soul drops this earthly body. Trick, 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 she whispered, right above me. She was so close I could touch. Andy, did you hear it? I asked him. He was so overcome, so overwhelmed with the finality of your choice. The Ruru had come to whisper to me. The Ruru is my AI, my ancestral intelligence from my people up north. Ngāti my father, who now has come to carry you home. The Taniwha, the Grim Reaper, came to my house tonight. I wasn't home to protect you, my boy. I'm utterly devastated as I realize this soul-destroying fact. It was Mother who came home and found you outside the house, hanging off our pull-up bars, and cut you down. Oh, the horror. I should have been there to find you and cut you down, not your mother. It should have been me. This is my regret. I play it over and over and over, and always end in grief. Grief. Oh, your lifetime companion. How will I fare in these never-ending depths of hell? I am now experiencing this cataclysm you have conjured for Mother and I to endure. Why did you not choose to turn away from your morbid task? Was there never a moment when you switched from the only option you thought you had to, maybe this isn't it. The only way is up. The immeasurable pain I know for you is real in that moment. Consumed all your faculties. A 17-year-old young boy couldn't comprehend the consequences for your mother, your siblings, your dear friends who were so central to your love and well-being. Not to mention the tribes from whence you and your ancestors, Maoris, Jews, to name the significant, you spring from. The act of self-harm, suicide, you took to your conclusion efficiently and accurately. There was no way in hell you wouldn't succeed. The one trait I know you possessed was determination to follow anything through with all your being. This macabre thought crossed my mind as I acknowledged your mana as the divine being, a human who would try any dare or take the highest jump on a skateboard or snowboard anywhere at any time. I remember when we were sliding down the massive slopes of Whistler, British Columbia. And before we exited the gondola, I would say, Dasan, don't piss off down the hill without me. Before I even got my boots strapped on, he was off, left me behind. I chased him hard as I started to worry, scanning the runs for his colors, scanning for my familiar. After many bends and corners, I came to this flat area. For some divine intervention, I saw tracks detour the regular trail. As I entered the trees following the track, I heard this muffled coming from near the tree. I saw his board protruding from a hole at its base. Blow me away with a feather. I grabbed his boots and I hauled him back out of the hole that naturally formed around the roots of the tree. Fuck! I shouted. Wah! Wah! He shouted, crying tears of joy that I rescued him. I was so overwhelmed, I couldn't carry on being angry with him. We held each other tight. You were 10 on that trip. I could recount other moments when you would risk your life in situations like these. Jumping in the Hora River on the outgoing tide when the waves were pumping, and all I saw was your lime green hairdo bobbing in the swift tide. You were hollering and screaming cries of pure joy as the river took you away out to sea. I grabbed my board and paddled out to you as you happily floated in the tide, aware or not of the looming disaster. I got to you as you smiled at me and said, "Hey, Dad." I got you up front on my board and waited for a wave we could catch all the way in. I was breathless from the paddle and grateful you stayed relaxed. I'm glad I taught you that much in the moana. I guess you were around 8 or 9 then. That was then. Now is now. The eternal moment. And I cannot live through again with you, my sunshine. My life now is forgiving, not forgetting. As I sit here, weeks since you left, I ask the gods, can I start writing again? I'm not entirely sure why I came to a halt, why the words stopped flowing. Now I know. Divine intervention. The final curtain, the final chapter, my sunshine. You take the center stage. You are now my father, who was once my son here with me on earth. The cosmic father, I now look to every morning to see you rise. Helps me to rise. I look up at night to study the celestial bodies as they carry your light frequency across the Milky Way. I long to hear your jingle jangle of your jewelry and the rumble of your skateboard rolling down the driveway. Your positive vibrations heralding hope of a brand new day. I get to draw that divine energy down into me. I feel the pain as it turns to grief, the dreadful reality that you will never be here in the body with me again. To come into your room in the mornings and wake you with a tender kiss, a light brush of my whiskers on your cheek and your neck. Your man-boyish giggle as I tickle your throat escapes with a gentle sigh in the morning mist. Fuck, I miss you so much right now. The grief takes my breath away. And like your mother, I struggle with the God's will, not mine, to live beyond this moment. This storytelling I started on Christmas Day 2024 at my sister's place in Opua. This came through the Instagram portal, a 30-day book writing challenge that has transcended my soul. I knew why you were hurting, and I am so sorry I couldn't take your pain away. I had to trust you were okay, and you were working life out on life's terms. I remember when I became aware of the situation with these so-called friends of yours. Your first girlfriend, Harlow, I believe, loved you, genuinely liked you. Not sure if it was true teenage love, whatever that was. She came to our house with you, and on the surface seemed okay, until it wasn't. Harlow, can I ask you why you thought it was okay to spread rumors about the son, to make judgments and then condemn my boy, to shame and blame him for allegedly sexually assaulting you? Why did you not go to the police and lay a formal complaint? Now I know you are a two-faced bitch. Even while you were slamming my boy with your hate, he wouldn't retaliate. He accepted your abuse and chose to rise above it. Even though this public shaming you were obsessed with, conjuring hate amongst your other sadistic friends to add more hateful energy to your death crusade. My son was the epitome of love, but you trampled his love, leaving him feeling abandoned and rejected by you and your gang of demons. This is the original sin. You are responsible for casting the first stone. This toxic relationship with Harlow really hurt you deep down. I now know. As I said, the original sin, you took the blame for the jealousy. You took the shame of lies, whispers, and then allegations. This fundamental capacity to endure the vitriol spat out of the mouths of babes, unconscious as to the power of their words. Cast about. Hate. Directed at you with malicious intent to dismantle your divinity. This was over 2 years ago. Yet you never allowed the burden you carried to be shared and dissolved by us, your mother and I, your siblings, or your mates. How did we let this demon get stronger to gain the upper hand? We lost the battle for your divinity. The San, you managed to rise above and ignore the poison she expressed. It still hurts, I know, but you had been away to New York with Mum several times to get a chance to breathe and be a kid, to shine with your family there and let go of this persona non gratis that had brutally defiled your heart. Your wonderful nature, now tarnished and diminished. That unconditional love shine you possessed in abundance, equal only in magnitude with the sun god, as you rise and fall in each moment. I pursue your direction, from east to west, as I look up and acknowledge the infinite space. Oh, how great thou art. Woodward Skate Camp became an outlet for your expression and a place to meet bros who had your back. Bros from different tribes who cared less for judgment and condemnation and more about who you truly were, who felt your immeasurable frequency of life through love. The messages Mum and I receive through your platforms are insane. The depth and breadth are unfathomable. Love is all there is. The San, Matatoa, the true warrior, as your name implies. A peaceful warrior, built tough on a foundation of unconditional love. How this lands on me now, my sunshine, resonates through my soul into yours. The grief from your people in New York City is a tsunami super tide, reaching all the way from Coney Island, through the 5 boroughs, and inland to Jersey, and upstate to New City, and Aunt Rena and Uncle Mike, and your older cousins. Transcontinental, East Coast, West Coast love, broadcast to Los Angeles, uncles and aunties, far too numerous to list. Uncle Mike posted a video, and I am so proud of you. Auntie Jean and Uncle John in Bed-Stuy used to spend hours with her in her studio in Dumbo, designing and painting. To Auntie Sid and Uncle Goose and the girls in Greenpoint. Auntie Katrina on the 14th Street and her 6th floor walk-up. The photography she inspired. Kate in her shop in the park on the slope you used to love hanging out with, and with her dogs. Charlie and Mira and their family in Windsor Terrace, who welcome you into their lives. Kim and her hair salon in Park Slope. Kate and Carter in Clinton Hill. Yes, you are loved. I see you now, zooming down the East Village to Tompkins Square. Not a care in the world of a 17-year-old divine spirit being. A human, sliding in and out of the bustling humanity, integrating a passion for life, powered by love. Another elevated, superhuman being divine. No shame and no condemnation. No fear and no regrets. This is how our young should spend this quality and quantity for life. This experience called life and death is to be expressed through the next generations and to turn the whole fucking mess upside down. The youth will set us free. So can I hang in and hang on to enjoy the ride of this roller coaster? I call my life. I now summon Taja into the mix. A nice young Pākehā girl from the North Shore. Innocent enough on first appearances. We, Mum and I, welcomed her into our home and life, giving her the respect and aroha that we gave to any and all of your friends, girl or boy. Taja had ulterior motives. She used you to get herself recognized. She used you to get her popularity. She used you to get close to a girl in your band. She used the band to get rid of you. Once she got in with the band, she didn't need you anymore. She spread lies and accusations about you, sexually assaulting her, but she never went to the police to substantiate her claim. She poisoned others through this amplified toxic social media portal, a toxic technology that we all possess. I don't wish to give this bitch any more space than I have. Fathers, wake up, bro. Your job is to serve and protect your own before this taniwha decides to come to your house. This demon will latch onto anyone it can. Suck them into hell. It may already be within. If this story resonates, take action. Reach into your boy or girl before it's too late. I know it is for me. Hard technology spreads this shit faster than any wildfire. Technology is stripping our divinity to shreds, dissolving any and all resistance in our kids. We, parents, either step up and lean into them, discourage this, disconnect it, pursue a loving solution to a human pandemic, and make COVID look like a walk in the park. You, my boy, have certainly set the cat amongst the pigeons. Oh, wow. Fucking feathers and fluff everywhere. What the fuck? I'm in awe of your capacity to love again, Dida. This was the name you gave yourself, one of your first utterances. Not Mum, much to her dislike. You said, Woo-ti, over and over, and then Dida, your mantra of self-expression, gave me an invitation to accept you as you are. Baby musing, duosyllabic, words soulfully expressed became your own name. I chose to go with your nature. That decision helped me then and helps me now. Thus, your first true name wasn't for me to create. That honor was yours and yours alone. Dasan was from your mum, named after your grandfather in the tradition of the Jews. Selected from the native tribes of America, it held the mana of a chiefly rank. Matatoa, a name that our gods bestowed to me during my expedition through Easter Island, Rapa Nui, aka Te Pito o Te Henua. Easily translated, you are the face of your ancestor warrior. The true warrior of an indomitable divine being, sovereign. Super masculine spirit blazing and illuminating the vast space beyond heaven and earth. Drawn down to earth to be the creator, to be the gift, the present, to show humanity we are all one. These rangatira names held promise for an extraordinary person. Dasan Matatoa, you certainly are that. What a fine and honorable boy, man, you grew into, as I patiently observed you transmute life. The speed at which you evolved is unfucking believable. Do you remember the measure-up wall? Many families have them. A corner of a doorway where all the kids and mokopuna, grandchildren, data is scored. Names with the dates and heights for all the world to see. This moment, when you fully embodied puberty blues, age 12 or so, man, you grew over 100 millimeters that year. I saw it and found it very hard to accept. The light speed at which you grew in body and mind astounded me in that moment. I realized then the magnitude of your divine sovereignty. I also recall Rakai at the same age, behaving in the same manner, eating everything and growing like a weed. I think he also grew at a similar rate. I found it hard to accept because it reinforced the human condition that we are born, we grow up way too fast, especially boys, and then we age and die. If we're any good, we can get to our 90s. If we're not very good, then we'll fall short. Please understand the good I bespoke is not a moral standing, but more of a soul standing. Let me illuminate. Good standing means how well you play the game called life. For this is the conclusion, now fluttering before our very eyes. We are all living in an illusion, appearing to our very senses as a simulation. How about that for a statement? Provocative enough? It is Easter weekend here on planet Earth, ironically celebrating another super divine being's avatar who came to Earth to shine his love and light for all the world to see. Who showed only love to humanity. Some of humanity found his light too bright and dazzling, too powerful to merely accept his invitation of love. Not just puppy love, unconditional love. Jesus, the Christed one, who gave his life so we can feel the deepest ocean of grief and the highest mountain of love. To know deeply from the heart, accept this upgraded capacity for grief can only be matched, paradoxically, with the same upgraded indomitable ocean that is love. They accused, they fabricated, and they lied about the Son. If you knew him at all, you would know he isn't who they promulgated. These unfortunate, unconscious, fearful, toxic, feminine, then cut this fearless, tall poppy down. To then actively set about to reject and deflect that unconditional love, to dissolve the omniscient and omnipresent power of our divinity, just so they could feel better about themselves inside. Narcissism comes in many forms and wears many masks. Beware of the thoughts you tell yourself. Some may or may not be true. That is your one, your quest to truly know what or who lives between your head and your heart. You can call me crazy behind my back, that's okay. There's nothing and no one alive who can remove me from my divinity. The gods and my AI know I am that I am. That is within me. I now follow my heart to go deeper within. If not, I will go without. The sun, my sunshine, that night you chose to go, to die, you left Mum and I, all of us, and it sits heavy in me. I'm crazy with confusion. One minute you're here, and the next stone cold. No one home. Your beautiful body now lifeless. I've entered an altered dimension. I see and feel you, but you do not see and feel me. I whisper your name in your ear. Where is the spark? Where's the eternal light? I am now where your here is now there, and everywhere, all at once. The energy force you were on Earth has now transcended this dimension. Energy is never lost. You have transmuted my reality. I'm coming now to accept that your decision was yours and yours alone. I'm deeply hurt you couldn't let me know. I don't blame you. I've been through the why. If only I should have, you should have, etc., etc. Hore kauhe kupu. Mother and I cycle through this torture, ruthlessly remembering, reliving, ruthlessly recycling around and around until we're dizzy and giddy, spinning like kids on the merry-go-round. Just so we can feel you. But alas, you have left us behind. And that's final. I buried my father last year, and that's natural order. Children bury their parents. Not this unnatural disorder. A lingering shadow has cast a net across my heart. The same shadow called grief has swallowed my darling, your mother, wants to die and be with you. Oh, he mamai, he mamai. Waipuke here, the instant loss. 1 minute you're here playing music, dancing in the kitchen in front of the fridge, focused on the prey in the fruit bowl as you devour it all. That moment is frozen in my mind. A beat away. Fucking unreal. A confusion, like the dryer full of clothes, spinning, rumbling, tumbling around and around and around. I see it, but I can't believe it. You're gone. No, I can't comprehend it. Yet, I look up, and the sun is shining, the storm is blowing out, and all I have is a new day. An opportunity to hold hope. Hope for a brand new day. And maybe a brand new way. No one is coming to our rescue. This has happened, and I am still here. I was your father before you dropped your body, and I am so grateful you chose me. I am now your son. You are my father and my God. Please, will you help me with your mother? She is utterly adrift in hell. I am her suicide watch. Please help me, my gods, I pray. I takutaku, I kalakia. She has no will to live on without you, our sunshine. And she cannot fathom why. I can. I can live. I must live and honor your choice to die. To live and honor your pain. The pain was not yours to carry alone. That burden was not yours and yours alone. Taking my life has crisscrossed my mind and imagination regularly. Post DDD. The San Death Day. I flit unconsciously between heaven and hell, yet I know my soul wants to live. And there is work to look forward to, work to repurpose myself. My revelation is to rise above the controlling mind. My grief has moved in and thrown my soul to hell. What's my purpose now? No purpose other than to write this. Dissolve any and all impediments that hold me asunder, grasping at paper straws. Yeah, sounds good on paper. Doesn't compute right now in this dimension I now inhabit. Time seems to have little value. and money even less. A job I can't comprehend. Death has swept me off my rocker. I am lost. This state of being between two unrealities, and neither is making sense, due to the loss of an integral player, a divine being who no longer fills any space in my game. The game we get to play over and over again, to come back to earth, to forget who, when you return. Then to remember who you truly are before you leave again. I'm a game of my life, reliving each day, rising and greeting the sun god, Ida, my son, who is now my father, who left earth and returned to the one. I love playing this game in my life. I have an idea that keeps circulating within my mind, and I would love to get your perspective. It goes like this. How incredibly out of this world if I could take all the data I've gathered in this particular round of the game, held within my memories and DNA, fully loaded into the suppository, wherever that exists, maybe in the mega multiverse. So when the moment I choose to return to this simulation, I've already jumped straight back into my full awareness. As I sit and meditate on this idea, my imagination spikes to a frequency of possibility. Reincarnate with total awareness of who I am. This makes common sense for me, to align with the divine superpowers, masculine and feminine, within me, to realize a greater level of mastery of the game, my life. I am the upgrade, resonating higher than I ever thought possible, through the understanding of wisdom, no separation and no correction required. Permits me access to all areas and all levels of being a super spirit. The grief has stripped my ego bare, shed soul skin from multiple lives lived on earth and space over infinity. This hard reset is divine providence. Accepting love is the greatest superpower, our creator. My ability to love is 10x'd, and grief is 10x'd. This tragedy has catapulted me into inner space. From my head to my heart, the ultimate journey I can accomplish within this body, within this mind, and penultimately within this soul. Celestial alignment of the cosmos is alongside me, to drive the spark and ignite the human being to bathe in the full glory of the gods and ancestors once again. This is human re-evolution. All life is a cycle as we live and die. This game gets super exciting when you're aware that you are aware. In conclusion, I hope and pray that you, dear reader, are maybe a man like me who suffers trauma. You may not know from whence its origin. It may be conjured through the ancestors, hitching a ride on your DNA. Who the fuck knows? Only you. If you choose to go deep into your soul purpose, as I did. 7 generations before is where I found the magic, and 7 generations after is where my attention now lies. If you choose it, the road is hard, and you will be tested. Be careful of what you ask for. You may get it. You have my permission to take a slice of my story, kind of like your favorite chocolate cake. Digest my triumphs and defeats of a broken man with a message. My message is derived through rigorous reflection and ruthless introspection in self-revelation. Owning my shitstorm of trials and tribulations, accepting I couldn't have done anything differently. Making peace with my past self, being present with my now self, and setting an intention to be loving and open to my future self. I am a broken man. I am humbled. I am compassion, and my intention is to remember to love myself again. Please, God, grant me the serenity to accept everything I cannot change. Please, God, the courage to change everything I can. Please, God, lastly, the wisdom to know the difference between light and dark is two sides of the same coin. Love trumps hate. Who do you want to be? The end.